Chapter 19 of the Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge, Chapter 19. Long among them was seen a maiden, who waited and wondered, lowly and meek in spirit, and patiently suffering all things. Fair was she, and young, but alas, before her extended, dreary and vast and silent, the desert of life. Evangeline, Longfellow.
Sister, sister, who is it? Going to be married? Oh, do tell us, cried Ella Warden, as she now was called, capering round her elder sister, who stood beneath a gas burner in a well-furnished bedroom, reading a letter, its enclosure clasped within a very trembling hand. Mary May, dear Mary, answered Averill, still half absently. And who? Mr. Cheviot, said Averill, thoroughly rousing herself, and with a quick movement, concealing the enclosure in her bosom. I remember him. He was very good when— And there she paused, while Ella chattered on. Oh, sister, if you were but at home, you would be a bridesmaid now, and perhaps we should. Little Miss Rivers was Mrs. Earnscliff's bridesmaid. Don't you remember, Minna, how we saw her in her little cashmere cloak? Oh, don't, Ella, escaped from Minna, like a cry of pain, as she leaned back in a rocking chair and recollected who had held her up in his arms to watch Blanche May's wedding procession. And how soon will she be married, sister, and where will she live? Asked the much excited Ella. She will be married in Whitsun week, and as he is headmaster, they will live in Dr. Hoxton's house. Dear, good Mary, how glad I am that she is so full of happiness. Her letter quite brims over with it. I wonder if I may work anything to send her. I should like to send her some very beautiful thing indeed, cried Ella, with emphasis, and eyes dilating at some visionary magnificence. Ah, I have nothing to send her but my love, and I may send her that still, said Minna, looking up wistfully at Averill, who bent down and kissed her. And Abe won't let me send mine to Mr. Tom, though I'm sure I do love him the best of them all, said Ella. That wasn't, half whispered Minna, but turned her head away, with a sigh of oppression and look of resignation, sad in so young a child, though, indeed, the infantine form was fast shooting into tall, lank girlhood. Ella went on. I shall send him the objects for his microscope when I get into the country, for I promised, so sister can't prevent me. Oh, the country! When shall we go there? Sighed Minna. Your head aches tonight, my dear, said Averill, looking anxiously at her listless attitude, half-opened eyes, and the deep hollows above her collarbones. It always does after the gas is lighted, said the child patiently. It is always so hot here. It is just like being always in the conservatory at the Grange, added Ella. I do hate this boarding house. It is very unkind of Henry to keep us here. 15 weeks now. Oh, Ella, remonstrated Minna, you mustn't say that. But I shall say it, retorted Ella. Rosa Willis says what she pleases, and so shall I. I don't see the sense of being made a baby of, when everyone else of our age eats all they like, and is consulted about arrangements, and attends classes, and sister owns she does not know half so much as Cora. This regular declaration of American independence confounded the two sisters, and made Averill recall the thoughts that had been wandering. No, Ella, in some things I have not learnt so much as Cora, but I believe I know enough to teach you, and it has been a comfort to me to keep my two little sisters with me, and not send them to be mixed up among strange girls. Besides, I have constantly hoped that our present way of life would soon be over, and that we should have a home of our own again. And why can't we? Asked Ella, in a much more humble and subdued voice. Because Henry cannot hear of anything to do. He thought he should soon find an opening in this new country, but there seem to be so many medical men everywhere that no one will employ or take into partnership a man that nothing is known about, and he cannot produce any of his testimonials because they are all made out in his old name, except one letter that Dr. May gave him. It is worse for Henry than for us, Ella,
and all we can do for him is not to vex him with our grievances." Poor Averill! Her dejected, patient voice, sad soft eyes, and gentle persuasive manner were greatly changed from those of the handsome accomplished girl who had come home to be the family pride and pet; still more, perhaps, from the wilful mistress of the house and the wayward sufferer of last summer. "And shan't we go to live in the dear, beautiful forest, as Cora Muller wishes?" There was a tap at the door, and the children's faces brightened, though a shade passed over Averill's face, as if everything at that moment were oppressive. But she recovered a smile of greeting for the pretty creature who flew up to her with a fervent embrace, a girl a few years her junior, with a fair, delicate face and figure, in a hothouse rose style of beauty. "Father's come!" she cried. "How glad you must be!" "And now," whispered the children, "we shall know about going to Indiana." "He says Mordaunt is as tall as he is, and that the house is quite fixed for me. But I told him I must have one more term, and then I will take you with me. Ah, I am glad to see the children in white. If you would only change that plain black silk, you would receive so much more consideration." "I don't want it, Cora, thank you," said Averill, indifferently, and indeed the simple mourning she still wore was a contrast to her friend's delicate, expensive silk. "But I want it for you," pleaded Cora. "I don't want to hear my Averill censured for English hauteur, and offend my country's feelings, so that she keeps herself from seeing the best side." "I see a very good, very dear side of one," said Averill, pressing the eager hand that was held out to her, "and that is enough for me. I was not a favorite in my own town, and I have not spirits to make friends here." "Ah, you will have spirits in our woods," she said. "You shall show me how you go gypsying in England." "The dear, dear woods! Oh, we must go!" cried the little girls. "But it is going to be a town," said Minna gravely. Cora laughed. "Ah, there will be plenty of bush this many a day, Minna. No lack of butternuts and hickories, I promise you, nor of maples to paint the woods gloriously." "You have never been there?" said Averill anxiously. "No, I have been boarding here these 2 years, since father and brothers located there, but we had such a good time when we lived at my grandfather's farm in Ohio, while father was off on the railway business." A gong resounded through the house, and Averill, suppressing a disappointed sigh, allowed Cora to take possession of her arm, and, followed by the 2 children, became parts of a cataract of people who descended the great staircase and flowed into a saloon where the dinner was prepared. Henry, with a tall, thin, wiry-looking gentleman, was entering at the same time, and Averill found herself shaking hands with her brother's companion, and hearing him say, "Good evening, Miss Warden. I'm glad to meet my daughter's friend. I hope you feel at home in our great country." It was so exactly the ordinary second-rate American style that Averill, who had expected something more in accordance with the refinement of everything about Cora, except a few of her tones, was a little disappointed, and responded with difficulty. Then, while Mr. Muller greeted her sisters, she hastily laid her hand on Henry's arm, and said, under her breath, "I've a letter from him." "Hush!" Henry looked about with a startled eye and repressing gesture. Averill drew back, and, one hand on her bosom pressing the letter, and almost holding down a sob, she took her accustomed seat at the meal. Minna, too languid for the rapidity of the movements, hardly made the exertion of tasting food. Ella, alert and brisk, took care of herself as effectually as did Rosa Willis on the opposite side of the table. Averill, all one throb of agitation, with the unread letter lying at her heart, directed all her efforts to look, eat, and drink as usual. Happily, talking was the last thing that was needed. Averill had been greatly indebted to Miss Muller, who had taken pity on the helpless strangers. Interested, partly by her own romance about England, partly by their mourning dresses, dark, melancholy eyes, and retiring, bewildered manner, a beautiful motherless girl, under 17, left, to all intents and purposes, alone in New York, attending a great educational establishment, far more independent and irresponsible than a young man at an English university, yet perfectly trustworthy, never subject to the vague views of the unprotected female, but self-reliant, modest, and graceful in the heterogeneous society of the boarding house. She was a constant marvel to Averill, and a warm friendship soon sprang up. The advances were, indeed, all on one side, for Ave was too sad and oppressed with too heavy a secret to be readily accessible. But there was an attraction to the younger, fresher, freer nature, even in the mystery of her mournful reserve, and the two drew nearer together from gratitude and many congenial feelings that rendered Cora the one element of comfort in the boarding-house life, while Henry, in vain, sought for occupation. Cora had been left under the charge of the lady of the boarding-house, a distant connection, while her father, who had been engaged in more various professions than Averill could ever conceive of or remember, had been founding a new city in Indiana, at once as farmer and land agent, and he had stolen a little time, in the dead season, to hurry up to New York, partly on business and partly to see his daughter, who had communicated to him her earnest desire that her new friends might be induced to settle near their future abode. American meals were too serious affairs for conversation, but such as there was political, in all the fervid heat of the first commencements of disunion and threatenings of civil war. After the ladies had repaired to their saloon, with its grand ottomans, sofas, rocking chairs, and piano, the discussion continued among them, Cora talking with the utmost eagerness of the tariff and of slavery, and the other topics of the day, intensely interesting, and of terrible moment to her country, but that country Averill had not yet learnt to feel her own, and to her all was one dreary whirl of words, in which she longed to escape to her room and read her letter. Ella had joined Rosa Willis and the other children, but Minna, as usual, kept under her sister's wing, and Averill could not bear to shake herself free of the gentle child. The ladies of the boarding-house, some resident in order to avoid the arduous duties of housekeeping, others temporarily brought hither an interregnum of servants, others spending a winter in the city, had grown tired of asking questions that met with the scantiest response, took melancholy for disdain, and were all neglectful, some uncivil, to the grave, silent English girl, and she was sitting alone, with Minna's hand in hers, as she had sat for many a weary evening, when her brother and Mr. Muller came up together, and, sitting down on either side of her, began to talk of the rising city of Massasauga, admirably situated, excellent water privilege, communicating with Lake Michigan, glorious primeval forest, healthy situation, fertile land, where a colossal fortune might be realized in maize, 80s, sections, speculations. It was all addressed to her, and it was a hard task to give attention so as to return a rational answer, while her soul would fain have been clairvoyant to read the letter in her breast. She did perceive, at last, though not till long after the children had gone to bed, that the project was, that the family should become the purchasers of shares, which would give them a right to a portion of the soil, excellent at present for growing corn, and certain hereafter to be multiplied in value for building. That Henry might, in the meantime, find an opening for practice, but might speedily be independent of it. It sounded promising, and it was escape from forced inaction, from an uncongenial life, from injury to the children, and it would be with Cora, her one friend. What was the demur, and why were they consulting her, who, as Henry knew, was ready to follow him wherever he chose to carry her? At last came a gleam of understanding. Then, Doctor, you will talk it over with your sister, and give me your ultimatum? And therewith Mr. Muller walked away to mingle in other conversation, and Henry coming closer to his sister, she again eagerly said, "I have it here. You shall see it tomorrow when I have read it. The letter. How can you be so unguarded? You have not let the children know? Take care then. I will not have the subject revived with them. But Minna, it is this heated stove atmosphere. She will soon forget if you don't keep it up, and she will be herself when we leave this place, and it depends on you when we do that, Ave." "On me?" she said, with bewildered face. And Henry, marveling at her slowness of comprehension, made her understand that the advance of money for the purchase at Massasauga must come from her means. His own had been heavily drained by the removal, the long period of inaction, and moreover what remained had been embarked in shares in a company, absolutely certain to succeed, but where they were not at once available for sale. Ava was now of age. Her property was in her own power, and could not, her brother assured her, be better invested than on grounds certain to increase in value. She looked at him, confused and distressed, aware that it was too important a step to be taken without consideration, yet unable to compose her thoughts or recollect objections. "Must I answer tonight?" she said. "No, there is no need for that, but we must close tomorrow with Muller, for it is not a chance that will long go begging." "Then let me go, please, Henry," she said imploringly. "I will tell you tomorrow, but I can't now. I don't seem to understand anything." It was late, and he released her, with a kind good night, though still with a sign of caution. Cora, however, hastened to join her and walk up the stairs with her, eagerly inquiring into the success of the negotiation and detailing what she had gathered from her father as to the improvements he had been making. She would fain have made Averill come into her bedroom to build castles there, but this was more than could be borne, and breaking from her at last, Averill reached her own room, not to think of Mr. Muller's project, but to cast an anxious glance at each of the little beds, to judge whether the moment had come when that famishing hunger might be appeased by the crumb which for these mortal hours had lain upon her craving heart, the very first since the one on the arrival at Millbank. Each brown head was shrouded in the coverings, the long dark fringes rested safely on the cheeks, and Averill at length drew out the treasure and laid it on her hand to dwell on its very sight. The address needed to be looked at with lingering earnestness, as if it had indeed been a missive from another world. She looked, and was tardy to unfold it, as though, now the moment was come, the sense of being in communication with her brother must be tasted to the utmost ere entering on the utterances that must give pain. And when she did open the envelope, perhaps the first sensation was disappointment. The lines were not near enough together, the writing not small enough, to satisfy even the first glance of the yearning eye. It was cheerful, it spoke of good health and full occupation, with the use of books, daily exercise, the chaplain's visits, schooling and attendance at chapel, and of the great pleasure of having heard from her. And that good Dr. May enclosed your letter in one written to me with his own hand, a kindness I never dared to think of as possible, but which he promises to repeat. Your letter and his are the continual food of my thoughts, and are valued beyond all power of words. I only hope you knew that I have not been allowed to write sooner, and have not expected letters. Then came a few brief comments on her last inquiries, and entreaties that she would give him full information of all the details of their present life. It will carry me along with you, and I shall live with you both as I read and as I dwell on it afterwards. Do not indulge in a moment's uneasiness about me, for I am well and busy. Everyone is as kind to me as duty permits, and Dr. May is always ready to do all in his power for me. There were a few affectionate words for Henry, and I long to send a message to the children, but I know it is better for them to let me drop from their minds. Only you must tell me all about them. I want to know that the dear little Minna is bright and happy again. No confidences, only generalities. Not even any reference to the one unbroken bond of union, the one support, except in the three scanty final words, the simplest of blessings. It was not satisfying, but Averill recalled, with a start, that no wonder the letter was meagre, since it was necessarily subject to inspection. And how could the inner soul be expressed when all must pass under strangers' eyes, who would think such feelings plausible hypocrisy in a convicted felon? Again she took it up, to suck to the utmost all that might be conveyed in the short commonplace sentences, and to gaze at them as if intensity of study could reveal whether the cheerfulness were real or only assumed. Be they what they might, the words had only 3 weeks back been formed by Leonard's hand, and she pressed her lips upon them in a fervent agony of affection. When she roused herself and turned her head, She perceived on Minna's pillow 2 eyes above the bedclothes, intently fixed on her. Should she see or should she not see? She believed that the loving heart was suffering a cruel wrong. She yearned to share all with the child, but she was chained by the command of one brother, and by that acquiescence of the other which to her was more than a command. She would not see. She turned away, and made her preparations for the night without betraying that she knew that the little one was awake, resuming the tedious guard on the expression of her face. But when her long kneeling had ended, and with it that which was scarcely so much conscious intercession as the resting and intolerable load on one who alone knew its weight, just as she darkened the room for the night, the low voice whispered, "Ave, is it?" And Averill crept up to the little bed. "Yes, Minna, he is well. He hopes you are bright and happy, but he says it is best you should forget him." The brow was cold and clammy, the little frame chill and trembling. The arms clasped her neck convulsively. She lifted the child into her own bed, pressed tight to her own bosom, and though no other word passed between the sisters, that contact seemed to soothe away the worst bitterness, and Averill slept from the stillness enforced on her by the heed of not disturbing Minna's sleep. Little that night had she recked of the plan needing so much deliberation. When she awoke it was to the consciousness that besides the arrival of Leonard's letter, something had happened. There was some perplexity. What was it? And when it came back she was bewildered. Her own fortune had always appeared to her something to fall back on in case of want of success, and to expend it thus was binding the whole family down at a perilous moment, to judge by the rumors of battle and resistance. And all she had ever heard at home, much that she daily heard at New York, inclined her to distrust and dislike of American speculations. It was Cora's father. Her heart smote her for including him in English prejudice, when Henry liked and trusted him, and she had disobeyed and struggled against Henry too long. She had promised to be submissive and yielding. But was this the time? And the boarding-house life, proverbially the worst for children, was fast Americanizing Ella, while Minna drooped like a snowdrop in a hothouse, and idleness might be mischievous to Henry. Oh, for someone to consult! For someone to tell her whether the risk was a foolish venture or if the terms were safe, but not a creature did she know well enough to seek advice from. Even the clergyman whose church she attended was personally unknown to her. Cora Muller was her sole intimate. There was a mutual repulsion between her and the other ladies, and still more with the gentlemen. A boarding-house was not the scene in which to find such as would inspire confidence, and they had no introductions. There was no one to turn to, and in the dreary indifference that had grown over her, she did not even feel capable of exerting her own judgment to the utmost, even if she had been able to gather certain facts, or to know prudent caution from blind prejudice, often woman's grievous difficulty. What could a helpless girl of 21, in a land of strangers, do but try to think that by laying aside the use of her own judgment, she was trusting all to Providence, and that by leaving all to her brother, she was proving her repentance for her former conduct. There, too, were her sisters, clamorous with hopes of the forest life, and there was Cora, urging the scheme with all the fervor of girlish friendship, and in herself no small element in its favor, engaging for everything, adducing precedents for every kind of comfort and success, and making Abe's consent a test of her love. One question Averill asked of her, whether they should be utterly out of reach of their church? Cora herself had been bred up to liberal religious ways, and was ready to attend whatever denomination of public worship came first to hand, though that which had descended from the Pilgrim Fathers came most naturally. She had been at various Sunday schools and was a good, conscientious girl, but had never gone through the process of conversion, so that Rosa Willis had horrified Ella by pronouncing her not a Christian. She had no objection to show her English friends the way to the favorite Episcopal church, especially as it was esteemed fashionable, and her passion for Averill had retained her there, with growing interest, drawn on by Averill's greater precision of religious knowledge, and the beauty of the church system, displayed to her as the one joy and relief left to one evidently crushed with suffering. The use of Averill's books, conversations with her, and the teaching she heard disposed her more and more to profess herself a member of the Episcopal Church, and she was unable to enter into Averil's scruples at leading her to so decided a step without her father's sanction. Father would be satisfied whatever profession she made. Did people in England try to force their children's consciences? Cora, at Averil's desire, ascertained that Massasauga had as yet no place of worship of its own, but there was a choice of chapels within a circuit of 5 miles, and an Episcopal church 7 miles off, at the chief town of the county. Moreover, her father declared that the city of Massasauga would soon be considerable enough to invite every variety of minister to please every denomination of inhabitant. Avril felt that the 7 miles off church was all she could reasonably hope for, and her mind was clear on that score when Henry came to take her out walking for the sake of being able to talk more freely. No longer afraid of being overheard, he gave kind attention to Leonard's letter, and though he turned away from the subject sooner than she wished, she was not exacting. Again he laid before her the advantages of their migration, and assured her that if there were the slightest risk, he would be the last to make the proposal. She asked if it were safe to invest money in a country apparently on the eve of civil war. He laughed the idea to scorn. How could the rebel states make war, with a population of Negroes sure to rise against their masters? Where should their forces come from? Faction would soon be put down, and the Union be stronger than ever. It was what Avril had been hearing morning, noon, and night, so no wonder she believed it, and was ashamed of a futile, girlish fear. And was Henry sure it was a healthy place? Had she not heard of feverish swamps in Indiana? Oh yes, in new unsettled places, but there had hardly been an ailment in the Muller family since they had settled at Massasauga. And Avril's last murmur was, could he find out anything about other people's opinion of the speculation? Did they know enough about Mr. Muller to trust themselves entirely in his hands? Henry was almost angry. Could not his sister trust him to take all reasonable precaution? It was the old story of prejudice against whatever he took up. Poor Avril was disarmed directly. The combats of will and their consequences rose up before her, and with them Leonard's charges to devote herself to Henry. She could but avow herself willing to do whatever he pleased. She only hoped he would be careful. All thenceforth was pleasant anticipation and hope. Avril's property had to be transferred to America and invested in shares of the land at Massasauga. But this was to cause no delay in arranging for the removal. They were only to wait until winter had broken up and the roads become passable after the melting of the snows. And meantime, Mr. Muller was to have their house prepared. Cora would remain and accompany them, and in the intervening time promised to assist Avril with her judgment in making the necessary purchases for stepping westward. When Avril wrote their plans to her English friends, she felt the difficulty of pleading for them. She was sensible that at Stoneborough the risking of her property would be regarded as folly on her part, and something worse on that of her brother, and she therefore wrote with every effort to make the whole appear her own voluntary act, though the very effort made her doubly conscious that the sole cause for her passive acquiescence was that her past self-will in trifles had left her no power to contend for her own opinion in greater matters, the common retribution on an opinionative woman of principle. Moreover, it was always with an effort that she wrote to Mary May. A rejected offer from a brother is a rock in a correspondence with a sister, and Avril had begun to feel greatly ashamed of the manner of her own response. Acceptance would have been impossible, but irritating as had been Tom May's behavior, insulting as had been his explanation, and provoking his pertinacity, she had begun to feel that the impulse had been too generous and disinterested to deserve such treatment, and that bitterness and ill temper had made her lose all softness and dignity, so that he must think that his pitying affection had been bestowed on an ungrateful vixen, and be as much disgusted with the interview as she was herself. She did not wish him to love her, but she regretted the form of the antidote, above all, since he was of the few who appreciated Leonard, and the more she heard of Ella's narrations of his kindness, the more ashamed she grew. Every letter to or from Mary renewed the uncomfortable sense, and she would have dropped the correspondence had it not been her sole medium of communication with her imprisoned brother, since Henry would not permit letters to be posted with the Millbank address. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 20 of the Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 20. A little hint of solace woe, a hint, a whisper breathing low. I may not speak of what I know. Tennyson. At the pace at which rapid people walk alone, when they wish to devour both the way and their own sensations, Ethel May was mounting the hill out of the town, in the premature heat assumed by May in compliment to Whitsun week, when a prolonged shout made her turn. At first she thought it was her father, but her glass showed her that it was the brother, so like him in figure that the London-made coat, and the hair partaking of the sand instead of the salt, were often said to be the chief distinction. Moreover, the dainty steps over the puddles were little like the strides of the doctor, and left no doubt that it was the one wedding guest who had been despaired of. "Oh, Tom, I am glad you are come. What a rate you are running away at! I thought you had done with your hurricane pace." "Hurricane because of desperate hurry. I'm afraid I can't turn back with you." "Where is all the world?" "Blanche is helping Mary arrange the Hoxton, her own drawing room. Hector has brought a dog-cart to drive Papa about in. Daisy has gone with Harry and Aubrey to the Grange for some camellias." "And Ethel rushing to Coxmore." "I can't help it, Tom," she said, humbly. "I wish I could." "What's this immense panier you are carrying?" "It is quite light. It is 12 of the hats for the children tomorrow. Mary was bent on trimming them all as usual, and I was deluded enough to believe she would, till last evening I found just 1½ done. I did as many as I could at night, till Papa heard me rustling about and thumped. Those went early this morning, and these are the rest, which I have just finished." "Was there no one to send?" "My dear Tom, is your experience of weddings so slight as to suppose there is an available being in the family the day before?" "I'm sure I don't desire such experience. Why could not they be content without ferreting me down?" "I am very glad you have come. It would have been a great mortification if you had stayed away. I never quite believed you would." "I had much rather see the operation I shall miss tomorrow morning. I shall go back by the 2 o'clock train." "To study their happiness all the way up to town?" "Then by the mail. I won't torment you to stay, but I think Papa will want to talk with you." "The very thing I don't want. Why can't he dispose of his property like other people, and give Richard his rights?" "You know Richard would only be encumbered." "No such thing. Richard is a reasonable being. He will marry some of these days, get the living after Wilmot, and—" "But you know how Papa would be grieved to separate the practice from the house. Because he and his fathers were content to bury themselves in a hole, he expects me to do the same. Why, what should I do? The place is over-doctored already. Every third person is a pet patient sending for him for a gnat bite, gratis, taking the bread out of Wright's mouth. No wonder Henry Ward kicked. If I came here, I must practice on the lapdogs. Here's my father, stronger than any of us, with 15 good years' work in him at the least. He would be wretched at giving up to me a 10th part of his lambs, and that 10th would keep us always in hot water. His old world practice would not go down with me, and he would think everything murder that was fresher than the year 1830. "I thought he was remarkable for having gone on with the world," said Ethel, repressing some indignation. "So he has, in a way, but always against the grain. He has a tough lot of prejudices, and you may depend upon it they would be more obstinate against me than any one else.
and I should be looked on as an undutiful dog for questioning them, besides getting the whole credit of every case that went wrong." "I think you are unjust," said Ethel, flushing with displeasure. "I wish I were not, Ethel, but when there is one son in a family who can do nothing that is not taken amiss, it is hard that he should be the one picked out to be pinned down, and, maybe, goaded into doing something to be really sorry for." There was truth enough in this to seal Ethel's lips from replying that it was Tom's own fault, since his whole nature and constitution were far more the cause than his conduct, and she answered, "You might get some appointment for the present, till he really wants you. To be ordered home just as I am making something of it, and see as many cases in 10 years as I could in a month in town. Things are altered since his time. If he could only see it! What was the use of giving me a first-rate education if he meant to stick me down here? At least I hope you will think long before you inflict the cruel disappointment of knowing that not one of his 5 sons will succeed to the old practice." "The throne, you mean, Ethel." "Pish!" The "pish" was as injurious to her hereditary love for the old practice and for the old town as to her reverence for her father. One angry "Tom!" burst from her lips, and only the experience that scolding made him worse restrained her from desiring him to turn back if this was the best he had to say. Indeed, she wondered to find him still by her side, holding the gate of the plantation open for her. He peered under her hat as she went through. "How hot you look!" he said, laying hold of the handles of the basket. "Thank you, but it is more cumbrous than heavy," she said, not letting go. "It is not that." An elision which answered better than words, to show that his speech, rather than hill or load, had made her cheeks flame. But he only drew the great basket more decisively from her hand, put his stick into the handle, and threw it over his shoulder. And no doubt it was a much greater act of good nature from him than it would have been from Richard or Harry. "This path always reminds me of this very matter," he said. "I talked it over with Meta here, on the way to lay the foundation stone at Coxmore, till Norman overtook us and monopolized her for good, poor little thing. She was all in the high romantic strain, making a sort of knight hospitaller of my father. I wonder what she is like by this time, and how much of that she has left." "Of the high romantic strain? I should think it was as much as ever the salt of life to her. Her last letter described her contrivances to make a knapsack for Norman on his visitation tour. Oh, fancy old June, a venerable archdeacon!" "You don't think a colonial archdeacon is like one of your great portly swells in a shovel hat." "It must be something remarkable that made Norman portly. But as for the shovel hat, Mrs. Maida has insisted on having it sent out. I was going to tell you that she says, 'I do like such a good tough bit of stitchery to fit my night out for the cause.'" "Marriage and distance have not frozen up her effusions." "No, when people carry souls in their pens, they are worth a great deal more, if they are to go to a distance. Ah, by the by, I suppose Cheviot has put a fresh lock on Mary's writing case." "I suspect some of Mary's correspondence will devolve on me. Harry has asked me already." "I wished you had mentioned more about the letters of late. Leonard wanted to know more than I could tell him." "You don't mean that you have seen him? Oh, Tom, how kind of you! Papa has been trying hard to get a day now that these first 6 months are up, but there are 2 or 3 cases that wanted so much watching that he has not been able to stir. I know how he lets himself be made a prisoner, and that it was a chance whether anyone saw the poor fellow at all." "I am so glad," and Ethel turned on him a face still flushed, but now with gratitude. "How was he looking?" "The costume is not becoming, and he has lost color and grown hollow-eyed, but I saw no reason for being uneasy about him. He looked clear and in health, and has not got to slouch yet. It is shocking to see such a grand face and head behind a grating." "Could he talk?" "Why, the presence of a warder is against conversation, and 6 months of shoemaking in a cell does not give much range of ideas. There was nothing to be done but to talk on right ahead and judge by his eyes if he liked it. I suppose you could find out nothing about himself? He said he got on very well, but one does not know that means. I asked if he got books, and he said there was a very good library, and he could get what gave him something to think of. And he says they give interesting lectures in school. You could not gather what is thought of him? No, I saw but a couple of officers of the place, and could only get out of them good health and good conduct. I do not expect even his conduct makes much impression as to his innocence, for I saw it stated the other day that the worst prisoners are those that are always getting convicted for petty offenses. Those that have committed one great crime are not so depraved, and are much more amenable. However, he has only 3 months more at Pentonville, and then he will go to Portland, Chatham, or Gibraltar. Oh, I hope it will not be Gibraltar, but at least that terrible solitude will be over. At any rate, his spirit is not broken. I could see his eye light up after I had talked a little while, and he fell into his natural tone again. He would not try to put out his hand to me when he came down, but when I went away, he put it through and we had a good hearty shake. Somehow it made one feel quite small. Ethel could have pledged herself for the soundness of Tom's nature after those words, but all she did was in an unwonted tone to utter the unwonted exclamation, "Dear Tom." "If my father does not come up, I shall see him once more before he leaves Pentonville," added Tom. "And so you must mind and let me know all about his people in America." I found he had no notion of the road that is beginning there, so I said not a word of it. "But what is all this about going to Indiana?" "They are going at the end of April to settle in a place called Mississauga, where Henry is to farm till practice comes to him. It is towards the north of the state, in the county of Pulaski." "Aye, in one of the pestilential swamps that run up out of Lake Michigan. All the fertile ground there breeds as many fevers and agues as it does stalks of corn." "Indeed! How did you hear that?" "I looked up the place after Leonard told me of it. It is as unlucky a location as the ill luck of that fellow Henry could have pitched on. Some friend Leonard spoke of, a Yankee, I suppose, meaning to make a prey of them." "The father of their young lady friend at the boarding house." "Oh, a Yankee edition of Mrs. Pugh! And the worst of it is that this is to be done with poor April's fortune. She has written to Mr. Bramshaw to sell out for her, and sent her the amount, and he is terribly vexed, but she is of age, and there are no trustees nor anyone to stop it." "All of a piece," muttered Tom. Then presently he swung the basket round on the ground with a vehement exclamation. "If any man on this earth deserve to be among the robbers and murderers, I know who it is." Then he shouldered his load again, and walked on in silence by his sister's side to the school door. Richard had been obliged to go to a benefit club entertainment, and Ethel, knowing the limited literary resources of the parsonage, was surprised to find Tom still waiting for her when the distribution and fitting of the blue ribbon hats was over, and matters arranged for the march of the children to see the wedding, and to dine afterwards at the grammar school hall. "Oh, Tom, I did not expect to find you here." "It is not fit for you to be walking about alone on a Whit Monday." "I am very glad to have you, but I am past that." "Don't talk nonsense. Girls are girls till long past your age," said Tom. "It is not so much age as living past things," said Ethel. "It was not only that," added Tom, "but I've more to say to you while one can be sure of a quiet moment. Have you heard anything about that place?" And he pointed in the direction of the Ventry mill. "I heard something of an intention to part with it, and have been watching for an advertisement, but I can see none in the Current or on the walls." "Mind he does not slip off unawares." "I don't know what to do now that old Hardy is cut off from us. I tried to stir up Dr. Spencer to go and investigate, but I could not tell him why, and he has not the same interest in going questing about as he used to have. People never will do the one thing one wants particularly." Tom's look and gesture made her ask if he knew of anything wrong with their old friend, and in return
She was told that Dr. Spencer's recent visit to London had been to consult Sir Matthew Fleet. The foundations of mortal disease had been laid in India, and though it might long remain in abeyance, there were from time to time symptoms of activity, and tedious lingering infirmity was likely to commence long before the end. "And what do you think the strange old fellow charged me as we walked away from dining at Fleet's?" "Secrecy, of course," returned the much shocked Ethel. "One does keep a secret by telling you. It was to have my eye on some lodging with a decent landlady, where, when it comes to that, he can go up to be alone, out of the way of troubling Dick, and of all of you." "Tom, how dreadful!" "I fancy it is something of the animal instinct of creeping away alone, and partly his law to himself not to trouble Dick." "An odd idea of what would trouble Dick!" "So I told him, but he said, after seeing what it cost my father to watch dear Margaret's long decay, he would never entail the like on him. It is queer, and it is beautiful, the tender way he has about my father, treating him like a pet to be shielded and guarded, a man that has 5 times the force and vigor of body and mind that he has now, whatever they may have been." "Very beautiful, and I cannot help telling you how beautiful," said Ethel, greatly moved. "Only remember, it is not to be mentioned." "Ha! Did he ever make you an offer?" "I have sometimes suspected it." "No, indeed. It was much, much more beautiful than that." "Our mother, then?" "I had thought of that too, and it accounts for his having always taken to you the most of us." "Why, I'm the least like her of us all." "So they say, I know, and I can't recollect enough to judge, except that," and Tom's voice was less clear for a moment, "there was something in being with her that I've never found again, except now and then with you, Ethel. Well, he never got over it, I suppose." And Ethel briefly told of the rash resolution, the unsettled life, the neglect of the father's wishes, the grievous remorse, the broken health, and restless aimless wanderings ending at last in loving tendance of the bereaved rival. It had been a life never wanting in generosity or benevolence, yet falling far short of what it might have been. A gallant voyage made by a wreck, and yet the injury had been less from the disappointment than from the manner of bearing it. Suddenly it struck her that Tom might suspect her of intending a personal application of the history, and she faltered, but he kept her to it by his warm interest in many questions. "And oh, Tom, he must not be allowed to go away in this manner. Nothing would so cut papa to the heart." "I don't believe he ever will, Ethel. He may go on for years as he is, and he said in the midst that he meant to live to carry out the drainage. Besides, if it comes gradually on him, he may feel dependent and lose the energy to move." "Oh, what a sorrow for papa! But I know that not to watch over him would make it all the worse." They walked on gravely till, on the top of the hill, Tom exclaimed, "They've mounted the flag on the minster steeple already." "It went up yesterday for Harvey Anderson and Mrs. Pugh. There was a proposal to join forces and have a double wedding. So interesting, the 2 schoolfellows and 2 young friends. The Cheviot girls much regretted it was not to be." "Cheviot girls? Heavens and earth! At home?" "Not sleeping, but we shall have them all day tomorrow, for they cannot get home the same day by setting off after the wedding. There will be no one else, for even our own people are going, for Harry is to go to Maplewood with Blanche, and Aubrey has to be at Woolwich, but we shall all be at home tonight. Last time was in the volunteer days, 2 or 3 centuries ago." It was strange how, with this naturally least congenial of all the family, Ethel had a certain understanding and fellow feeling that gave her a sense of rest and relief in his company, only impaired by the dread of rubs between him and his father. None, however, happened. Dr. May had been too much hurt to press the question of the inheritance, and took little notice of Tom, being much occupied with the final business about the wedding, and engrossed by Hector and Harry, who always absorbed him in their short intervals of his company. Tom went to see Dr. Spencer, and brought him in, so cheerful and full of life, that what Ethel had been hearing seemed like a dream, excepting when she recognized Tom's unobtrusive gentleness and attention towards him. She was surprised and touched through all the harass and hurry of that evening and morning, to find the must-be-dones that had of late devolved on her alone, now lightened and aided by Tom, who appeared to have come for the sole purpose of being always ready to give a helping hand where she wanted it, with all Richard's manual dexterity and more resource and quickness. The refreshment of spirits was the more valuable as this was a very unexciting wedding. Even Gertrude, not yet 14, had been surfeited with weddings, and replied to Harry's old wit of 3 times a bridesmaid and never a bride, that she hoped so. Her experience of married life was extremely flat, and a glance at Blanche's monotonous dignity and Flora's worn face showed what that experience was. Harry was the only one to whom there was the freshness of novelty, and he was the great element of animation. But as the time came near, honest Harry had been seized with a mortal dread of the tears he imagined an indispensable adjunct of the ceremony, and went about privately consulting every one how much weeping was inevitable. Flora told him she saw no reason for any tears, and Ethel that when people felt very much they couldn't cry. But on the other hand, Blanche said she felt extremely nervous, and knew she should be overcome. Gertrude assured him that on all former occasions Mary did all the crying herself, and Aubrey told him that each bridesmaid carried 6 handkerchiefs, half for herself and half for the bride. The result was that the last speech made by Harry to his favorite sister in her maiden days was thus: "Well, Mary, you do look uncommonly nice and pretty, but now," most persuasively, "you'll be a good girl and not cry, will you?" And as Mary fluttered, tried to smile, and looked out through very moist eyes, he continued: "I feel horribly soft-hearted today, and if you howl, I must, you know. So mind, if I see you beginning, I shall come out with my father's old story of the spirit of the flood and the spirit of the fell, and that will stop it if anything can." The comicality of Harry's alarm was nearly enough to stop it, coupled with the great desire of Daisy that he should be betrayed into tears. And Mary did behave extremely well, and looked all that a bride should look. Admirable daughter and sister, she would be still more in her place as wife. Hers was the truly feminine nature that, happily for mankind, is the most commonplace, and that she was a thoroughly generic bride is perhaps a testimony to her perfection in the part, as in all others where quiet, unselfish womanhood was the essential. Never had she been so sweet in every tone, word, and caress. Never had Ethel so fully felt how much she loved her, or how entirely they had been one, from a time almost too far back for memory. There had not been intellectual equality, but perhaps it was better, fuller affection, than if there had been, for Mary had filled up a part that had been in some measure wanting in Ethel. She had been a sort of wife to her sister, and thus was the better prepared for her new life, but was all the sorer lost at home. The bridegroom! How many times had Ethel to remind herself of her esteem and security of Mary's happiness, besides frowning down Gertrude's saucy comments, and trying to laugh away Tom's low growl that good things always fell to the share of poor hearts and narrow minds. Mr. Cheviot did in fact cut a worse figure than George Rivers of old, having a great fund of natural bashfulness and self-consciousness, which did not much damage his dignity, but made his attempts at gaiety and ease extremely awkward, not to say sheepish. Perhaps the most trying moment was the last, when hearing a few words between Ethel and Mary about posting a mere scrap, if only an empty envelope, from the first resting place, he turned round, with his laugh, to object to rash promises, and remind his dear sister Ethel that post offices were not always near at hand. After that, when Mary in her bright tenderness hung round her sister, it was as if that was the last fond grasp from the substance, as if only the shadow would come back and live in Minster Street. Perhaps it was because Ethel had tried to rule it otherwise. Mr. Cheviot had insisted that the Coxmore children's share in the festivity should be a dinner in the Witchcote Hall, early in the day, after which they had to be sent home, since no one chose to have the responsibility of turning them loose to play in the grammar school precincts, even in the absence of the boys. Richard was much afraid of their getting into mischief, and was off immediately after church to superintend the dinner and marshal them home, and the rest of the world lost the resource that entertaining them generally afforded the survivors after a marriage, and which was specially needed with the two Cheviot sisters to be disposed of. By the time the Riverses were gone home, and the Earnscliffs and Harry off by the train, there were still 4 mortal hours of daylight, and oh, for Mary's power of making everyone happy! Caroline and Annie Cheviot were ladylike, nice-looking girls, but when they found no croquet mallets in the garden, they seemed at a loss what life had to offer at Stoneborough. Gertrude pronounced that she played at it sometimes at Maplewood, where she had nothing better to do, and then retreated to her own devices. Ethel's heart sank, both with dread of the afternoon and with self-reproach at her spoilt child's discourtesy, when she knew there would be no rousing her without an incapacitating discussion, and on she wandered in the garden with the guests, receiving instruction where the hoops might be planted, and hearing how nice it would be for her sister to have such an object, such a pleasant opportunity of meeting one's friends, and interest for every day. No wonder they think I want an object in life, thought Ethel. How awfully tiresome I must be! Poor things, what can I say to make it pleasanter? Do you know this dilytra? I think it is the prettiest of modern flowers, but I wish we might call it Japan fumitory, or by some other English name. I used to garden once, but we have no flower beds now. They spoilt the lawn for croquet. And here comes Tom, thought Ethel. Poor Tom, he will certainly be off to London this evening. Tom, however, joined the listless promenade, and the first time croquet was again mentioned, observed that he had seen the Andersons knocking about the balls in the new gardens by the river, and proposed to go down and try to get up a match. There was an instant brightening, and Tom stepped into the drawing-room and told Daisy to come with them. To play at croquet with the Andersons in the tea gardens? She exclaimed. No, I thank you, Thomas. He laid his hand on her shoulder. Gertrude, he said, it is time to have done being a spoilt baby. If you let Ethel fag herself ill, you will rue it all your life. Frightened, but without clear comprehension, she turned 2 scared eyes on him, and replaced the hat that she had thrown on the table, just as Ethel and the others came in. Not you, Ethel, said Tom. You don't know the game. I could learn, said Ethel, desperately bent on her duty. We would teach you, volunteered the Cheviots. You would not undertake it if you knew better, said Tom, smiling. Ethel's hands are not her strong point. Ethel would just have to be croqueted all through by her partner, said Gertrude. Besides, my father will be coming in and wanting you, added Tom. He is only at the hospital or somewhere about the town. I'll look after this child. And the 2 sisters, delighted that poor little Gertrude should have such a holiday treat as croquet at the public gardens, away from her governess' elder sister, walked off glorious, while Ethel, breathing forth a heavy sigh, let herself sink into a chair, feeling as if the silence were in itself invaluable, and as if Tom could not be enough thanked for having gained it for her. She was first roused by the inquiry, "Shall I take in this letter, ma'am? It is charged 4 shillings overweight, and it is for Mr. Thomas, ma'am," impressively concluded the parlour-maid, as one penetrated by Tom's regard to small economies. Ethel beheld the letter bloated beyond the capacities of the 2 bewigged Washingtons that kept guard in its corner, and addressed in a cramped hand unknown to her. But while she hesitated, her eye fell on another American letter directed to Miss Mary May, in Ava Ward's well-known writing, and turning both round, she found they had the same postmark, and thereupon paid the extra charge, and placed the letter where Tom was most likely to light naturally on it without public comment. The other letter renewed the pang at common property being at an end. "No, Mab," she said, taking the little dog into her lap, "we shall none of us hear a bit of it, but at least it is a comfort that this business is over. You needn't creep under sofas now. There's nobody to tread upon your dainty little paws. What is to be done, Mab, to get out of a savage humor, except thinking how good-natured poor Tom is?" There was not much sign of savage humor in the face that was lifted up as Dr. May came in from the hospital, and sitting down by his daughter, put his arm round her. "So there's another bird flown," he said. "We shall soon have the old nest to ourselves, Ethel." "The daisy is not going just yet," said Ethel, stroking back the thin flying flakes over his temples. "If we may believe her, never." "Ah, she will be off before we can look round," said the doctor. "When once the trick of marrying gets among one's girls, there's no end to it, as long as they last out." "Nor to one's boys going out into the world," said Ethel, both of them talking as if she had been his wife rather than one of these fly-away younglings herself. "Ah, well," he said, "it's very pretty while it lasts, and one keeps the creatures, but after all, one doesn't rear them for one's own pleasure. That only comes by the way of their chance goodwill to one." "For shame, doctor," said Ethel, pretending to shake him by the collar. "I was thinking," he added, "that we must not require too much. People must have their day, and in their own fashion, and I wish you would tell Tom. I've no patience to do it myself, that I don't mean to hamper him. As long as it is a right line, he may take whichever he pleases, and I'll do my best to set him forward in it, but it is a pity." "Perhaps a few years of traveling or of a professorship might give him time to think differently," said Ethel. "Not he," said the doctor. "The more a man lives in the world, the more he depends on it. Where is the boy? Is he gone out without vouchsafing a good-bye?" "Oh, no, he has taken pity on Annie and Caroline Cheviot's famine of croquet, and gone with them to the gardens. A spice of flirtation never comes amiss to him." "There, that's the way," said Ethel, half saucily, half caressingly. "That poor fellow never can do right. Isn't it the very thing to keep him away from home, that we all may steal a horse, and he can't look over the wall? No, not with a telescope?" "I can't help it, Ethel. It may be very wrong and unkind of me, Heaven forgive me if it is, and prevent me from doing the boy any harm, but I never can rid myself of a feeling of there being something behind when he seems the most straightforward. If he had only not got his grandfather's mouth and nose! And, smiling after all, I don't know what I said to be so scolded. All lads flirt, and you can't deny that Master Tom divided his attentions pretty freely last year between Mrs. Pugh and poor Abe Ward." "This time, I believe, it was out of pure kindness to me," said Ethel, "so I am bound to his defense. He dragged off poor Daisy to chaperone them, that I might have a little peace." "Ah, he came down on us this morning," said the doctor, "on Richard and Flora and me, and gave us a lecture on letting you grow old, Ethel. Said you were getting overtasked and no one heeding it, and looking, let's look," and he took off his spectacles, put his hand on her shoulder, and studied her face. "Old enough to be a respectable lady of the house, I hope," said Ethel. "Wiry enough for most things," said the doctor, patting her shoulder, reassured. "But we must take care, Ethel. If you don't fatten yourself up, we shall have Flora coming and carrying you off to London for a change, and for Tom to practice on." "That is a threat. I expected he had been prescribing for me already, never to go near Coxmore, for that's what people always begin by." "Nothing worse than pale ale," at which Ethel made one of her faces. "And to make a Mary of that chit of a Daisy. Well, you may do as you please, only take care, or Flora will be down upon us." "Tom has been very helpful and kind to me," said Ethel. "And, Papa, he has seen Leonard, and he says he looked so noble that to shake hands with him made him feel quite small." "I never heard anything so much to Tom's credit. Well, and what did he say of the dear lad?" The next step was to mention Averil's letter to Mary, which could not be sent on till tidings had been permitted by Mr. Cheviot. "Let us see it," said the doctor. "Do you think Charles Cheviot would like it?" "Cheviot is a man of sense," said the open-hearted doctor,
and there may be something to authorize preventing this unlucky transfer of her fortune." Nothing could be further from it, but it was a long and interesting letter, written in evidently exhilarated spirits, and with a hopeful description of the new scenes. Ethel read it to her father, and he told everyone about it when they came in. Tom manifested no particular interest, but he did not go by the mail train that night, and was not visible all the morning. He caught Ethel alone, however, at noon, and said, "Ethel, I owe you this," offering the amount she had paid for the letter. "Thank you," she said, wondering if this was to be all she should hear about it. "I am going by the afternoon train," he added. "I have been over to Bloor. It is true, Ethel, the fellow can't stand it. He has sent down a manager, and is always in London, most likely to dispose of it by private contract there, they say. And what has become of old Hardy?" "Poor old fellow, he has struck work, looks terribly shaky. He took me for my father at first sight, and began to apologize most plaintively, said no one else had ever done him any good. I advised him to come in and see my father, though he is too far gone to do much for him." "Poor old man, can he afford to come in now?" "Why, I helped him with the cart hire. It is no use anyway, he knows no more than we do, and his case is confirmed. But he thinks he has offended my father, and he'll die more in peace for having had him again. Look here, what a place they have got to!" And without further explanation of the "they," Tom placed a letter in Ethel's hands. "My dear Mr. Thomas, I send you the objects I promised for your microscope. I could not get any before because we were in the city, but if you like these I can get plenty more at Massasauga, where we are now. We came here last week, and the journey was very nice, only we went bump bump so often, and once we stuck in a marsh, and were splashed all over. We are staying with Mr. Muller and Cora till our own house is quite ready. It was only begun a fortnight ago, and we are to get in next week. I thought this would have been a town, it looks so big and so square in the plan, but it is all trees still, and there are only 13 houses built yet. Ours is all by itself in River Street, and all the trees near it have been killed, and stand up all dead and white, because nobody has time to cut them down. It looks very dismal, but Ave says it will be very nice by and by, and Rufus Miller says it has mammoth privileges. I send you a bit of rattlesnake skin. They found 15 of them asleep under stone, just where our house is built, and sometimes they come into the kitchen. I do not know the names of the other things I send, and I could not ask Ave, for she said you would not want to be bothered with the little girl's letter, and I was not to ask for an answer. Rosa Willis says no young lady of my age would ask her sister's permission, and not even her mother's, unless her mamma was very intellectual and highly educated, and always saw the justice of her arguments. But Minna and I do not mean to be like that. I would tell Ave if you did write to me, but she need not read it unless she liked. I am, your affectionate little friend, Ella.
"Well," said Tom, holding out his hand for more when she had restored this epistle, "you have heard all there was in it, except what I want to see." And Ethel, as she had more or less intended all along, let him have April's letter, since the exception was merely a few tender words of congratulation to Mary. The worst had been done already by her father, and it may here be mentioned that though nothing was said in answer to her explanation of the opening of the letter, the headmaster never recovered the fact, and always attributed it to his dear sister Ethel. "For the future," said Tom, as he gave back the thin sheets, "they will all be for the Cheviots' private delectation." "I shall begin on my own score," said Ethel. "You know if you answer this letter, you must not mention that visit of yours, or you will be prohibited, and one would not wish to excite a domestic secession." "It would serve the unnatural scoundrel right," said Tom. "Well, I must go, and put up my things. You'll keep me up to what goes on at home, and if there's anything out there to tell Leonard." "Wait a moment, Tom," and she told him what the doctor had said about his plans. Highly educated and intellectual was all the answer that Tom vouchsafed, and whether he were touched or not she could not gather. Yet her spirit felt less weary and burdened, and more full of hope than it had been for a long time past. April's letters showed the exhilaration of the change, and of increasing confidence and comfort in her friend Cora Muller. Cora's confirmation had brought the girls into contact with the New York clergy, and had procured them an introduction to the clergyman of Winniamac, the nearest church, so that there was much less sense of loneliness. Moreover, the fuller and more systematic doctrine, and the development of the beauty and daily guidance of the church, had softened the bright American girl so as to render her infinitely dearer to her English friend, and they were as much united as they could be, where the great leading event of the life of one remained a mystery to the other. Yet perhaps it helped to begin a fresh life that the intimate companion of that new course should be entirely disconnected with the past. April threw herself into the present with as resolute a will as she could muster. With much spirit she described the arrival at the Winniamac station, and the unconcealed contempt with which the mass of luggage was regarded by the Western world, who reckoned it would be fittest to make kindling with. Heavy country wagons were to bring the furniture. The party themselves were provided for by a light wagon and a large cart, driven by Cora's brother, Mordaunt, and by the farming man, Philetus, a gentleman who took every occasion of asserting his equality, if not his superiority to the newcomers, demanded all the Christian names, and used them without prefix. And when Henry impressively mentioned his eldest sister as Miss Warden, stared and said, "Why, Doctor, I thought she was not your old woman," the Western epithet of a wife. But as Cora was quite content to leave Miss behind her in civilized society, and as they were sure that to stand upon ceremony would leave them without domestic assistance, the sisters had implored Henry to waive all preference for a polite address. The loveliness of the way was enchanting, the roads running straight as an arrow through glorious forest lands of pine, beech, maple, and oak, in the full glory of spring, and the perspective before and behind making a long, narrow, and green bower of meeting branches, the whole of the borders of the road covered with lovely flowers, May-wings, a butterfly-like milkwort, pitcher plant, convolvulus. New insects danced in the shade. Golden orioles, bluebirds, the great American robin, the field officer with his orange epaulets, glanced before them. Cora was in ecstasy at the return to forest scenery, the wards at its novelty, and the escape from town. Too happy were they at first to care for the shaking and bumping of the road, and the first mud-hole into which they plunged was almost a joke, under Morton Muller's assurances that it was easy fording, though the splashes flew far and wide. Then there was what Philetus called a "mash" with a real handsome bridge over it, i.e., a succession of tree trunks laid side by side for about a quarter of a mile. Here the female passengers insisted on walking. Even Cora, though her brother and Philetus both laughed her to scorn, and more especially for her footgear, delicate kid boots, without which no city damsel stirred. Avril and her sisters, in the English boots scorned at New York, had their share in the laugh while picking their way from log to log, hand in hand, and exciting Philetus's further disdain by their rapture with the glorious flowers of the bog. But where was Massasauga? Several settlements had been passed, the houses looking clean and white in forest openings, with fields where the lovely spring green of young maize charmed the eye. At last the road grew desolate. There were a few patches of corn, a few squalid-looking log or frame houses, a tract of horrible dreary blackness, and still more horrible, beyond it was a region of spectres, trees white and stripped bare, lifting their dead arms like things blasted. Avril cried out in indignant horror, "Who has done this?" "We have," answered Mordaunt. "This is McClellan Square, Miss Warden, and there's River Street," pointing down an avenue of skeletons. "If you could go to sleep for a couple of years, you would wake up to find yourself in a city such as I would not fear to compare with any in Europe. Your exhausted civilization is not as energetic as ours, I calculate." The energetic young colonist turned its horse's head up a slight rising ground where something rather more like habitation appeared. a great brick-built hotel, and some log houses, with windows displaying the wares needed for daily consumption, and a few farm buildings. It was backed by cornfields, and this was the great McClellan Street, the chief ornament of Massasauga. Not one house had the semblance of a garden. The wilderness came up to the very door, except where cattle rendered some sort of enclosure necessary. Cora exclaimed, "Oh, Mordaunt, I thought you would have had a garden for me." "I can fix it any time you like," said he, "but you'll be the laughing-stock of the place, and never keep a flower." The Mullers' abode was a sound, substantial log house, neatly whitened, and with green shutters, bearing a festal appearance, full of welcome, as Mr. Muller, his tall bearded son Rufus, and a thin but motherly-looking elderly woman came forth to meet the travelers. And in the front, full stare, stood a trollopy-looking girl, every bar of her enormous hoop plainly visible through her washed-out flimsy muslin. This was Miss Ianthe, who condescended to favor the family with her assistance till she should have made up dollars enough to buy a new dress. The elder woman, who went by the name of Cousin Deborah, would have been a housekeeper in England. Here she was one of the family, welcomed Cora with an exchange of kisses, and received the strangers with very substantial hospitality, though with pity at their unfitness for their new home, and utter incredulity as to their success. Here the Wards had been since their arrival. Their frame house, near the verdant bank of the river, was being finished for them, and a great brass plate, with Henry's new name and his profession, had already adorned the door. The furniture was coming. Cousin Deborah had hunted up a Cleopatra Betsy, who might perhaps stay with them if she were treated on terms of equality. A field was to be brought into cultivation as soon as any labor could be had. Minna was looking infinitely better already, and Avril and Cora were full of designs for rival housewifery, Avril taking lessons meantime in ironing, dusting, and the arts of the kitchen, and trusting that in the 2 years' time the skeletons would have given place, if not indeed to houses, to well-kept fields. Such was her account. How much was reserved for fear of causing anxiety? Who could guess? End of chapter 20. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 21 of the Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge, Chapter 21. Quanto si fende? La roca per dar via archiva suso, nandai infino ovo cerciar si prende. Come nel quinto giro fui disciuso, vidi gente per esso che piangea, pansendo a terra tutta volta ingiuso, a desid pavimento anima mia, sentia dir loro con si alti sospiri, che la parola appena s'intendea, o eletti di Deo, i cui soffriri, e giustizia e speranza fan menduri. Dante. Purgatorio. "Ah, sir, we have learnt the way to get your company," said Hector Earnscliff, as he welcomed his father-in-law at Maplewood. "We have only to get under sentence." "Sick or sorry, Hector, that's the attraction to an old doctor." "And," added Hector, with the importance of his youthful magisterial dignity, "I hope I have arranged matters for you to see him. I wrote about it, but I am afraid you will not be able to see him alone." Great was the satisfaction with which Hector took the conduct of the expedition to Portland Island, though he was inclined to encumber it with more lionizing than the good doctor's full heart was ready for. Few words could he obtain, as in the bright August sunshine they steamed out from the pier at Weymouth, and beheld the grey sides of the island, scarred with stone quarries, stretching its lengthening breakwater out on one side, and on the other connected with the land by the pale dim outline of the Chesil bank. The water was dancing in golden light. White-sailed or red-sailed craft plied across it. A ship of the line lay under the lee of the island, practising gunnery, the 3 bounds of her balls marked by white columns of spray each time of touching the water, pleasure parties crowded the steamer. But to Dr. May the cheerfulness of the scene made a depressing contrast to the purpose of his visit, as he fixed his eyes on the squared outline of the crest of the island, and the precipitous slope from thence to the breakwater, where trains of loaded trucks rushed forth to the end, discharged themselves, and hurried back. Landing at the quay, in the midst of confusion, Hector smiled at the doctor's innocent proposal of walking, and bestowed him in a little carriage, with a horse whose hard-worked patience was soon called out, as up and up they went, through the narrow but lively street, past the old-fashioned inn, made memorable by a dinner of George III, past the fossil tree, clamped against a house like a vine, past heaps of slabs ready for transport, a church perched up high on the slope, and a parsonage in a place that looked only accessible to goats. Lines of fortification began to reveal themselves, and the doctor thought himself arrived, but he was to wind further on, and be more struck with the dreariness and inhospitality of the rugged rock, almost bare of vegetation, the very trees of stone, and older than our creation, the melancholy late ripening harvest within stone walls, the whole surface furrowed by stern rents and crevices riven by nature, or cut into greater harshness by the quarries hewn by man. The grave strangeness of the region almost marked it out for a place of expiation, like the mountain rising desolate from the sea, where Dante placed his prisoners of hope. The walls of a vast enclosure became visible, and over them might be seen the tops of great cranes, looking like the denuded ribs of umbrellas. Buildings rose beyond, with deep arched gateways, and a small town was to be seen further off. Mr. Earnscliff sent in his card at the governor's house, and found that the facilities he had asked for had been granted. They were told that the prisoner they wished to see was at work at some distance, and while he was summoned, they were to see the buildings. Dr. May had little heart for making a sight of them, except so far as to judge of Leonard's situation, and he was passively conducted across a gravelled court, turfed in the center, and containing a few flower beds, fenced in by Portland's most natural productions, zamias and ammonites, together with a few stone coffins, which had once enclosed corpses of soldiers of the Roman garrison. Large piles of building enclosed the quadrangle, and passing into the first of these, the doctor began to realize something of Leonard's present existence. There lay before him the broad airy passage, and either side the empty cells of this strange hive, as closely packed and as chary of space as the compartments of the workers of the honeycomb. "Just twice as wide as a coffin," said Hector, doing the honors of one, where there was exactly width to stand up between the bed and the wall of corrugated iron, though happily there is more liberality of height. There was a ground glass window opposite to the door, and a shelf holding a Bible, prayer, and hymn book, and 2 others, one religious and one secular, from the library. A rust-colored jacket, with a black patch marked with white numbers, and a tarpaulin hat, crossed with 2 lines of red paint on the crown, hung on the wall. The doctor asked for Leonard's cell, but it was in a distant gallery, and he was told that when he had seen one, he had seen all. He asked if these were like those that Leonard had previously inhabited at Millbank and Pentonville, and hearing that they were on the same model, he almost gasped at the thought of the young, enterprising spirit thus caged for 9 weary months, and to whom this bare confined space was still the only resting place. He could not look by any means delighted with the excellence of the arrangements, granted though he might, and he was hurried on to the vast kitchens, their ranges of coppers full of savory steaming contents, and the racks of loaves looking all that was substantial and wholesome. But his eyes were wandering after the figures engaged in cooking, to whom he was told such work was a reward. He was trying to judge how far they could still enjoy life, but he turned from their stolid low stamp of face with a sigh, thinking how little their condition could tell him of that of a cultivated nature. He was shown the chapel, unfortunately serving likewise for a schoolroom, the center space fitted for the officials and their families, the rest with plain wooden benches. But it was not an hour for schooling, and he went restlessly on to the library, to gather all the consolation he could from seeing that the privation did not extend to that of sound and interesting literature. He had yet to see the court, where the prisoners were mustered at 5:30 in the morning, thence to be marched off in their various companies to work. He stood on the terrace from which the officials marshalled them, and he was called on to look at the wide and magnificent view of sea and land, but all he would observe to Hector was, "That boy's throat has always been tender since the fever." He was next conducted to the great court, the quarry of the stones of the present St. Paul's, and where the depression of the surface since work began there was marked by the present height of what had become a steep, conical edifice, surmounted by a sort of watchtower. There he grew quite restive, and hearing a proposal of taking him to the Vern Hill works 1/2 mile off, he declared that Hector was welcome to go. He should wait for his boy. Just then the guide pointed out at some distance a convict approaching under charge of a warder, and in a few seconds more the doctor had stepped back to a small room, where, by special favor, he was allowed to be with the prisoner, instead of seeing him through a grating, but only in the presence of a warder, who was within hearing, though not obtrusively so. Looking, to recognize, not to examine, he drew the young man into his fatherly embrace. "You have hurt your hands," was his first word, at the touch of the bruised fingers and broken skin. "They are getting hardened," was the answer, in an alert tone that gave the doctor courage to look up and meet an unquenched glance. Though there was a hollow look round the eyes that Tom had noticed, the face had grown older, the expression more concentrated, the shoulders had rounded, the coarse blue shirt and heavy boots were dusty with the morning's toil, and the heat and labor of the day had left their tokens, but the brow was as open, the mouth as ingenuous as ever, the complexion had regained a hue of health, and the air of alacrity and exhilaration surprised as much as it gratified the visitor. "What is your work?" he asked. "Filling barrels with stones and wheeling them to the trucks for the breakwater," answered Leonard, in a tone like satisfaction. "But pray, if you are so kind, tell me," he continued, with anxiety that he could not suppress, "what is this about war in America?" "Not near Indiana. No fear of that, I trust. But how did you know, Leonard?" "I saw, for one moment at a time, in great letters on a placard of the contents of newspapers, at the station as we came down here, the words, 'Civil War in America,' and it has seemed to be in the air here ever since. But April has said nothing in her letters. Will it affect them?" The doctor gave a brief sketch of what was passing, up to the battle of Bull Run, and his words were listened to with such exceeding avidity that he was obliged to spend more minutes than he desired on the chances of the war and the Massasauga tidings, which he wished to make sound more favorable than he could in conscience feel that they were. But when at last he had detailed all he knew from April's letters, and it had been drunk in with glistening eyes, and manner growing constantly less constrained, he led back to Leonard himself. "Ethel will write at once to your sister when I get home, and I think I may tell her the work agrees with you." "Yes, and this is a man's work, and it is for the defenses," he added, with a sparkle of his eye. "Very hard and rough," returned the doctor, looking again at the wounded hands and hard-worked air. "Oh, but to put out one's strength again, and have room!" cried the boy eagerly. "Was it not rather a trying change at first?" "To be sure I was stiff, and didn't know how to move in the morning, but that went off fast enough, and I fill as many barrels a day as any one in our gang." "Then I may tell your sister you rejoice in the change?" "Why, it's work one does not get deadly sick of, as if there was no making oneself do it," said Leonard eagerly. "It is work, and besides, here is sunshine and sea. I can get a sight of that every day, and now and then I can get a look into the bay, and Weymouth, looking like the old time." That was his first sorrowful intonation, but the next had the freshness of his age. "And there are thistles." "Thistles? I thought you cared for thistles, for Miss May showed me one at Coombe, but it was not like what they are here, the spikes pointing out and pointing in along the edges of the leaves, and the scales lapping over so wonderfully in the bud." "Picciola!" said the doctor to himself, and aloud, "Then you have time to enjoy them?" "When we are at work at a distance, dinner is brought out, and there is an hour and a half of rest. and on Sunday we may walk about the yards. You should have seen one of our gang, when I got him to look at the chevaux de frise round a bud, how he owned it was a regular patent invention. It just answered to Paley's illustration." "What, the watch?" said the doctor, seeing that the argument had been far from trite to his young friend. "So you read Paley?" "I read all such books as I could get up there," he answered. "They gave one something to think about." "Have you no time for reading here?" "Oh, no. I am too sleepy to read except on school days and Sundays," he said, as if this were a great achievement. "And your acquaintance, is he a reader of Paley too?" "I believe the chaplain set him on it. He is a clerk, like me, and not much older. He is a regular Londoner, and can hardly stand the work, but he won't give in if he can help it, or we might not be together." Much the doctor longed to ask what sort of friend this might be, but the warder's presence forbade him, and he could only ask what they saw of each other. "We were near one another in school at Pentonville, and knew each other's faces quite well, so that we were right glad to be put into the same gang. We may walk about the yard together on Sunday evening, too." The doctor had other questions on his lips that he again restrained, and only asked whether the Sundays were comfortable days. "Oh, yes," said Leonard eagerly, but then he too recollected the official, and merely said something commonplace about excellent sermons, adding, "And the singing is admirable. Poor Ava would envy such a choir as we have. We sing so many of the old Bankside hymns." "To make your resemblance to Dante's Hill of Penitence complete, as Ethel says," returned the doctor. "I should like it to be a hill of purification," said Leonard, understanding him better than he had expected. "It will, I think," said the doctor, "to one at least. I am comforted to see you so brave. I longed to come sooner, but I am glad you did not." "How?" But he did not pursue the question, catching from look and gesture that Leonard could hardly have then met him with self-possession. And as the first bulletin of recovery is often the first disclosure of the severity of an illness, so the doctor was more impressed by the prisoner's evident satisfaction in his change of circumstances than he would have been by mere patient resignation, and he let the conversation be led away to Aubrey's prospects, in which Leonard took full and eager interest. "Tell Aubrey I am working at fortifications too," he said, smiling. "He could not go to Cambridge without you." "I don't like to believe that," said Leonard gravely. "It is carrying the damage I have done further. But it can't be. He always was fond of mathematics, and of soldiering. How is it at the old mill?" he added, suddenly. "It is sold." "Sold?" And his eyes were intently fixed on the doctor. "Yes, he is said to have been much in debt long before, but it was managed quietly, not advertised in the county papers. He went to London and arranged it all. I saw great renovations going on at the mill when I went to see old Hardy." "Good old Hardy! How is he?" "Much broken. He never got over the shock, and as long as that fellow stayed at the mill, he would not let me attend him." "Ha!" exclaimed Leonard, but caught himself up. A message came that Mr. Earnscliff feared to miss the boat, and the doctor could only give one tender grasp and murmured blessing, and hurried away, so much agitated that he could hardly join in Hector's civilities to the officials, and all the evening seemed quite struck down and overwhelmed by the sight of the bright, brave boy and his patience in his dreary lot. After this, at all the 3 months' intervals at which Leonard might be seen, a visit was contrived to him either by Dr. May or Mr. Wilmot, and Aubrey devoted his first leave of absence to staying at Maplewood, that Hector might take him to his friend. But he came home expatiating so much on the red hair of the infant hope of Maplewood, and the fuss that Blanche made about this new possession, that Ethel detected an unavowed shade of disappointment. Light and whitewash, abundant fare, garments sufficient, but eminently unbecoming, were less impressive than dungeons, rags, and bread and water. When, moreover, the prisoner claimed no pity, but rather congratulation on his badge of merit, improved Sunday dinner, and promotion to the carpenter shop, so as absolutely to excite a sense of wasted commiseration and uninteresting prosperity. Conversation constrained both by the grating and the presence of the warder, and Aubrey, more tenderly sensitive than his brother, and devoid of his father's experienced tact, was too much embarrassed to take the initiative, was afraid of giving pain by dwelling on his present occupations and future hopes, and confused Leonard by his embarrassment. Hector Earnscliff discoursed about Charleston Harbor and New Orleans, and Aubrey stood with downcast eyes, afraid to seem to be scanning the convict garb, and thus rendering Leonard unusually conscious of wearing it. Then, when in parting, Aubrey, a little less embarrassed, began eagerly and in much emotion to beg Leonard to say if there was anything he could get for him, anything he could do for him, anything he would like to have sent him, and began to promise a photograph of his father, Leonard checked him by answering that it would be an irregularity. Nothing of personal property was allowed to be retained by a prisoner. Aubrey forgot all but the hardship and began an outburst about the tyranny. "It is quite right," said Leonard gravely. "There is nothing that might not be used for mischief if one chose." And the warder here interfered, and said he was quite right, and it always turned out best in the end for a prisoner to conform himself, and his friends did him no good by any other attempt, as Mr. Earnscliff could tell the young gentleman. The man's tone, though neither insolent nor tyrannical, but rather commendatory of his charge, contrasting with his natural deference to the two gentlemen, irritated poor Aubrey beyond measure, so that Hector was really glad to have him safe away, without his having said anything treasonable to the authorities. The meeting, so constrained and uncomfortable, had but made the friends more vividly conscious of the interval between the cadet and the convict, and, moreover, tended to remove the aureole of romance with which the unseen captive had been invested by youthful fancy. To make the best of a prolonged misfortune does absolutely lessen sympathy by diminishing the interest of the situation, and even the good doctor himself was the less concerned at any hindrance to his visits to Portland, as he uniformly found his prisoner cheerful, approved by officials, and always making some small advance in the scale of his own world, and not, as his friends without expected of him, showing that he felt himself injured instead of elated by such rewards as improved diet or increased gratuities to be set to his account against the time when after 8 years he might hope for exportation with a ticket of leave to Western Australia. The halo of approaching death no longer lighted him up, and after the effusion of the first meeting, his inner self had closed up. He was more ready to talk of American news than of his own feelings, and seemed to look little beyond the petty encouragements devised to suit the animal natures of ordinary prisoners, and his visitors sometimes feared lest his character were not resisting the deadening, hardening influence of the unvaried round of manual labor among such associates. He had been soon advanced from the quarry to the carpenter's shop, and was in favor there from his activity and skill, but his very promotions were sad, and it was more sad, as some thought, for him to be gratified by them. But, as Dr. May always ended, what did they know about him? End of chapter 21. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 22 of the Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 22. Oh, Bessie Bell and Mary Gray, they were twa bonny lasses. They bigged a bower on yon burn side, and theeked it over wi' rashes. The early glory of autumn was painting the woods of Indiana crimson, orange, purple, as though a rainbow of intensified tints had been broken into fragments, and then scattered broadcast upon the forest. But though ripe nuts hung on many a bough, the gypsyings had not yet taken place, except at home, when Minna, in her desperate attempts at making the best of things, observed, "Now we have to make the fire ourselves. Let us think it is all play and such fun." But such fun was hard when one or other of the inmates of the house was lying on the bed shaking with ague, and the others creeping wearily about, even on the intermediate days. They had been deluded into imprudent exposure in the lovely evenings of summer, and had never shaken off the results.
"Come, Ella," said Minna one afternoon as she descended the bare rickety stairs. "Ava's getting better, and if we can get the fire up and make some coffee and boil some eggs, it will be comfortable for her when she comes down and Henry comes in." Ella, with a book in her hand, was curled up in a corner of a sofa standing awry among various other articles of furniture that seemed to have tumbled together by chance within the barn-like room. Minna began moving first one and then the other, daintily wiping off the dust and restoring an air of comfort. "Oh, dear," said Ella, unfolding herself. "I am so tired. Where's Hedda Mary?" "Oh, don't you know? Hedda Mary went home this morning because Henry asked her where his boots were, and she thought he wanted her to clean them. Can't Mrs. Shillabeer come in?" "Mrs. Shillabeer said she would never come in again, because Abel asked her not to hold the ham by the bone and cut it with her own knife when Henry was there. Come, Ella, it is of no use. We had better do things ourselves, like Cora and Abe, and then we shall not hear people say disagreeable things." The once soft, round, kitten-like Minna, whom Leonard used to roll about on the floor, had become a lank, sallow girl, much too tall for her 10 years, and with a care-stricken, thoughtful expression on her face, even more in advance of her age than was her height. She moved into the kitchen, a room with an iron stove, a rough table, and a few shelves, looking very desolate. The hands of both little girls had become expert in filling the stove with wood, and they had not far to seek before both it and the hearth in the sitting room were replenished and the flame beginning to glow. "Where's the coffee mill?" said Minna, presently, looking round in blank despair. "Oh, dear," said Ella, "I remember now. That dirty little Polly Mason came to borrow it this morning. I said we wanted it every day, but she guessed we could do without it, for they had got a tea party, and her little brother had put in a stone and spoilt Cora Muller's, and she snatched it up and carried it off." "He will serve ours the same, I suppose," said Minna. "It is too far off to go for it. Let us make some tea." "There's no tea," said Ella. "A week ago or more that great Irene Brown walked in and reckoned we could lend her Ma some tea and sugar, 'cause we had plenty, and we have used up our own sense, and if we did ask her to return the loan, hers is such nasty stuff that nobody could drink it. What shall we do, Minna?" And she began to cry. "We must take some coffee up to the hotel," said Minna, after a moment's reflection. "Black Joe is very good-natured, and he'll grind it." "But I don't like to go ale by myself," said Ella, "into the kitchen, too, and hear them say things about Britishers." "I'll go, dear," said Minna gently, "if you will just keep the fire up and boil the eggs and make the toast, and listen if Abe calls." Poor Minna! Her sensitive little heart trembled within her at the rough, contemptuous words that the exclusive, refined tone of the family always provoked, and bodily languor and weariness made the walk trying. But she was thinking of Abe's need, and resolutely took down her cloak and hat. But at that moment the latch was raised, and the bright, graceful figure of Cora stood among them, her feathered hat and delicate muslin looking as fresh as at New York. "What, all alone?" she said. "I know it is poor Abe's sick day. Is she better?" "Yes, going to get up and come down, but" and all the troubles were poured out. "True enough, the little wretch did spoil our mill, but Rufus mended it, and as I thought Polly had been marauding on you, I brought some down." "Ah, I thought I smelt it most deliciously as you came in, but I was afraid I only fancied it because I was thinking about it. Dear Cora, how good you are! And have you anything for her to eat?" "I was going to make some toast." "Of that dry stuff? Come, we'll manage something better." And off came the dainty embroidered cambric sleeves. Up went the colored ones, a white apron came out of a pocket, and the pretty hands were busy among the flour, the children assisting, learning, laughing a childlike laugh. "Ah!" cried Cora, turning round and making a comic, threatening gesture with her floury fingers. "You ought not to have come till we were fixed. Go and sit in your chair by the fire." "Dear Cora!" But Cora ran at her, and the wan, trembling creature put on a smile and was very glad to comply. being totally unequal to resist or even to stand long enough to own her own dread of Henry's finding all desolate and nothing to eat. Presently Cora tripped in, all besleeved and smartened, to set cushions behind the tired back and head, and caress the long, thin fingers. "I've left Minna like King Alfred to watch the cakes," she said, "and Ella is getting the cups. So your 5th girl is gone." "The 5th in 5 months! And we let her sit at table, and poor dear Minna has almost worn out her life in trying to hinder her from getting affronted. I've thought what to do for you, Abe. There's the Irishwoman, Katty Blake. Her husband has been killed. She is rough enough, but tender in her way, and she must do something for herself and her child." "Her husband killed?" "Yes, at Somerville. I thought you had heard it. Mordaunt wrote to me to tell her, and I shall never forget her wailing at his dying away from his country. It was not lamentation for herself, but that he should have died so far away from his own people. She is not long from the old country. I should like to have her if we can afford it. For if the dividends don't come soon from that building company, Cora, I don't know where to turn." "Oh, they must come. Father has been writing to Rufus about the arrangements. Besides, those Irish expect less, and understand old country manners better, if you can put up with their breakages." "I could put up with anything to please Henry, and save Minna's little hard-worked bones. I will send her tomorrow. Is it not Minna's day of ague?" "Yes, poor dear. That is always the day we get into trouble. I never saw a child with such an instinct for preventing variance, or so full of tact and pretty ways, yet I have seen her tremble under her coaxing smile, that even Miss Shillabeer can't resist." "See, see!" cried Ella, hurrying in. "Surely our contingent is not coming home?" "No," said Cora, hastening to the door. "These must be a reinforcement marching to take the train at Winiamac." "Marching?" said Ella, looking up archly at her. "We didn't let our volunteers march in that way." They were sturdy, bearded backwoodsmen, rifle on shoulder, and with grave, earnest faces, but walking rather than marching, irregularly keeping together, or straggling as they chose. "Your volunteers?" cried Cora, her eyes flashing. "Theirs was toy work. These are bound for real patriotic war." And she clasped her hands together, then waved her handkerchief. "It is sad," said Averill, who had moved to the window, "to see so many elderly faces, men who must be the prop of their families." "It is because ours is a fight of men, not of children. Not one of your European wars of paltry ambition, but a war of principle," cried Cora, with that intensity of enthusiasm that has shed so much blood in the break-up of the great republic. "They do look as Cromwell's Ironsides may have done," said Averill, "as full of stern purpose." And verily Averill noted the difference. Had a number of European soldiers been passing so near in an equally undisciplined manner, young women could not have stood forth as Cora was doing, unprotected, yet perfectly safe from rudeness or remark, making ready answer to the inquiry for the nearest end, nay, only wishing she were in her own house, to evince her patriotism by setting refreshment before the defenders of her cause. Her ardor had dragged Averill up with her a little way, so as to feel personally every vicissitude that befell the North, and to be utterly unaware of any argument in favor of the Confederates. But still Averill was, in Cora's words, too English. She could not, for the life of her, feel as she did when equipping her brother against possible French invasion, and when Mordaunt Muller had been enrolled in the Federal Army, she had almost offended the exultant sister by condolence instead of congratulation. 5 months had elapsed since the arrival of Averill in Massasauga, months of anxiety and disappointment, which had sickened Henry of plans of farming and lessened his hopes of practice. The same causes that affected him at New York told in Indiana, and even if he had been employed, the fees would have been too small to support the expense of horses. As to farming, labor was scarce, and could only be obtained at the cost of a considerable outlay, and, moreover, of enduring rude self-assertions that were more intolerable to Henry than even to his sisters.
The chief hope of the family lay in the speculation in which Averil's means had been embarked, which gave them a right to their present domicile and to a part of the uncleared waste around them, and would, when Massasauga should begin to flourish, place them in affluence. The interest of the portions of the two younger girls was all that was secure, since these were fortunately still invested at home. Inhabitants did not come, lots of land were not taken, and the Mullers evidently profited more by the magnificent harvest produced by their land than by the adventure of city founding. Still, plenty and comfort reigned in their house, and Cora had imported a good deal of refinement and elegance, which she could make respected where Averil's attempts were only sneered down. Nor had sickness tried her household. Owing partly to situation, considerably above the level of River Street, partly to the freer, more cleared and cultivated surroundings, partly likewise to experience, and Cousin Deborah's motherly watchfulness, the summer had passed without a visitation of ague, though it seemed to be regarded as an adjunct of spring, as inevitable as winter frost. Avril trembled at the thought, but there was no escape. There were absolutely no means of leaving the spot, or of finding maintenance elsewhere. Indeed, Cora's constant kindness and sympathy were too precious to be parted with, even had it been possible to move. After the boarding house, Massasauga was a kind of home, and the more spirits and energy failed, the more she clung to it. Mr. Muller had lately left home to arrange for the sale of his corn, and had announced that he might perhaps pay a visit to his son Mordaunt in the camp at Lexington. Cora was expecting a letter from him, and the hope that Dr. Warden might bring one from the post office at Winniamac had been one cause of her visit on this afternoon, for the mammoth privileges of Massasauga did not include a post office, nor the sight of letters more than once a week. The table had just been covered with preparations for a meal, and the glow of the fire was beginning to brighten the twilight, when the sound of a horse's feet came near, and Henry rode past the window, but did not appear for a considerable space, having of late been reduced to become his own groom. But even in the noise of the hoofs, even in the wave of the hand, the girls had detected gratified excitement. "Charleston has surrendered! The rebels have submitted!" cried Cora. And Averil's heart throbbed with this one desperate hope. No, that would have brought him in at once. After all, both were in a state to feel it a little flat when he came in presenting a letter to Miss Muller, and announcing, "I have had a proposal, ladies. What would you say to seeing me a surgeon to the Federal forces? Do you bid me go, Miss Muller?" "I bid everyone go who can be useful to my country," said Cora. "Don't look alarmed, Avril," said Henry, affectionately, as he met her startled eyes. "There is no danger. A surgeon need never expose himself." "But how? What has made you think of it?" asked Avril, faintly. "A letter from Mr. Muller, a very kind letter. He tells me that medical men are much wanted, and that an examination by a board is all that is required. The remuneration is good, and it will be an introduction that will avail me after the termination of the war, which will end with the winter at latest." "And father has accepted an office in the commissariat department," exclaimed Cora from her letter. "Yes," answered Henry. "He tells me that, pending more progression here, it is wiser for us both to launch into the current of public events and be floated upwards by the stream." "Does he want you to come to him, Cora?" was all that Avril contrived to say. "Oh, no, he will be in constant locomotion," said Cora. "I shall stay to keep house for Rufus, and here are some directions for him that I must carry home. Don't come, Dr. Warden. I shall never cure you of thinking you cannot stir without an escort. You will want to put a little public spirit into this, dear Ave. That's her one defect, and when you are one of us, she will be forced to give us her heart." And away ran the bright girl, giving her caresses to each sister as she went. The little ones broke out, "Oh, Henry, Henry, you must not go away to the wars!" and Avril's pleading eyes spoke the same. Then Henry sat down and betook himself to argument. It would be folly to lose the first opening to employment that had presented itself. He grieved indeed to leave his sisters in this desolate, unhealthy place, but they were as essentially safe as at Stoneborough. Their living alone for a few weeks, or at most months,
would be far less remarkable here than there, and he would be likely to be able to improve or to alter their present situation, whereas they were now sinking deeper and more hopelessly into poverty every day. Then, too, he read aloud piteous accounts of the want of medical attendance, showing that it was absolutely a cruelty to detain such assistance from the sick and wounded. This argument was the one most appreciated by Averill and Minna. The rest were but questions of prudence. This touched their hearts. Men lying in closed tents, or in crowded holds of ships, with festering wounds and fevered lips, without a hand to help them. Some, too, whom they had seen at New York, and whose exulting departure they had witnessed. Sufferers among whom their own Cora's favorite brother might at any moment be numbered. The thought brought a glow of indignation against themselves for having wished to withhold him. "Yes, go, Henry. It is right, and you shall hear not another word of objection," said Averill. "You can write or telegraph the instant you want me, and it will be for a short time," said Henry, half repenting when the opposition had given way. "Oh, we shall get on very well," said Minna cheerfully. "Better, perhaps, for you know we don't mind Far West manners. And I'll have learnt to do all sorts of things as well as Cora when you come home." And Henry, after a year's famine of practice, was in better spirits than since that fatal summer morning. Averill felt how different a man is in his vocation, and deprived of it. "Oh, yes," she said to herself, "if I had let ourselves be a drag on him when he is so much needed, I could never have had the face to write to our dear sufferer at home in his noble patience. It is better that we should be desolate than that he should be a wreck, or than that mass of sickness should be left untended, and the more desolate, the more sure of one protector." There was true heroism in the spirit in which this young girl braced herself to uncomplaining acceptance of desertion in this unwholesome swamp, with her two little ailing sisters, beside the sluggish stream, amid the skeleton trees. Heroism the greater because there was no enthusiastic patriotism to uphold her. It was only the land of her captivity, whence she looked towards home, like Judah to Jerusalem. End of chapter 22. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 23 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge, Chapter 23. Prisoner of hope thou art, look up and sing, in hope of promised spring. Christian Year. In the summer of 1862, Tom May was to go up for his examination at the College of Physicians, but only a day or two before it he made his appearance at home, in as much excitement as it was in him to betray. Hazlitt, the banker's clerk at Whitford, had written to him tidings of the presentation of the missing cheque for £25, which Bilson had paid to old Axworthy shortly before the murder, and which Leonard had mentioned as in the pocket-book containing his receipt for the sum that had been found upon him. Tom had made a halt at Whitford, and seen the cheque, which had been backed by the word Axworthy, with an initial that, like all such signatures of the nephew, might stand either for S or F, and the stiff office hand of both the elder and younger Axworthy was so much alike that no one could feel certain whose writing it was. The long concealment, after the prisoner's pointed reference to it, was, however, so remarkable that the home conclave regarded the cause as won, and the father and son hastened triumphantly to the attorney's office. Messrs. Bramshaw and Anderson were greatly struck, and owned that their own minds were satisfied as to the truth of their client's assertion, but they demurred as to the possibility of further steps. An action for forgery, Tom's first hope, he saw to be clearly impossible. Samuel Axworthy appeared to have signed the cheque in his own name, and he had every right to it as his uncle's heir, and though the long withholding of it, as well as his own departure, were both suspicious circumstances, they were not evidence. Where was there any certainty that the cheque had ever been in the pocket-book, or even if it had, how did it prove the existence of young Ward's acknowledgment? Might it not have been in some receptacle of papers hitherto not opened? There was no sufficient case to carry to the police, after a conviction like Leonard's, to set them on tracing the check either to an unknown robber or to some Axworthy, its rightful owner. Mr. Bramshaw likewise dissuaded Dr. May from laying the case before the Secretary of State, as importunity without due grounds would only tell against him if any real important discoveries should be made, and the doctor walked away, with blood boiling at people's coolness to other folks' tribulations, and greatly annoyed with Tom for having acceded to the representations of the men of law, and declining all cooperation in drawing up a representation for the Home Office, on the plea that he had no time to lose in preparing for his own examination, and must return to town by the next train, which he did without a syllable of real converse with any one at home. The doctor set to work with his home helpers, assisted by Dr. Spencer, but the work of composition seemed to make the ground give way under their feet, and a few adroit remarks from Dr. Spencer finally showed him and Ethel that they had not yet attained the prop for the lever that was to move the world. He gave it up, but still he did not quite forgive Tom for having been so easily convinced and ready to be dismissed to his own affairs. However, Dr. May was gratified by the great credit with which his son passed his examination and took his degree, and Sir Matthew Fleet himself wrote in high terms of his talent, diligence, and steadiness, volunteering hopes of being able to put him forward in town in his own line, for which Tom had always had a preference, and adding that it was in concurrence with his own recommendation that the young man wished to pursue his studies at Paris. He had given him introductions that would enable him to do so to the greatest advantage, and he hoped his father would consent. The letter was followed up by one from Tom himself, as usual too reasonable and authoritative to be gainsaid, with the same representation of advantages to be derived from a course of the Parisian hospitals. "Ah, well, he is after old Fleet's own heart," said Dr. May, between pride and mortification. "I should not grudge poor Fleet some one to take interest in his old age, and I did not look to see him so warm about anything. He has not forgotten Calton Hill, but the boy must have done very well. I say, shall we see him Sir Thomas some of these days, Ethel, and laugh at ourselves for having wanted to make him go round in a mill after our old fashion?" "You were contented to run round in your mill," said Ethel, fondly, "and maybe he will too." "No, no, Ethel, I'll not have him persuaded. Easy-going folk, too lazy for ambition, have no right to prescribe for others. Ambition turned sour is a very dangerous dose. Much better let it fly off. I mean to look out of my mill yet, and see Sir Thomas win the stakes. Only I wish he would come and see us. Tell him he shall not hear a word to bother him about the old practice. People have lived and died at Stoneborough without a maid to help them, and so they will again, I suppose." Ethel was very glad to see how her father had made up his mind to what was perhaps the most real disappointment of his life, but she was grieved that Tom did not respond to the invitation, and next wrote from Paris. It was one of his hurried notes, great contrast to such elaborate performance as his recent letter. "Thanks, many thanks to my father," he said. "I knew you would make him see reason, and he always yields generously. I was too much hurried to come home, could not afford to miss the trail. I had not time to say before that the bank that sent the check to Whitford had it sent from a lodging-house in town. Landlord had a writ served on S.A. As he was embarking at Folkestone, he took out the draft and paid. He knew its import, if Bramshaw did not. I hope my father was not vexed at my not staying. There are things I cannot stand, namely, discussions and Gertrude." Gertrude was one of the chief cares upon Ethel's mind. She spent many thoughts upon the child, and even talked her over with Flora. "What is it, Flora? Is it my bad management? She is a good girl, and a dear girl, but there is such a want of softness about her." "There is a want of softness about all the young ladies of the day," returned Flora. "I have heard you say so, but we have made girls sensible and clear-headed, till they have grown hard. They have been taught to despise little fears and illusions, and it is certainly not becoming." "We have not fears, we were taught to be sensible." "Yes, but it is in the influence of the time. It all tends to make girls independent." "That's very well for the fine folks you meet in your visits, but it does not account for my Daisy, always at home, under Papa's eye, having turned 19th century. What is it, Flora?"
She is reverent in great things, but not respectful except to Papa, and that would not have been respect in one of us. Only he likes her sauciness." "That is it, partly." "No, I won't have that said," exclaimed Ethel. "Papa is the only softening influence in the house, the only one that is tender. You see it is unlucky that Gertrude has so few that she really does love, with anything either reverent or softening about them. She is always at war with Charles Cheviot, and he has not fun enough, is too lumbering altogether, to understand her or set her down in the right way, and she domineers over Hector like the rest of us. I did hope the babies might have found out her heart, but, unluckily, she does not take to them. She is only bored by the fuss that Mary and Blanche make about them. You know we are all jealous of both Charles Cheviots, elder and younger. I often question whether I should not have taken her down and made her ashamed of all the quizzing and teasing at the time of Mary's marriage. But one cannot be always spoiling bright merry mischief, and I am only elder sister after all. It is a wonder she is as good to me as she is." "She never remembered our mother, poor dear." "Ah, that is the real mischief," said Ethel. "Mamma would have given the atmosphere of gentleness and discretion, and so would Margaret. How often I have been made, by the merest pained look, to know when what I said was saucy or in bad taste, and I can only look forbidding or else blurt out a reproof that will not come softly." "The youngest must be spoilt," said Flora. "That's an ordinance of nature. It ends when a boy goes to school, and when a girl "When? When she marries, or when she finds out what trouble is," said Flora. "Is that all you can hold out to my poor Daisy?" "Well, it is the way of the world. There is just now a reaction from sentiment, and it is the less feminine variety. The softness will come when there is a call for it. Never mind when the foundation is safe." "If I could only see that child heartily admiring and looking up! I don't mean love. There used to be a higher, nobler reverence." "Such as you and Norman used to bestow on Shakespeare and Scott, and the Vision of Coxmore." "Not only used," said Ethel. "Yes, it is your soft side," said Flora. "It is what answers the purpose of sentiment in people like you. It is what I should have thought living with you would have put into any girl. But Gertrude has a satirical side, and she follows the age." "I wish you would tell her so. It is what she especially wants not to do. But the spirit of opposition is not the thing to cost tenderness." "No, you must wait for something to bring it out. She is very kind to my poor little Margaret, and I won't ask how she talks of her." "Tenderly, oh yes. That she always would do." "There, then, Ethel, if she can talk tenderly of Margaret, there can't be much amiss at the root." "No, and you don't overwhelm the naughty girl with baby talk." "Like our happy, proud young mothers," sighed Flora, and then letting herself out. "But indeed, Ethel, Margaret is very much improved. She has really begun to wish to be good. I think she is struggling with herself. Something to love tenderly, something to reverence highly." So meditated Ethel, as she watched her sunny-haired, open-faced Daisy, so unconquerably gay and joyous that she gave the impression of sunshine without shade. There are stages of youth that are in themselves unpleasing, and yet that are nobody's fault, nay, which may have within them seeds of strength. Tom's satire had fostered Daisy's too congenial spirit, and he reaped the consequence in the want of repose and sympathy that were driving him from home and shutting him up within himself. Would he ever forgive that flippant saying, which Ethel had recollected with shame ever since? Shame more for herself than for the child, who probably had forgotten long ago her shaft at random sent? Then Ethel would wonder whether, after all, her discontent with Gertrude's speeches was only from feeling older and graver, and perhaps from a certain resentment at finding how the course of time was wearing down the sharp edge of compassion towards Leonard. A little more about Leonard was gathered when the time came of release for his friend the clerk Brown. This young man had an uncle at Paris, engaged in one of the many departments connected with steam that carry Englishmen all over the world, and Leonard obtained permission to write to Dr. Thomas May, begging him to call upon the uncle, and try if he could be induced to employ the penitent and reformed nephew under his own eye. It had been wise in Leonard to write direct, for if the request had been made through any one at home, Tom would have considered it as impossible. But he could not resist the entreaty, and his mission was successful. The uncle was ready to be merciful, and undertook all the necessary arrangements for, and even the responsibility of, bringing the ticket of leave man to Paris, where he found him a desk in his office. One of Tom's few detailed epistles was sent to Ethel after this arrival, when the uncle had told him how the nephew had spoken of his fellow prisoner. It was to Leonard Ward that the young man had owed the inclination to open his heart to religious instruction, hitherto merely endured as a portion of the general infliction of the penalty, a supposed engine for dealing with the superstitious, but entirely beneath his attention. The sight of the educated face had at first attracted him, but when he observed the reverential manner in chapel, he thought it mere acting the humble prisoner, till he observed how unobtrusive, unconscious, and retiring was every token of devotion, and watched the eyes, brightened or softened in praise or in prayer, till he owned the genuineness and guessed the depth of both, then perceived in school how far removed his unknown comrade was from the mere superstitious boor. This was the beginning. The rest had been worked out by the instruction and discipline of the place, enforced by the example, and latterly by the conversation, of his fellow prisoner, until he had come forth sincerely repenting, and with the better hope for the future that his sins had not been against full light. He declared himself convinced that Ward far better merited to be at large than he did, and told of the regard that uniform good conduct was obtaining at last, though not till after considerable persecution, almost amounting to personal danger from the worst sort of convicts, who regarded him as a spy because he would not connive at the introduction of forbidden indulgences, and always stood by the authorities. Once his fearless interposition had saved the life of a warder, and this had procured him trust, and promotion to a class where his companions were better conducted, and more susceptible to good influences, and among them Brown was sure that his ready submission and constant resolution to do his work were producing an effect. As to his spirits, Brown had never known him break down but once, and that was when he had come upon a curious fossil in the stone. Otherwise he was grave and contented, but never laughed or joked as even some gentlemen prisoners of more rank and age had been known to do. The music in the chapel was his greatest pleasure, and he had come to be regarded as an important element in the singing. Very grateful was Dr. May to Tom for having learnt, and still more for having transmitted, all these details, and Ethel was not the less touched, because she knew they were to travel beyond Minster Street. Those words of Mr. Wilmot's seemed to be working out their accomplishment, and she thought so the more, when in early spring one of Leonard's severe throat attacks led to his being sent after his recovery to assist the schoolmaster, instead of returning to the carpenter's shed, and he was found so valuable in the school that the master begged to retain his services. That spring was a grievous one in Indiana. The war, which 18 months previously was to have come to an immediate end, was still raging, and the successes that had once buoyed up the northern states with hope had long since been checkered by terrible reverses. On, still fought either side, as though nothing could close the strife but exhaustion or extinction, and still ardent, still constant, through bereavement and privation, were either party to their blood-stained flag. Mordaunt Miller had fallen in one of the terrible battles of the Rappahannock, and Cora, while sobbing in Averill's arms, had still confessed herself thankful that it had been a glorious death for his country's cause, and even in her fresh grief she had not endeavored to withhold her other brother, when, at the urgent summons of government, he too had gone forth to join the army. Cora was advised to return to her friends at New York, but she declared her intention of remaining to keep house with Cousin Deborah. Unless Averill would come with her, nothing should induce her to leave Massasauga, certainly not while Ella and Averill were alternately laid low by the spring intermittent fever. Perhaps the fact was that, besides her strong affection for Averill, she felt that in her ignorance she had assisted her father in unscrupulously involving them in a hazardous and unsuccessful speculation, and that she was the more bound, in justice as well as in love and pity, to do her best for their assistance. At any rate, Rufus had no sooner left home than she insisted on the three sisters coming to relieve her loneliness. In other words, in removing them from the thin, ill-built frame house, gaping in every seam with the effects of weather, and with damp oozing up between every board of the floor, the pestiferous river fog, the close air of the forest, and the view of the phantom trees, now decaying and falling one against another. Cousin Deborah, who had learned to love and pity the forlorn English girls, heartily concurred, and Averill consented, knowing that the dry house and pure air were the best hope of restoring Ella's health. Averill and Ella quickly improved, grew stronger in the intervals, and suffered less during the attacks. But Minna, who in their own house had been less ill, had waited on both, and supplied the endless deficiencies of the kindly and faithful but two-fisted Caddy. Minna, whose wise and simple little head had never failed in sensible counsels or tender comfort. Minna, whom the rudest and most self-important Far Wester never disobliged. Minna, the peacemaker, the comfort and blessing, was laid low by fever, and fever that, as the experienced eyes of Cousin Deborah at once perceived, meant mischief. Then it was that the real kindliness of heart of the rough people of the West showed itself. The 5 wild young ladies, whose successive domestic services had been such trouble, and whose answer to a summons from the parlor had been, "Did yer holler, Avie? I thought I heerd a scritch," each, from Cleopatra Betsy to Hedda Mary, were constantly rushing in to inquire, or to present questionable dainties and nostrums from their respective ma's. The charwoman, whom Minna had coaxed in her blandest manner to save trouble to Averill and disgust to Henry, were officious in volunteers of nursing and sitting up. The black cook at the hotel sent choice fabrics of jelly and fragrant ice, and even Henry's rival, who had been so strong against the insolence of a practitioner showing no testimonials, no sooner came under the influence of the yearning, entreating, but ever-patient eyes, than his attendance became assiduous, his interest in the case ardent. Henry himself was in the camp, before Vicksburg, with his hands too full of piteous cases of wounds and fever to attempt the most hurried visit. "Sister, dear," said the soft, slow voice, one day when Averill had been hoping her patient was asleep, "are you writing to Henry?" "Yes, my darling. Do you want to say anything?" "Oh, yes, so much," and the eyes grew bright, and the breath gasping. "Please beg Henry. Tell Henry that I must. I can't bear it any longer. If I don't—" "You must what, dear child? Henry would let you do anything he could." "Oh, then, would he let me speak about dear Leonard?" And the child grew deadly white when the words were spoken, but her eyes still sought Averill's face, and grew terrified at the sight of the gush of tears. "Oh, Ave, tell me only, he is not dead." And as Averill could only make a sign, "I do have such dreadful fancies about him, and I think I could sleep if I only knew what was really true." "You shall, dear child, you shall," without waiting to hear from Henry. "I know he would let you." And only then did Averill know the full misery that Henry's decision had inflicted on the gentle little heart, in childish ignorance, imagining fetters and dungeons, even in her sober waking moods, and a prey to untold horrors in every dream, exaggerated by feverishness and ailment, horrors that, for aught she knew, might be veritable, and made more awful by the treatment of his name as that of one dead. To hear of him as enjoying the open air and light of day, going to church, singing their own favorite hymn tunes, and often visited by Dr. May, was to her almost as great a joy as if she had heard of him at liberty. And Averill had a more than usually cheerful letter to read to her, one written in the infirmary during his recovery.
His letters to her were always cheerful, but this one was particularly so, having been written while exhilarated by the relaxations permitted to convalescents, and by enjoying an unwonted amount of conversation with the chaplain and the doctor. So glad, Minna was heard murmuring to herself again and again. Her rest was calmer than it had been for weeks, and the doctor found her so much better that he trusted that a favorable change had begun. But it was only a gleam of hope. The worry fever held its prey, and many as were the fluctuations, they always resulted in greater weakness, and the wandering mind was not always able to keep fast hold of the new comfort. Sometimes she would piteously clasp her sister's hand and entreat, "Tell me again," and sometimes the haunting delirious fancies of chains and bars would drop forth from the tongue that had lost its self-control. Yet even at the worst came the dear old recurring note, "God will not let them hurt him, for he has not done it." Sometimes, more trying to April than all, she would live over again the happy games with him, or sing their favorite hymns and chants, or she would be heard pleading, "Oh, Henry, don't be cross to Leonard." Cora could not fail to remark the new name that mingled in the unconscious talk, but she had learnt to respect April's reserve, and she forbore from all questioning, trying even to warn Cousin Deborah, who, with the experience of an elderly woman, remarked that she had too much to do to mind what a sick child rambled about. When Cora had lived to her age, she would know how unaccountably they talked. But April felt the more impelled to an outpouring by this delicate forbearance, and the next time she and Cora were sent out together to breathe the air, while Cousin Deborah watched the patient, she told the history, and to a sympathizing listener, without a moment's doubt of Leonard's innocence, nor that American law would have managed matters better. "And now, Cora, you know why I told you there were bitterer sorrows than yours." "Ah, April, I could have believed you once, but to know that he never can come again? Now you always have hope." "My hope has all but gone," said April. "There is only one thing left to look to. If I only can live till he is sent out to a colony, then nothing shall keep me back from him." "And what would I give for even such a hope?" "We have a better hope, both of us," murmured April. "It won't seem so long when it is over." Well was it for April that this fresh link of sympathy was riveted, for day by day she saw the little patient wasting more hopelessly away, and the fever only burning lower for want of strength to feed on. Utterly exhausted and half torpid, there was not life or power enough left in the child for them to know whether she was aware of her condition. When they read prayers, her lips always moved for the Lord's Prayer and doxology, and when the clergyman came out from Winnemac, prayed by her and blessed her, she opened her eyes with a look of comprehension. And if, according to the custom from the beginning of her illness, the psalms and lessons were not read in her room, she was uneasy, though she could hardly listen. So came Easter Eve, and towards evening she was a little revived, and asked April what day it was, then answered, "I thought it would have been nice to have died yesterday." It was the first time she mentioned death. April told her she was better, but half repented, as the child sank into torpor again. And April, no longer the bewildered girl who had been so easily led from the death scene, knew the fitful breath and fluttering pulse, and felt the blank dread stealing over her heart. Again, however, the child looked up and murmured, "You have not read today." Cora, who had the Bible on her knee, gently obeyed, and read on, where she was, the morning first lesson, the same in the American church as in our own. April, dull with watching and suffering, sat on dreamily, with the scent of primroses wafted to her, as it were, by the association of the words, though her power to attend to them was gone. Before the chapter was over, the doze had overshadowed the little girl again, and yet, more than once, as the night drew on, they heard her muttering what seemed like the echo of one of its verses, "Turn you, turn you." At last, after hours of watching, and more than one vain endeavor of good Cousin Deborah to lead away the worn but absorbed nurses, the dread messenger came. Minna turned suddenly in her sister's arms, with more strength than April had thought was left in her, and eagerly stretched out her arms,
while the words, so long trembling on her lips, found utterance. "Turn you to the stronghold, ye prisoners of hope!" "Oh, Leonard dear, it does not hurt!" But that last word was almost lost in the gasp, the last gasp. What did not hurt was death without his sting. "Oh, Cora! Was he with her? Is he gone too?" was April's cry at the first moment, as she strained the form of her little comforter for the last time in her arms. "And if he is, they are in joy together," said Cousin Deborah, tenderly but firmly unloosing April's arms, though with the tears running down her cheeks. "Take her away, Cora, and both of you sleep. This dear lamb is in better keeping than yours." Heavy, grievous was the loss, crushing the grief. But it was such as to be at its softest and sweetest at Easter, amid the resurrection joys and the budding flowers, though Ella's bitterest fit of weeping was excited by there being no primroses, the primroses that Minna loved so much, and her first pleasurable thought was to sit down and write to her dear Mr. Tom to send her some primrose seed for Minna's grave. Minna's grave! Alas! Massasauga had but an untidy, desolate-looking region, with a rude snake fence, all unconsecrated. Cora wanted to choose a shaded corner in her father's ground, where they might daily tend the child's earthly resting place. But April shrank from this with horror. And finally, on one of the Easter holidays, the little wasted form in its coffin was reverently driven by Philetus to Winiamek, while the sisters and Cora slowly followed, thinking, the one of the nameless blood-stained graves of a battlefield, the other whether an equally nameless graveyard, but one looked on with a shudder unmixed with exultation, had opened for the other being she loved best. The resurrection and the life. Yes, had not He made His grave with the wicked and been numbered with the transgressors? Somehow, the present sorrow was more abundant in such comforts as these than all the pangs which her heart, grown old in sorrow, had yet endured. Yet if her soul had bowed itself to meet sorrow more patiently and peacefully, it was at the expense of the bodily frame. Already weakened by the intermittent fever, the long strain of nursing had told on her, and that hysteric affection that had been so distressing at the time of her brother's trial recurred, and grew on her with every occasion for self-restraint. The suspense in which she lived, with one brother in the camp, in daily peril from battle and disease, the other in his convict prison, wore her down, and made every passing effect of climate or fatigue seize on her frame like a serious disorder, and the more she resigned her spirit, the more her body gave way. Yet she was infinitely happier. The repentance and submission were bearing fruit, and the ceasing to struggle had brought a strange calm and acceptance of all that might be sent. Nay, her own decay was perhaps the sweetest solace and healing of the wearied spirit. And as to Ella, she would trust, and she did trust, that in some way or other all would be well. She felt as if even Leonard's death could be accepted thankfully as the captive's release. But that sorrow was spared her. The account of Leonard came from Mr. Wilmot, who had carried him the tidings. The prisoner had calmly met him with the words, "I know what you are come to tell me," and he heard all in perfect calmness and resignation, saying little, but accepting all that the clergyman said, exactly as could most be desired. From the chaplain, likewise, Mr. Wilmot learned that Leonard, though still only in the second stage of his penalty, stood morally in a very different position, and was relied on as a valuable assistant in all that was good, more effective among his fellow prisoners than was possible to anyone not in the same situation with themselves, and fully accepting that position when in contact either with convicts or officials. "He has never referred to what brought him here," said the chaplain, "nor would I press him to do so, but his whole tone is of repentance and acceptance of the penalty, without, like most of them, regarding it as expiation. It is this that renders his example so valuable among the men." After such a report as this, it was disappointing on Dr. May's next visit to Portland, at 2 months' end, to find Leonard drooping and downcast. The doctor was dismayed at his pale, dejected, stooping appearance,
and the silence and indifference with which he met their ordinary topics of conversation, till the doctor began anxiously, "You are not well?" "Quite well, thank you." "You are looking out of condition. Do you sleep?" "Some part of the night." "You want more exercise. You should apply to go back to the carpenter's shop, or shall I speak to the governor?" "No, thank you. I believe they want me in school." "And you prefer school work?" "I don't know, but it helps the master." "Do you think you make any progress with the men? We heard you were very effective with them." "I don't see that much can be done anyway, certainly not by me." Then the doctor tried to talk of Henry and the sisters, but soon saw that Leonard had no power to dwell upon them. The brief answers were given with a stern compression and contraction of face, as if the manhood that had grown on him in these 3 years was no longer capable of the softening effusion of grief. And Dr. May, with all his tenderness, felt that it must be respected, and turned the conversation. "I have been calling at the castle," he said, "with Earnscliff, and the governor showed me a curious thing, a volume of Archbishop Usher, which had been the Duke of Lauderdale's study after he was taken at Worcester. He has made a note in the flyleaf. I began this book at Windsor, and finished it during my imprisonment here, and below are mottos in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. I can't construe the Hebrew. The Greek is oistion, ke, elpistion. One must bear and hope. The Latin is durit. Will you accept your predecessor's legacy?" "I think I read about him in an account of the islands," said Leonard, with a moment's awakened intelligence. "Was he not the El of the Cabal, the persecutor in Old Mortality?" "I'm afraid you're right. Prosperity must have been worse for him than adversity." "Endure," repeated Leonard gravely. "I will think of that, and what he would mean by hope now." The doctor came home much distressed. He had been unable to penetrate the dreary, resolute self-command that covered so much anguish. He had failed in probing or in healing, and feared that the apathy he had witnessed was a sign that the sustaining spring of vigor was failing in the monotonous life. The strong endurance had been a strain that the additional grief was rendering beyond his power, and the crushed resignation, an air of extinguished hope, together with the indications of failing health, filled the doctor with misgivings. "It will not last much longer," he said. "I do not mean that he is ill, but to hold up in this way takes it out of a man, especially at his age. The first thing that lays hold of him, he will have no strength nor will to resist, and then, well, I did hope to live to see God show the right." End of chapter 23. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 24 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge, Chapter 24. We twa hae wandered o'er the braes, and pu'd the gowans fine. I wandered many a weary foot, sin auld lang syne. These years had passed quietly at Stoneborough, with little change since Mary's marriage. She was the happy, excellent wife that she was made to be, and perhaps it was better for Ethel that the first severance had been so decisive, that Mary's attentions to her old home were received as favors, instead of as the mere scanty relics of her former attachment. Mr. Cheviot, as the family shook down together, became less afraid of Ethel, and did not think it so needful to snub her either by his dignity or jocularity, though she still knew that she was only on terms of sufferance, and had been, more than once, made to repent of unguarded observations. He was admirable, and the school was so rapidly improving that Norman had put his father into ecstasies by proposing to send home little Dickie to begin his education there. Moreover, the one element wanting to accomplish the town improvements had been supplied by a headmaster on the side of progress, and Dr. Spencer's victory had been won at last. There was a chance that Stoneborough might yet be clean, thanks to his reiteration of plans for purification, apropos to everything.
Baths and wash-houses were adroitly carried as a monument to Prince Albert, and on the Prince of Wales's marriage, his perseverance actually induced the committee to finish up the drains with all the contributions that were neither eaten up nor fired away. Never had he been more happy and triumphant, and Dr. May used to accuse him of perambulating the lower streets, snuffing the deodorized air. One autumn evening, contrary to his wont, he allowed himself to be drawn into the May drawing-room, and there fell into one of the bright, bantering talks in which the two old friends delighted, quizzing each other and bringing up stories of their life, while Ethel and Gertrude listened to and laughed at the traditions of a sunnier, gayer, and more reckless age than their own. And Ethel thought how insufficient are those pictures of life that close with the fever dream of youthful passion, and leave untold those years of the real burthen of manhood, and still more the tranquil brightness when toil has been overlived and the setting sun gilds the clouds that are drifting away. Ethel's first knowledge of outer life the next morning was the sound of voices in her father's adjoining room, which made her call out, "Are you sent for, Papa?" "Yes," he answered, and in an agitated tone, "Spencer, I'll send word." Should she mention what she had 2 years ago heard from Tom? There was no time, for the next moment she heard him hurrying downstairs. She saw him speeding up the garden. There was nothing for her to do but to dress as fast as possible, and as she was finishing she heard his tread slowly mounting, the very footfall warning her what to expect. She opened the door and met him. "Thank God," he said, as he took her hand into his own. "It has been very merciful." "Is it?" "Yes, it must have been soon after he lay down at night, as calm as sleep." The heart, "I am very thankful. I had thought he would have had much to suffer." And then it appeared that his own observations had made him sure of what Ethel had learnt from Tom. But as long as it was unavowed by his friend, he had thought himself bound to ignore it, and had so dreaded the protracted suffering that the actual stroke was accepted as a loving dispensation. Still, as the close of a lifelong friendship, the end of a daily refreshing and sustaining intimacy, the loss was very great, and would be increasingly felt after the first stimulus was over. It would make Tom's defection a daily grievance, since much detail of hospital care and, above all, town work, his chief fatigue, would now again fall upon him. But this was not his present thought. His first care was, that his friend's remains should rest with those with whom his lot in life had been cast, in the cloister of the old grammar school. But here Mr. Cheviot looked concerned, and with reluctance, but decision, declared it to be his duty not to consent, cited the funeral of one of his scholars at the cemetery, and referred to recent sanitary measures. Dr. May quickly explained that he had looked into the matter, and that the cloister did not come under the Act. "Not technically, sir," said Mr. Cheviot, "but I am equally convinced of my duty, however much I may regret it." And then, with a few words about Mary's presently coming up, he departed, while "That is too bad" was a general indignant outburst, even from Richard, from all but Dr. May himself. "He is quite right," he said. "Dear Spencer will be the first to say so. Richard, your church is his best monument, and you'll not shut him out of your churchyard, nor me either." "Cheviot could not have meant," began Richard. "Yes, he did. I understood him, and I am glad you should have had it out now," said Dr. May, though not without a quivering lip. "Your mother has one by her side, and we'll find each other out just as well as if we were in the cloister. I'll walk over to Cottesmore with you, Richie, and mark the place." Thus sweetly did he put aside what might have been so severe a shock, and he took extra pains to show his son-in-law his complete acquiescence both for the present and the future. Charles Cheviot expressed to Richard his great satisfaction in finding sentiment thus surmounted by sense, not perceiving that it was faith and love surmounting both. Dr. Spencer's only surviving relation was a brother's son, who, on his arrival, proved to be an underbred, shrewd-looking man, evidently with strong prepossessions against the May family, whose hospitality he did not accept, consorting chiefly with Bramshaw and Anderson. His disposition to reverse the arrangement for burying his uncle in an obscure village churchyard occasioned a reference to the will, drawn up 2 years previously. The executors were Thomas and Etheldred May, and it was marked on the outside that they were to have the sole direction of the funeral. Ethel, greatly astonished, but as much bewildered as touched, was infinitely relieved that this same day had brought a hurried note from Paris announcing Tom's intentions of coming to attend the funeral. He would be able to talk to the angry and suspicious nephew without, like his father, betraying either indignation or disgust. Another person was extremely anxious for Tom's arrival, namely Sir Matthew Fleet, who, not a little to Dr. May's gratification, came to show his respect to his old fellow student, and arriving the evening before Tom, was urgent to know the probabilities of his appearance. An appointment in London was about to be vacant, so desirable in itself, and so valuable an introduction, that there was sure to be a great competition. But Sir Matthew was persuaded that with his own support and an early canvass, Tom might be certain of success. Dr. May could not help being grateful and gratified, declaring that the boy deserved it, and that dear Spencer would have been very much pleased. And then he told Ethel that it was wonderful to see the blessing upon Maggie's children, and went back, as usual, to his dear old Tate and Brady with, "His house the seat of wealth shall be, and inexhausted treasury. His justice, free from all decay, shall blessings to his heirs convey." And Ethel, within herself, hoped it was no disrespect to smile at his having so unconsciously turned away the blessing from the father's to the mother's side. It was his great pride and pleasure that so many of Maggie's children were round him to do honor to her old friend's burial. 3 sons and 4 daughters, and 3 sons-in-law. They all stood round the grave, as near as might be to the stone that Gertrude, as a child, had laid under his care, when his silver hair had mingled with her golden locks, and with them was a concourse that evidently impressed the nephew with a new idea of the estimation in which his uncle had been held. Tom had traveled all night, and had arrived only just in time. Nobody was able to say a word to him before setting off, and almost immediately after the return, Sir Matthew Fleet seized upon him to walk up to the station with him, and, to the infinite disgust of the nephew, the reading of the will was thus delayed until the executor came back, extremely grave and thoughtful. After all, Mr. Spencer had no available grievance. His uncle's property was very little altogether, amounting scarcely to £1,000, but the bulk was bequeathed to the nephew. To Aubrey May was left his watch, and a piece of plate presented to him on his leaving India. To Dr. May a few books. To Tom the chief of his library, his papers, notes, and instruments, and the manuscript of a work upon diseases connected with climate on which he had been engaged for many years, but had never succeeded in polishing to his own fastidious satisfaction, or in coming to the end of new discoveries. To Etheldred, his only legacy was his writing desk, with all its contents, and Mr. Spencer looked so suspicious of those contents that Tom made her open it before him, and show that they were nothing but letters. It had been a morning of the mixture of feelings and restless bustle, so apt to take place where the affection is not explained by relationship, and when the strangers were gone, and the family were once again alone, there was a drawing of freer breath, and the doctor threw himself back in his chair, and indulged in a long, heavy sigh, with a weary sound in it. "Can I go anywhere for you, father?" said Tom, turning to him with a kind and respectful manner. "Oh, no, no, thank you," he said, rousing himself, and laying his hand on the bell. "I must go over to Overfield, but I shall be glad of the drive. Well, Dr. Tom, what did you say to Fleet's proposal?" "I said I would come up to town and settle about it when I had got through this executor business." "You always were a lucky fellow, Tom," said Dr. May, trying to be interested and sympathetic. "You would not wish for anything better." "I don't know. I have not had time to think about it yet," said Tom, pulling off his spectacles and pushing back his hair, with an action of sadness and fatigue. "Ah, it was not the best of times to choose for the communication, but it was kindly meant. I never expected to see Fleet take so much trouble for anyone. But you are done up, Tom, with your night journey." "Not at all," he answered briskly, "if I can do anything for you. Could not I go down to the hospital?" "Why, if I were not to be back till 5, began Dr. May, considering. and calling him into the hall to receive directions, from which he came back saying, "There! Now then, Ethel, we had better look over things and get them in train." "You are so tired, Tom." "Not too much for that," he said, but it was a vain boast. He was too much fatigued to turn his mind to business requiring thought, though capable of slow, languid reading and sorting of papers. Aubrey's legacy was discovered with much difficulty. In fact, it had never been heard of, nor seen the light since its presentation, and was at last found in a lumber closet in a strong box in Indian packing. It was a compromise between an épergne and a candelabrum, growing out of the howday of an unfortunate elephant, pinning one tiger to the ground, and with another hanging on behind, in the midst of a jungle of palm trees and cobras. And beneath was an elaborate inscription, so laudatory of Aubrey Spencer, M.D., that nobody wondered he had never unpacked it, and that it was yellow with tarnish. The only marvel was that he had never disposed of it, but that it was likely to wait for the days when Aubrey might be a general and own a sideboard. The other bequests were far more appreciated. Tom had known of the book in hand, was certain of its value to the faculty, and was much gratified by the charge of it, both as a matter of feeling and of interest. But while he looked over and sorted the mass of curious notes, his attention was far more set on the desk that reverently, almost timidly, Ethel examined, well knowing why she had been selected as the depository of these relics. There they were, some embrowned by a burn in the corner, as though there had been an attempt to destroy them, in which there had been no heart to persevere. It was but little, after all, 2 formal notes in which Professor Norman Mackenzie asked the honor of Mr. Spencer's company to dinner, but in handwriting that was none of the professor's, writing better known to Ethel than Tom, and a series of their father's letters, from their first separation till the traveller's own silence had caused their correspondence to drop. Charming letters they were, such as people wrote before the penny post had spoilt the epistolary art. Long, minute, and overflowing with brilliant happiness. Several of them were urgent invitations to Stoneborough, and one of these was finished in that other hand, the delicate, well-rounded writing that would not be inherited, entreating Dr. Spencer to give a few days to Stoneborough. It would be such a pleasure to Richard to show him the children. Ethel did not feel sure whether to see these would give pain or pleasure to her father. He would certainly be grieved to see how much suffering he must have inflicted in the innocence of his heart and in the glory of his happiness. And Tom, with a sort of shudder, advised her to keep them to herself. He was sure they would give nothing but pain. She had no choice just then, for it was a time of unusual occupation, and the difference made by their loss told immediately. The more, perhaps, because it was the beginning of November, and there was much municipal business to be attended to. However it might be for the future, during the ensuing week Dr. May never came in for a meal with the rest of the family, and was too much fagged for anything but sleep when he came home at night. And on the Sunday morning, when they all had reckoned on going to Cockmore together, he was obliged to give it up, and only come into the minster at the end of the prayers. Everyone knew that he was not a good manager of his time, and this made things worse, and he declared that he should make arrangements for being less taken up. But it was sad to see him overburthened, and Tom, as only a casual visitor, could do little to lessen his toil, though that little was done readily and attentively. There were no rubs between the two, and scarcely any conversation. Tom would not discuss his prospects, and it was not clear whether he meant to avail himself of Sir Matthew's patronage. He committed himself to nothing but his wish that it were possible to stay in Paris, and he avoided even talking to his sister. Not till a week after he had left home for London came a letter. Dear Ethel, I have told Fleet that I am convinced of my only right course. I could never get the book finished properly if I got into his line, and I must have peaceable evenings for it at home. I suppose my father would not like to let Dr. Spencer's house. If I might have it, and keep my own hours and habits, I think it would conduce to our working better together. I am afraid I kept you in needless distress about him, but I wanted to judge for myself of the necessity, and to think over the resignation of that quest. I must commit it to Brown. I hope it is not too great a risk, but it can't be helped. It is a matter of course that I should come home now the helper is gone. I always knew it would come to that. Manage it as quietly as you can. I must go to Paris for a fortnight to bring home my things, and by that time my father had better get me appointed to the hospital. Yours ever, T.H. May. Ethel was not so much surprised as her father, who thought she must have been working upon Tom's feelings, but this she disavowed, except that it had been impossible not to growl at patients sending at unreasonable hours. Then he hoped that Fleet had not been disappointing the lad, but this notion was nullified by a remonstrance from the knight on the impolicy of burying such talents for the sake of present help, and even proposing to send a promising young man in Tom's stead. "Not too good for poor Stoneborough," said Dr. May, smiling. No, I'm not so decrepit as that, whatever he and Tom may have thought me. I fancy I could tire out both of them. I can't have the poor boy giving up all his prospects for my sake, Ethel. I never looked for it, and I shall write and tell him so. Mind, Ethel, I shall write, not you. I know you would only stroke him down and bring him home to regret it. No, I won't always be treated like Carl, in Debit and Credit, who the old giant thought could neither write nor be written to, because his finger was off." And Dr. May's letter was the first which this son had ever had from him. "My dear Tom, I feel your kind intentions to the heart. It is like all the rest of your dear mother's children, but the young ought not to be sacrificed to the old, and I won't have it done. The whole tone of practice has altered since my time, and I do not want to bind you down to the routine. I had left off thinking of it since I knew of your distaste. I have some years of work in me yet that will see out most of my old patients, and for the rest, Wright is a great advance on poor Ward, and I will leave more to him as I grow older. I mean to see you a great man yet, and I think you'll be the greater and happier for the sacrifice you have been willing to make. His blessing on you. Your loving father, R.M." What was Tom's answer but one of his cool, good letters, a demonstration that he was actuated by the calmest motives of convenience and self-interest in preferring the certainties of Stoneborough to the contingencies of London, and that he only wanted time for study and the completion of Dr. Spencer's book in forcing his request for the house. His resolution was, as usual, too evident to be combated, and it was also plain that he chose to keep on the mask of prudent selfishness, which he wore so naturally that it was hard to give him credit for any other features. But this time Dr. May was not deceived. He fully estimated the sacrifice, and would have prevented it if he could, but he never questioned the sincerity of the motive, as it was not upon the surface, and the token of dutiful affection, as coming from the least likely quarter of his family, touched and comforted him. He dwelt on it with increasing satisfaction, and answered all hurries and worries with, "I shall have time when Tom is come," reopened old schemes that had died away when he feared to have no successor, and now and then showed a certain comical dread of being drilled into conformity with Tom's orderly habits. There was less danger of their clashing, as the son had outgrown the presumptions of early youth, and a change had passed over his nature which Ethel had felt, rather than seen, during his fleeting visits at home, more marked by negatives than positives, and untraced by confidences. The bitterness and self-assertion had ceased to tinge his words. The uncomfortable doubt that they were underlaid by satire had passed away, and methodical and self-possessed as he always was, the atmosphere of "Number One" was no longer apparent round all his doings. He could be out of spirits and reserved without being either ill-tempered or ironical, and Ethel, with this as the upshot of her week's observations, was reassured as to the hopes of the father and son working together without collisions. As soon as the die was cast, and there was no danger of undue persuasion in "stroking him down," she indulged herself by a warmly grateful letter, and after she had sent it, was tormented by the fear that it would be a great offense. The answer was much longer than she had dared to expect, and alarmed her lest it should be one of his careful ways of making the worst of himself. but there was a large "Private" scored in almost menacing letters on the top of the first sheet, and so much blotted in the folding that it was plain that he had taken alarm at the unreserve of his own letter. My dear Ethel, I have been to Portland. Really, my father ought to make a stir and get Ward's health attended to. He looks very much altered, but will not own to anything being amiss. They say he has been depressed ever since he heard of Minna's death. I should say he ought to be doing out-of-doors work, perhaps at Gibraltar, but then he would be out of our reach. I could not get much from him, but that patient, contented look is almost more than one can bear. It laid hold of me when I saw him the first time, and has haunted me ever since. Verily, I believe it is what is bringing me home. You need not thank me, for it is sober calculation that convinces me that no success on earth would compensate for the perpetual sense that my father was wearing himself out, and you pining over the sight. Except just at first, I always meant to come and see how the land lay before pledging myself to anything, and nothing can be clearer than that, in the state of things my father has allowed to spring up. He must have help. I am glad you have got me the old house, for I can be at peace there till I have learnt to stand his unmethodical ways. Don't let him expect too much of me, as I see he is going to do. It is not in me to be like Norman or Harry, and he must not look for it, least of all now. If you did not understand, and know when to hold your tongue, I do not think I could come home at all. As it is, you are all the comfort I look for. I cross to Paris tomorrow. That is a page I am very sorry to close. I had a confidence that I should have hunted down that fellow, and the sight of Portland and the accounts from Massasauga alike make one long to have one's hands on his throat. But that hope is ended now, and to loiter about Paris in search of him, when it is a plain duty to come away, would be one of the presumptuous acts that come to no good. Let them discuss what they will, there is nothing so hard to believe in as divine justice, and yet that uncomplaining face accepts it. You need say nothing about this letter. I will talk about Leonard with my father when I get home. Ever yours, Thomas May. End of chapter 24. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 25 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge, Chapter 25. But soon as once the genial plain has drunk the lifeblood of the slain, indelible the spots remain, and aye for vengeance call, till racking pangs of piercing pain upon the guilty fall. A. E. Shellis. Translated by Professor Anstice. If Tom May's arrival at home was eagerly anticipated there, it was with a heavy heart that he prepared for what he had never ceased to look on as a treadmill life. He had enjoyed Paris, both from the society and the abstract study, since he still retained that taste for theory rather than practice, which made him prefer diseases to sick people, and all sick people to those of Stoneborough. The student life, in the freedom of a foreign capital, was, even while devoid of license and irregularity, much pleasanter than what he foresaw at home, even though he had obtained a separate establishment. His residence at Paris, with the vague hope it afforded, cost him more in the resignation than his prospects in London. It was the week when he would have been canvassing for the appointment, and he was glad to linger abroad out of reach of Sir Matthew's remonstrances and his father's compunction, while he was engaged in arranging for a French translation of Dr. Spencer's book, and likewise in watching an interesting case, esteemed a great medical curiosity, at the Hôtel Dieu. He was waiting in the lecture room when one of the house surgeons came in, saying, "Ah, I am glad to see you here. A compatriot of yours has been brought in, mortally injured in a gambling fray. You may perhaps assist in getting him identified." Tom followed him to the accident ward, and beheld a senseless figure, with bloated and discolored features, distorted by the effects of the injury, a blow upon the temple, which had caused a fall backwards on the sharp edge of a stove, occasioning fatal injury to the spine. Albeit well accustomed to gaze critically upon the tokens of mortal agony, Tom felt an unusual shudder of horror and repugnance as he glanced on the countenance, so disfigured and contorted that there was no chance of recognition, and turned his attention to the clothes, which lay in a heap on the floor. The contents of the pockets had been taken out, and consisted only of some pawnbrokers' duplicates, a cigar case, and a memorandum book, which last he took in his hand and began to unfasten, without looking at it, while he took part in the conversation of the surgeons on the technical nature of the injuries. Thus he stood for some seconds before, on the house surgeon asking if he had found any address, he cast his eyes on the pages which lay open in his hand. "Ha! What have you found? He does not hear. Is it the portrait of the beloved object? Is it a brother, an enemy, or a debt? But he is truly transfixed. It is an effect of the Gorgon's head." July 15th, 1860. Received £120. L. A. Ward. There stood Tom May, like one petrified, deaf to the words around, his dazzled eyes fixed on the letters, his faculties concentrated in the endeavor to ascertain whether they were sight or imagination. Yes, there they were, the very words in the well-known writing, the schoolboys forming into the clerks. There was the blot in the top of the L. Tom's heart gave one wild bound, then all sensation, except the sight of the writing, ceased. The exclamations of those around him came surging gradually on his ear, as if from a distance, and he did not yet hear them distinctly when he replied alertly, almost lightly, "Here is a name that surprises me. Let me look at the patient again." "No dear friend?" asked his chief intimate, in a tone ready to become gaiety or sympathy. "No, indeed," said Tom, shuddering as he stood over the insensible wretch, and perceived what it had been which had thrilled him with such unwonted horror. For, fixed by the paralyzing convulsion of the fatal blow, he saw the scowl and grin of deadly malevolence that had been the terror of his childhood, and that had fascinated his eyes at the moment of Leonard's sentence. Changed by debauchery, defaced by violence, contorted by the injured brain, the features would scarcely have been recalled to him but for the frightful expression stamped on his memory by the miseries of his timid boyhood. "Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed." The awful thought, answering his own struggle for faith in divine justice, crossed him, as he heard the injury on the head defined, in almost the same scientific terms that had so often rung on his ears as the causes of Francis Axworthy's death. But this was no society where he could give vent to his feelings, and mastering himself with difficulty, he answered, "I know him. He is from my own town." "Has he friends or relations?" "Relations, yes," said Tom, hardly able to restrain a trembling of the lip, half horror, half irony. "None here, none near. They shall know." "And means?" "Once he had. Probably none now." To Tom's great relief, a new case drew off general attention. There only remained the surgeon who had called him at first, and with whom he was particularly intimate. "Gaspard," he said, "shall you have charge of this case?" "Brief charge it will be, apparently. I will volunteer to watch it, if it is your desire. Is it friendship, or enmity, or simply humanity?" "All," said Tom hastily. "It is the clearing up of a horrible mystery. Freedom for an innocent prisoner. I must tell you the rest at leisure. There is much to be done now in case of his reviving." This was remotely possible, but very doubtful, and Tom impressed on both Gaspard and the nursing sister the most stringent entreaties to summon him on the first symptom. He then gave the name of the unhappy man, and, though unwilling to separate himself from that invaluable pocket-book, perceived the necessity of leaving it as a deposit with the authorities of the hospital after he had fully examined it, recognizing Leonard's description in each particular, the cipher F.A. on the tarnished silver clasp, the shagreen cover, and the receipt on a page a little past the middle. On the other half of the leaf was the entry of some sums due to the house, and it contained other papers which the guilty wretch had been evidently eager to secure, yet afraid to employ, and that, no doubt, were the cause that, like so many other murderers on record, He had preserved that which was the most fatal proof against himself. Or could it be with some notion of future relenting that he had refrained from its destruction? With brain still seeming to reel at the discovery, and limbs actually trembling with the shock, Tom managed to preserve sufficient coolness and discretion to bring back to mind the measures he had so often planned for any such contingency. Calling a cabriolet, he repaired to the police station nearest to the scene of the contest, and there learnt that Axworthy had long been watched as a dangerous subject, full of turbulence, and with no visible means of maintenance. The officials had taken charge of the few personal effects in his miserable lodgings, and were endeavoring to secure the person who had struck the fatal blow. His next measure was to go to the British Embassy, where, through his sister Flora's introductions, and his own Eton connections, he was already well known, and telling his story there, without any attempt to conceal his breathless agitation, he had no difficulty in bringing with him a companion who would authenticate the discovery of the receipt, and certify to any confession that might be obtained. A confession! That was the one matter of the most intense interest. Tom considered whether to secure the presence of a clergyman, but suspected that this would put Axworthy on his guard rather than soften him, and therefore only wrote to the chaplain, begging him to hold himself in readiness for a summons to the Hôtel Dieu, whither he drove rapidly back with his diplomatic friend, whom he wrought up well-nigh to his own pitch of expectation. He had already decided on his own first address, pitying, but manifesting that nothing, not even vengeance, could be gained by concealment, and then, according to the effect, would he try either softening or threatening to extort the truth. Gaspar was eagerly awaiting them. "I had already sent for you," he said. "The agony is commencing. He has spoken, but he has not his full consciousness." Tom hurried on, drawing after him the young diplomate, who would have hung back, questioning if there were any use in his witnessing the dying struggles of a delirious man. "Come, come," peremptorily repeated Tom. "There must be some last words. Every moment is of importance." Yet his trust was shaken by the perception of the progress that death had made in the miserable frame during his absence. The fixed expression of malignity had been forced to yield to exhaustion and anguish. The lips moved, but the murmurs between the moans were scarcely articulate. "He is almost past it," said Tom, "but there is the one chance that he may be aroused by my voice." And having placed his friend conveniently, both for listening and making notes, he came close to the bed and spoke in a tone of compassion. "Axworthy, I say, Axworthy, is there anything I can do for you?" There was a motion of the lid of the fast glazing eye, but the terrible face of hatred came back with the audible words, "I tell you, you old fool, none of the maids are to come prying about my place." Appalled by the deadly malice of the implication and the look that accompanied this partial recognition of his voice, Tom was nerving himself to speak again, when the dying man, as if roused by the echo of his own thought, burst out, "Who? What is it? I say, Dr. May shall not be called in. He never attended the old man. Let him mind his own business. I was all night at the Three Goblets. Yes, I was. The new darling will catch it, going off with the money upon him," and the laugh made their blood run cold. "I've got the receipt," and he made an attempt at thrusting his hand under the pillow, but failing, swore, shouted, howled with his last strength, that he had been robbed. The pocketbook! It would hang him! And with one of the most fearful shrieks of despair that had perhaps ever rung through that asylum of pain, woe, and death, the wretched spirit departed. Tom May turned aside, made a few steps, and, to the infinite surprise of everyone, fell helplessly down in a swoon. A nature of deep and real sensibility, though repressed by external reserve and prudence, could not with entire impunity undergo such a scene. The sudden discovery, the vehement excitement forced down, the intense strain of expectation, and finally the closing horror of such a death, betraying the crime without repenting of it, passing to the other world with imprecations on the lips,
and hatred in the glare of the eye, all the frightfulness enhanced by the familiarity of the allusions, and the ghastly association of the tones that had tempted and tyrannized over his childhood, altogether crushed and annihilated his faculties, mental and bodily.
Oh, when our very hearts burn for justice, how little do we know how intolerable would be the sight of it! Tom's caution and readiness returned as soon as, after a somewhat long interval, he began to distinguish the voices round him and perceive the amazement he had created. Before he was able to sit up on the couch, where he had been laid out of sight of the scene which had affected him so strongly, he was urging his friend to set down all that had been spoken, and on Gaspard's writing a separate deposition. The pocket-book and other effects were readily ceded to the British authority, and were carried away with them. How Tom got through the remaining hours of the day and the night he never recollected, though he knew it must have been in the bustle of preparation, and that he had imparted the tidings to Leonard's friend Brown, for when he and his friend had attended that which answered to an inquest on the body, and had obtained a report of the proceedings, he was ready to start by the night train, bearing with him the attestations of the deathbed scene at the Hôtel Dieu and the long-lost memorandum book, and was assured that the next mail would carry an official letter to the Home Office detailing the circumstances of Samuel Axworthy's decease. Brown came to bid him farewell, full of gladness and warm congratulation, which he longed to send to his friend, but which Tom only received with hasty, half-comprehending assents. Late in the afternoon he reached Stoneborough, found no one come in, and sat down in the firelight, where, for all his impatience, fatigue had made him drop asleep, when he was roused by Gertrude's voice exclaiming, "Here really is Tom come, as you said he would, without writing. Here are all his goods in the hall." "Is it you, Tom?" cried Ethel. "Notice or no notice, we are glad of you. But what is the matter?" "Where's my father?" "Coming. Charles Cheviot took him down to look at one of the boys. Is there anything the matter?" she added, after a pause. "No, nothing." "You look very odd," added Gertrude. He gave a nervous laugh. "You would look odd if you had traveled all night." They commented and began to tell home news. But Ethel noted that he neither spoke nor heard, only listened for his father. Gertrude grew tired of inattentive answers, and said she should go and dress. Ethel was turning to follow, when he caught hold of her cloak, and drew her close to him. "Ethel," he said, in a husky, stifled voice, "do you know this?" On her knees, by the red firelight, she saw the L.A. Ward, and looked up. "Is it?" she said. He bowed his head. And then Ethel put her arm round his neck as he knelt down by her, and he found that her tears, her rare tears, were streaming down, silent but irrepressible. She had not spoken, had asked no question, made no remark, when Dr. May's entrance was heard, and she loosed her hold on her brother, without rising from the floor, looked up from under the shade of her hat, and said, "Oh, Papa, it is found, and he has done it! Look there!" Her choked voice and tokens of emotion startled the doctor, but Tom, in a matter-of-fact tone, took up the word. "How are you, Father?" "Yes. I have only met with this little memorandum." Dr. May recognized it with a burst of incoherent inquiry and exclamation, wringing Tom's hand, and giving no time for an answer. And, indeed, his son attempted none, till, calming himself, the doctor subsided into his armchair, and with a deep sigh exclaimed, "Now then, Tom, let us hear. Where does this come from?" "From the casualty ward at the Hôtel Dieu." "And from?" "He is dead," said Tom, answering the unspoken question. "You will find it all here. Ethel, do I sleep here tonight?" "My old room?" As he spoke, he bent to light a spill at the fire, and then the 2 candles on the side table. But his hand shook nervously, and though he turned away his face, his father and sister saw the paleness of his cheeks, and knew that he must have received a great shock. Neither spoke, while he put 1 candle conveniently for his father, took up the other, and went away with it. With one inquisitive glance at each other, they turned to the papers, and with eager eyes devoured the written narratives of Tom himself and of the attaché. Then, with no less avidity, the French reports accompanying them. Hardly a word was spoken while Ethel leant against her father's knee, and he almost singed his hair in the candle, as they helped one another out in the difficulties of the crooked foreign writing. "Will it be enough?" asked Ethel, at last, holding her breath for the answer. "If there is justice in England," said Dr. May. "Heaven forgive me, Ethel, this business has tried my trust more than anything that ever befell me, but it will all be right now, and righter than right, if that boy comes out what I think him. And oh, how soon!" "Not a moment longer than can be helped. I'd go up by the mail train this very night, if it would do any good." Tom, who reappeared as soon as he had spared himself the necessity of the narration, was willing and eager to set out. But Dr. May, who by this time had gathered some idea of what he had gone through, and saw that he was restless, nervous, and unhinged, began to reconsider the expedience of another night journey, and was, for once in his life, the person cool enough to see that it would be wisest to call Bramshaw into their councils, and only that night to send up a note mentioning that they would do themselves the honor of calling at the Home Office the next day on matters connected with the intelligence received that morning from the British Embassy at Paris. Tom was disappointed. He was in no mood for sitting still, and far less for talking. As a matter of business, he would elucidate any question, but conversation on what he had witnessed was impossible to him, and when Gertrude, with a girl's lightness, lamented over being balked of a confession and explanation, he gravely answered that she did not know what she was talking of, and his father led away from the subject. Indeed, Dr. May was full of kindness and consideration, being evidently not only grateful for the discovery, but touched by his entire absence of exulting triumph and his strong sense of awe in the retribution. That changed and awestruck manner impressed both the sisters, so that all the evening Ethel felt subdued as by a strange shock, and even through the night and morning could hardly realize that it was intense relief, joy, not sorrow, that made her feel so unlike herself, and that the burthen was taken away from her heart. Even then there was a trembling of anxiety. The prisoner might be set free, but who could give back to him the sister who had pined away in exile, or the 3 years of his youthful brightness? There might be better things in store, but she knew she must not look again for the boy of ingenuous countenance, whose chivalrous devotion to herself had had such a charm, even while she tried to prize it at its lightest worth. It was foolish to recollect it with a pang, but there was no helping it. In the great tragedy she had forgotten that the pretty comedy was over, but she regretted it, rather as she did the pleasant baby days of Aubrey and Gertrude. Indeed, during the day of suspense, while the two physicians were gone to London, taking with them the papers and a minute detail of the evidence at the trial, Gertrude's high spirits, triumph over Charles Cheviot, and desire to trumpet forth the good news were oppressive. How many times that day was Mab stroked, and assured that her master would come back! And how often did the two sisters endeavor to persuade themselves that she was not grown broader in the back? Mary was, of course, told early in the day, but Gertrude got less sympathy from her than answer to that damsel's extortionate expectations, for, according to her wicked account, Mary's little Charlie had sneezed 3 times, and his mamma must regret what sent all the medical science of Stoneborough away by the early train. However, Tom came home at night. The interview had been satisfactory. The letters received in the morning had prepared the way and revived the recollection of the unsatisfactory case of Leonard Axworthy Ward, and of the representations of the then mayor of Market Stoneborough. After all the new lights upon the matter had been looked into, the father and son had been assured that, as soon as possible, a free pardon should be issued, so drawn up as to imply a declaration of innocence, the nearest possible approach to a reversal of the sentence, and they further were told of a mention of his exemplary conduct in the late report from Portland, containing a request that he might be promoted to a post of greater influence and trust before the ordinary time of probation had passed. Dr. May was eager to be at Portland at the same time as the pardon, so to give Leonard the first intelligence, and to bring him home. And he had warmly closed with Tom's offer to look after the work, while he himself waited till the necessary forms had been complied with. He had absolutely begged Tom's pardon for going in his stead. "It is your right," he said, "but somehow, I think, as I have been more with him, I might do better." To which Tom had assented with all his heart, and had added that he would not go if he were paid for it. He had further taken care that the doctor should take with him a suit of clothes for Leonard to come home in, and had himself made the selection, then came back with the tidings that filled the house with the certainty of joy and the uncertainty of expectation. Nobody was, however, in such a fever as Tom himself. He was marvelously restless all the morning. Gertrude asserted it was because he was miserable in not venturing to set his father's study to rights. And to be sure, he was seen looking round at the litter with a face of great disgust, and declaring that he was ashamed to see a patient in a room in such a mess. But this did not fully account for his being in and out, backwards and forwards, all the morning, looking wistfully at Ethel, and then asking some trivial question about messages left for his father, or matters respecting his own new abode, where he kept on Dr. Spencer's old housekeeper, and was about to turn in papers and painters. He had actually brought a drawing-room paper from Paris, a most delicate and graceful affair, much too ladylike for the old house, as Daisy told him, when she pursued him and her sister down to a consultation. Late in the afternoon, as the sisters were coming up the High Street, they met him setting out in Hector's dog-cart. "Oh, I say, Ethel," he said, drawing up, "do you like a drive out to Chilford? Here's a note come to ask my father to see the old lady there, and I want someone to give me courage to be looked at, like the curate in the pulpit instead of the crack preacher." It was an offer not to be despised, though Ethel knew what a waiting there would be, and what a dark drive home. Up she jumped, and Tom showed his usual thoughtfulness by ordering Gertrude to run home and fetch her muff and an additional cloak, tucking her up himself with the carriage rug. That affection of Tom's had been slow in coming, but always gave her a sense of gratitude and enjoyment. They drove all the 7 miles to Chilford without 20 words passing between them, and when there, she sat in the road, and watched one constellation after another fill up its complement of stars as well as the moon permitted, wondering whether Tom's near-sighted driving would be safe in the dark. But her heart was so light, so glad, that she could not be afraid. She did not care how long she waited. It was only sitting still to recollect that deliverance had come to the captive. Leonard was free, free as heart can think or eye can see, as would keep ringing in her ears like a joy bell. And some better things, too, until the time came that his cause was known. The word of the Lord tried him. Whether she were really too happy to note time, or that gossipry was deducted from the visit, Tom certainly returned sooner than her experience had led her to expect, made an exclamation of dismay at finding the machine was innocent of lamps, and remounted to his seat, prepared to be extremely careful. "I could not get them to take me for my father in a new wig," he said, "but it was a very easy-going rheumatic case, and I think I satisfied her." Then on he drove for a mile, till he was out of the bad cross-country road, and at last he said, "Ethel, I have made up my mind. There's no press of work just now, and I find it is advisable I should go to America before I get into harness here." "To America?" "Yes, about this book of dear old Spencer's. It is a thing that must be complete, and I find he was in correspondence with some men of science there. I could satisfy my mind on a few points, which would make it infinitely more valuable, you see, and get it published there, too. I know my father would wish every justice to be done to it." "I know he would, and," continued Ethel, as innocently as she could, "shall you see the wards?" "Why," said Tom, in his deliberate voice, "that is just one thing. I want particularly to see Henry. I had a talk with Wright this morning, and he tells me that young Baines, at Whitford, is going to the dogs, and the practice is coming in to him. He thinks of having a partner, and I put out a feeler in case Henry Ward should choose to come back, and found it might do very well. But the proposal must come from him, and there's no time to be lost, so I thought of setting out as soon as I hear my father is on his way back." "Not waiting to see Leonard?" "I did see him not a month ago. Besides," and his voice came to a sudden end. "Yes, the first news," said Ethel. "Indeed, it is due to you, Tom." 10 minutes more of silence. "Ethel, did she ever tell you?" "Never," said Ethel, her heart beating. "Then how did you know all about it?" "I didn't know. I only saw—" "Saw what?" "That you were very much distressed." "And very kind and rational you were about it," said Tom warmly. "I never thought any woman could have guessed so much without making mischief, but you must not put any misconstruction on my present intention. All I mean to do as yet is to induce Henry to remove them out of that dismal swamp and bring them home to comfort and civilization. Then it may be time to—" He became silent, and Ethel longed ardently to ask further, but still she durst not, and he presently began again. "Ethel, was I very intolerable that winter of the volunteers, when Harry was at home?" "You are very much improved since," she answered. "That's just like Flora. Answer like yourself." "Well, you were. You were terribly rampant in Eton refinement, and very anxious to hinder all the others from making fools of themselves." "I remember. I thought you had all got into intimacies that were for nobody's good, and I still think it was foolish. I know it has done for me." "Well," hastily catching up this last admission, as if it had dropped out at unawares, "you think I made myself disagreeable?" "On principle." "Ah, then you would not wonder at what she said, that she had never seen anything in me but contemptuous irony." "I think, sometimes feeling that you were satirical, she took all your courtesy for irony, whatever you meant. I have heard other people say the same. But when? Was this on the day you went to remonstrate?" "Yes. I declare to you, Ethel, that I had no conception of what I was going to do. I never dreamt that I was in for it. I knew she was attractive, and that made me hate to see Harry with her, and I could not bear her being carried off to this horrible place. But as to myself, I never thought of it till I saw her, white and broken, and then came that old action Ethel knew so well in her father, of clearing the dew from the glasses, and his voice was half sob, and with no creature but that selfish brother to take care of her. I couldn't help it, Ethel. No one could. And this was her answer. I don't wonder. I had been a supercilious prig, and I ought to have known better than to think I could comfort her. I think the remembrance must have comforted her since." "What? Has she said anything?" "Oh, no, she could not, you know. But I am sure, if it did anger her at the moment, there must have been comfort in recollecting that even such a terrible trouble had not alienated you. And now?" "Now that's just what I don't want. I don't want to stalk in and say, 'Here's the hero of romance that has saved your brother.' I want to get her home and show her that I can be civil without being satirical, and then, perhaps, she would forgive me." "Forgive you?" "I mean forgiveness won, not purchased. And after all, you know it was mere accident, Providence, if you please, that brought me to that poor wretch. All my plans of tracking him had come to an end. Any one else could have done what I did." "She will not feel that," said Ethel. "But indeed, Tom, I see what you mean and like it. It is yourself, and not the conferrer of the benefit, that you want her to care for." "Exactly," said Tom. "And, Ethel, I must have seen her and judged of my chance before I can be good for anything. I tried to forget it, own it as a lucky escape, a mere passing matter, like Harry's affairs, but I could not do it. Perhaps I could if things had gone well. But that dear face of misery, that I only stung by my attempts to comfort, would stick fast with me, and to go and see Leonard only brought it more home. It is a horrid bad speculation, and Flora and Cheviot and Blanche will scout it. But, Ethel, you'll help me through, and my father will not mind, I know." "Papa will feel as I do, Tom, that it has been your great blessing, turn out as it may." "Has it? A blessing on the wrong side of one's mouth, to go about with a barb one knew one was a fool for, and yet couldn't forget. Well, I know what you mean, and I believe it was. I would not have had it annihilated when the first mood was over. It was that which made it so hard to you to come home, was it not? Yes, but it was odd enough. However hard it was to think of coming, you always sent me away more at peace, Ethel. I can't think how you did it, knowing nothing. I think you came at the right time. You see, I did think that while Spencer lived, I might follow up the track and see a little of the world, try if that would put out that face and voice. But it won't do. If this hadn't happened, I would have tied myself down and done my best to get comfort out of you and the hospital and these diseases of climate. I suppose one might in time, if things went well with her. But, as it is, I can't rest till I have seen if they can be got home again. So, Ethel, don't mind if I go before my father comes home. I can't stand explanations with him, and I had rather you did not proclaim this. You see, the book, and getting Henry home, are really the reasons, and I shan't molest her again. No, not till she has learnt to know what is irony. I think if you did talk it over with Papa, you would feel the comfort, and know him better. Well, I dare say, but I can't do it, Ethel. Either he shuts me up at first, with some joke, or— and Tom stopped, but Ethel knew what he meant. There was on her father's side an involuntary absence of perfect trust in this son, and on Tom's there was a character so sensitive that her father's playfulness grated, and so reserved that his demonstrative feelings were a still greater trial to one who could not endure outward emotion. Besides, added Tom, there is really nothing to tell. I'm not going to commit myself. I don't know whether I ever shall. I was mad that day, and I want to satisfy my mind whether I think the same now I am sane, and if I do, I shall have enough to do to make her forget the winter when I made myself such an ass. When I have done that, it may be time to speak to my father. I really am going out about the book. When did you last hear? That is what makes me anxious. I have not heard for 2 months, and that is longer than she ever was before without writing, except when Minna was ill. We shall know if Leonard has heard. No, she always writes under cover to us. The course that the conversation then took did not look much like Tom's doubt whether his own views would be the same. All the long-repressed discussion of Avril's merits, her beautiful eyes, her sweet voice, her refinement, her real worth, the wonder that she and Leonard should be so superior to the rest of the family, were freely indulged at last, and Ethel could give far heartier sympathy than if this had come to her 3 years ago. Avril had been for 2 years her correspondent, and the patient sweetness and cheerfulness of those letters had given a far higher estimate of her nature than the passing intercourse of the town life had left. The terrible discipline of these years of exile and sorrow had, Ethel could well believe, worked out something very different from the well-intentioned, wilful girl whose spirit of partisanship had been so fatal an element of discord. Distance had, in truth, made them acquainted and won their love to one another. Tom's last words, as he drew up under the lime trees before the door, were, "Mind, I am only going about the diseases of climate." End of chapter 25. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 26 of the Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge, Chapter 26. And Bishop Gawain, as he rose, said, "Wilton, grieve not for thy woes, disgrace and trouble, for he who honor best bestows can give thee double." Marmion. Dr. May had written to Portland, entreating that no communication might be made to Leonard Ward before his arrival, and the good physician's affection for the prisoner had been so much observed that no one would have felt it fair to anticipate him. Indeed, he presented himself at the prison gates only 2 hours after the arrival of the documents, when no one but the governor was aware of their contents. Leonard was as usual at his business in the schoolmaster's department, and thither a summons was sent for him, while Dr. May and the governor alone awaited his arrival. Tom's visit was still very recent, and Leonard entered with anxious eyes, brow drawn together, and compressed lips, as though braced to meet another blow, and the unusual room, the presence of the governor instead of the warder, and Dr. May's irrepressible emotion so confirmed the impression that his face at once assumed a resolute look of painful expectation. "My boy," said Dr. May, clasping both his hands in his own, "you have borne much of ill. Can you bear to hear good news?" "Am I to be sent out to Australia already?" said Leonard, for a shortening of the 8 years before his ticket of leave was the sole hope that had presented itself. "Sent out, yes. Out to go wherever you please, Leonard. The right is come round. The truth is out. You are a free man. Do you know what that is? It is a pardon. Your pardon. All that can be done to right you, my boy. But it is as good as a reversal of a sentence." The doctor had spoken this with pauses, going on, as Leonard, instead of answering, stood like one in a dream, and at last said with difficulty, "Who did it then?" "It was as you always believed." "Has he told?" said Leonard, drawing his brows together with the effort to understand. "No, Leonard. The vengeance he had brought on himself did not give space for repentance, but the pocketbook, with your receipt, was upon him, and your innocence is established. And let me congratulate you," added the governor, shaking hands with him, "and add that all I have known of you has been as complete an exculpation as any discovery can be." Leonard's hand was passive. His cheek had become white, his forehead still knit. "Axworthy," he said, still in a trance. "Yes. Hurt in a brawl at Paris. He was brought to the Hôtel Dieu, and my son Tom was called to see him." "Sam Axworthy," repeated Leonard, putting his hand over his eyes, as if one sensation overpowered everything else, and thus he stood for some seconds to the perplexity of both. They showed him the papers. He gazed, but without comprehension, and then putting the bag, provided by Tom, into his hand, they sent him, moving in a sort of mechanical obedience, into the room of one of the officials to change his dress. Dr. May poured out to the governor and chaplain, who by this time had joined them, the history of Leonard's generous behavior at the time of the trial, and listened in return to their account of the growing impression he had created. A belief, almost reluctant, that instead of being their prime specimen, he could only be in their hands by mistake. He was too sincere not to have confessed had he been really guilty, and in the long run such behavior as his would have been impossible in one unrepentant. He had been the more believed from the absence of complaint, demonstration, or assertion, and the constant endeavor to avoid notice, coupled with the quiet, thorough execution of whatever is set before him with all his might. This was a theme to occupy the doctor for a long time, but at last he grew eager for Leonard's return, and went to hasten him. He started up, still in the convict garb, the bag untouched. "I beg your pardon," he said, when his friend's exclamation had reminded him of what had been desired of him, and in a few minutes he reappeared in the ordinary dress of a gentleman, but the change did not seem to have made him realize his freedom. There was the same submissive manner, the same conventional gesture of respect in reply to the chaplain's warm congratulation. "Come, Leonard. I am always missing the boat, but I don't want to do so now. We must get home tonight. Have you anything to take with you?" "My Bible and prayer book. They are my own, sir," as he turned to the governor. "May I go to my cell for them?" Again they tarried long for him, and became afraid that he had fallen into another reverie, but going to fetch him, found that the delay was caused by the farewells of all who had come in his way. The tidings of his full justification had spread, and each official was eager to wish him good speed, and thank him for the aid of his example and support. The schoolmaster, who had of late treated him as a friend, kept close to him, rejoicing in his liberation, but expecting to miss him sorely, and such of the convicts as were within reach were not without their share in the general exultation. He had never galled them by his superiority, and though Brown, the clerk, had been his only friend, he had done many an act of kindness, and when writing letters for the unlearned, had spoken many a wholesome simple word that had gone home to the heart. His hand was as ready for a parting grasp from a fellow prisoner as from a warder, and his thought and voice were recalled to leave messages for men out of reach. His eyes moistened at the kindly felicitations, but when he was past the oft-trodden precincts of the inner court and long galleries, the passiveness returned, and he received the last good-byes of the governor and superior officers as if only half alive to their import. And thus, silent, calm, and grave, his composure like that of a man walking in his sleep, did Leonard Ward pass the arched gateways, enter on the outer world, and end his 3½ years of penal servitude. "I'm less like an angel than he is like St. Peter," thought Dr. May, as he watched the fixed dreamy gaze. "But this is like, yet wished he not that it was true, but thought he saw a vision. When will he realize liberty and enjoy it? I shall do him a greater kindness by leaving him to himself." And in spite of his impatience, Dr. May refrained from disturbing that open-eyed trance all the way down the long hill, trusting to the crowd in the steamer for arousing him to perceive that he was no longer among russet coats and blue shirts, but he stood motionless, gazing, or at least his face turned, towards the Dorset coast, uttering no word, making no movement, save when summoned by his guide, then obeying as implicitly as though it were his jailer. So they came to the pier, and so they walked the length of Weymouth, paced the platform, and took their places in the train. Just as they had shot beyond the town and come into the little wooded valleys beyond, Leonard turned round, and with the first sparkle in his eye, exclaimed, "Trees! Oh, noble trees and hedges!" then turned again to look in enchantment at the passing groups, far from noble, though bright with autumn tints, that alternated with the chalk downs. Dr. May was pleased at this revival, and entertained at the start and glance of inquiring alarm from an old gentleman in the other corner. Presently, in the darkness of a cutting, again Leonard spoke. "Where are you taking me, Dr. May?" "Home, of course." Whatever the word might imply to the poor lad, he was satisfied, and again became absorbed in the sight of fields, trees, and hedgerows, while Dr. May watched the tokens of secret dismay in their fellow traveler, who had no doubt understood "home" to mean his private asylum. Indeed, though the steady full dark eyes showed no aberration, there was a strange deep cave between the lid and the eyebrow, which gave a haggard look. The spare, worn, grey features had an expression, not indeed weak, nor wandering, but half bewildered, half absorbed. Moreover, in spite of Tom's minute selection of apparel, it had been too hasty a toilette for the garments to look perfectly natural, and the cropped head was so suspicious that it was no wonder that at the first station the old gentleman gathered up his umbrella, with intense courtesy squeezed gingerly to the door, carefully avoiding any stumble over perilous toes, and made his escape, entering another carriage, whence he no doubt signed cautions against the lunatic and his keeper, since no one again invaded their privacy. Perhaps this incident most fully revealed to the doctor how unlike other people his charge was, how much changed from the handsome, spirited lad on whom the trouble had fallen, and he looked again and again at the profile turned to the window, as fixed and set as though it had been carved. "Ah, patience is an exhausting virtue," said he to himself. "Verily it is bearing up under the full weight, and the long-bent spring is the slower in rebounding in proportion to its inherent strength. Poor lad, what protracted endurance it has been! There is health and force in his face, no line of sin, nor sickness, nor worldly care, such as it makes one's heart ache to see aging young faces. Yet how utterly unlike the face of 1 and 20! I had rather see it sadder than so strangely settled and sedate. Shall I speak to him again? Not yet. Those green hillsides, those fields and cattle, must refresh him better than my clavers, after his grim stony mount of purgatory. I wish it were a brighter day to greet him, instead of this grey, damp fog." The said fog prevented any semblance of sunset, but through the grey moonlit haze Leonard kept his face to the window, pertinaciously clearing openings in the bedewed glass, as though the varying outline of the horizon had a fascination for him. At last, after 10 minutes of glaring gas at a junction had by contrast rendered the mist impenetrable and reduced the view to brightened clouds of steam and to white telegraphic posts erecting themselves every moment, with their wires changing their perspective in incessant monotony, he ceased his gaze and sat upright in his place with the same strange, rigid, somnambulist air. Dr. May resolved to rouse him. "Well, Leonard," he said, "this has been a very long fever, but we are well through it at last, with a young doctor from Paris to our aid." Probably Leonard only heard the voice, not the words, for he passed his hand over his face and looked up to the doctor, saying dreamily, "Let me see! Is it all true?" And then, with a grave, wistful look, "It was not I who did that thing, then?" "My dear," exclaimed the doctor, starting forward and catching hold of his hand, "have they brought you to this?" "I always meant to ask you if I ever saw you alone again," said Leonard. "But you don't mean that you have imagined it?" "Not constantly, not when anyone was with me," said Leonard, roused by Dr. May's evident dismay, and drawn on by his face of anxious inquiry. "At Millbank, I generally thought I remembered it just as they described it in court, and that it was some miserable, ruinous delusion that hindered my confessing. But the odd thing was that the moment anyone opened my door, I forgot all about it, resolutions and all, and was myself again." "Then surely you left that horror with the solitude." "Yes, till lately. But when it did come back, I could not be sure what was recollection of fact, and what of my own fancy," and he drew his brows together in painful effort. "Did I know who did it, or did I only guess?" "You came to a right conclusion, and would not let me act on it." "And I really did write the receipt, and not dream it?" "That receipt has been in my hand. It was what has brought you here." And now to hearing ears, Dr. May went over the narrative, and Leonard stood up under the little lamp in the roof of the carriage to read the papers. "I recollect, I understand," he said, presently, and sat down, grave and meditative, no longer dreamy but going over events, which had at last acquired assurance to his memory from external circumstances. Presently his fingers were clasped together over his face, his head bent, and then he looked up and said, "Do they know it, my sister and brother?" "No. We would not write till you were free. You must date the first letter from Stoneborough." The thought had brought a bitter pang. 1/2 year sooner, and he leant back in his seat, with fingers tightly pressed together, and trembling with emotion. "Nay, Leonard, may not the dear child be the first to rejoice in the fulfillment of her own sweet note of comfort? They could not harm the innocent." "Not innocent," he said, "not innocent of causing all the discord that has ended in their exile and the dear child's death." "Then this is what has preyed on you, and changed you so much more of late," said Dr. May. "When I knew that I was indeed guilty of her death," said Leonard, in a calm, full conviction of too long standing to be accompanied with agitation, though permanently bowing him down. "And you never spoke of this? Not to the chaplain?" "I never could. It would have implied all the rest that he could not believe, and it would not have changed the fact." "The aspect of it may change, Leonard. You know yourself how many immediate causes combine, of which you cannot accuse yourself, your brother's wrong-headedness and all the rest. And," added the doctor, recovering himself, "you do see it in other aspects, I know. Think of the spirit set free to be near you, free from the world that has gone so hard with you." "I can't keep that thought long. I'm not worthy of it." Again he was silent, but presently said, as with a sudden thought, "You would have told me if there were any news of Eve." "No, there has been no letter since her last enclosure for you." And then Dr. May gave the details from the papers on the doings of Henry's division of the army. "Will Henry let me be with them?" said Leonard musingly. "They will come home, depend upon it. You must wait till you hear." Leonard thought a little while, then said, "Where did you say I was to go, Dr. May?" "Where, indeed? Home, Leonard, home.
Ethel is waiting for us. To the High Street." Leonard looked up again with his bewildered face, then said, "I know what you do with me will be right, but—" "Had you rather not?" said the doctor, startled. "Rather!" And the doctor, to his exceeding joy, saw the fingers over his eyes moist with the tears they tried to hide. "I only meant," he added, with an effort, "you must think and judge. I can't think whether I ought." "If you ask me that," said Dr. May earnestly, "all I have to say is, that I don't know what palace is worthy of you." There was not much said after that, and the doctor fell asleep, waking only at the halts at stations to ask where he was. At last came "Bloor!" and as the light shone on the clock, Leonard said, "A 12:15! It is the very train I went by. Is it a dream?" 10 minutes more, and "Stoneborough!" was the cry. Hastily springing out, shuffling the tickets into the porter's hand, and grappling Leonard's arm as if he feared an escape, Dr. May hurried him into the empty streets and strode on in silence. The pull at the doorbell was answered instantly by Ethel herself. She held out her hand and grasped that which Leonard had almost withheld, shrinking as from too sudden a vision, and then she ardently exchanged kisses with her father. "Where's Tom? Gone to bed?" said Dr. May, stepping into the bright drawing room. "No," said Ethel demurely. "He is gone. He has gone to America." The doctor gave a prodigious start, and looked at her again. "He went this afternoon," she said. "There is some matter about the diseases of climate that he must settle before the book is published, and he thought he could best be spared now. He has left messages that I will give you by and by, but you must both be famished." Her looks indicated that all was right, and both turned to welcome the guest, who stood where the first impulse had left him, in the hall, not moving forward till he was invited into the fire and the meal already spread. He then obeyed, and took the place pointed out, while the doctor nervously expatiated on the cold, damp, and changes of train, and Ethel, in the active bashfulness of hidden agitation, made tea, cut bread, carved chicken, and waited on them with double assiduity, as Leonard, though eating as a man who had fasted since early morning, was passive as a little child, merely accepting what was offered to him, and not even passing his cup till she held out her hand for it. She did not even dare to look at him. She could not bear that he should see her do so. It was enough to know that he was free, that he was there, that it was over. She did not want to see how it had changed him, and, half to set him at ease, half to work off her own excitement, she talked to her father, and told him of the little events of his absence till the meal was over, and, at 1:30, good nights were exchanged with Leonard, and the doctor saw him to his room, then returned to his daughter on her own threshold. "That's a thing to have lived for," he said. Ethel locked her hands together and looked up. "And now, how about this other denouement? I might have guessed that the wind sat in that quarter." "But you're not to guess it, Papa. It is really and truly about the diseases of climate." "Swamp fevers, eh? And agues." The "if you can help it" was a great comfort now. Ethel could venture on, saying, "Of course that has something to do with it, but he really does make the book his object. And please don't give any hint that you suspect anything else. I suppose you are in his confidence, and I must ask no questions." "I hated not telling you, and letting you tease him, but he trusted me just enough not to make me dare to say a word, though I never was sure there was a word to say. Now do just once own, Papa, that Tom is the romantic one after all, to have done as he did in the height of the trouble." "Well, in his place so should I," said the doctor, with the perversiveness of not satisfying expectations of amazement. "You would," said Ethel, "but Tom? Would you have thought it of Tom?" "Tom has more in him than shows through his spectacles," answered Dr. May. "So that's the key to his restless fit. Poor fellow! How did it go with him? They have not been carrying it on all this time, surely?" "Oh, no, Papa. She cut him to the heart, poor boy. Thought he was laughing at her.
told him it had all been irony. He has no notion whether she will ever forgive him." "A very good lesson, Master Dr. Thomas," said Dr. May, with a twinkle in his eye. "And turn out as it will, it has done him good, tided him over a dangerous time of life. Well, you must tell me all about it tomorrow. I'm too sleepy to know what I'm talking of." The sleepiness that always finished off the doctor's senses at the right moment was a great preservative of his freshness and vigor, but Ethel was far from sharing it, and was very glad when the clock sounded a legitimate hour for getting up and dressing by candlelight, briefly answering Gertrude's eager questions on the arrival. It was a pouring wet morning, and she forbade Daisy to go to church. Indeed, it would have been too bad for herself on any morning but this. Any but this, as she repeated, smiling at her own spring of thankfulness as she fortified herself with a weight of waterproof, and came forth in the darkness of 7:45 on a grim November day. A few steps before her, pacing on, umbrellaless, was a figure which made her hurry to overtake him. "Oh, Leonard! After your journey, and in this rain?" He made a gesture of courtesy, but moved as if to follow, not join her. Did he not know whether he were within the pale of humanity? "Here is half an umbrella. Won't you hold it for me?" she said, and as he followed his instinct of obedience, she put it into his hands and took his arm, thinking that this familiarity would best restore him to a sense of his regained position, and, moreover, feeling glad and triumphant to be thus leaning, and to have that strong arm to contend with the driving blast that came howling round the corner of Minster Street and fighting for their shelter. They were both out of breath when they paused to recover in the deep porch of the Minster. "Is Dr. May come home?" "Yes, and—" Ethel signed, and Mr. Wilmot held out an earnest hand with, "This is well. I am glad to see you." "Thank you, sir," said Leonard heartily, "and for all. This is your new beginning of life, Leonard. God bless you in it." As Mr. Wilmot passed on, Ethel for the first time ventured to look up into the eyes, and saw their hollow setting, their loss of sparkle, but their added steadfastness and resolution. She could not help repeating the long-treasured lines, "And, Leonard, grieve not for thy woes, disgrace and trouble, for he who honor best bestows, shall give thee double." "I've never ceased to be glad you read Marmion with me," he hastily said, as he turned into church on hearing a clattering of choristers behind them. Clara might have had such sensations when she bound the spurs on her knight's heels, yet even she could hardly have had so pure, unselfish, and exquisite a joy as Ethel's in receiving the pupil who had been in a far different school from hers. The gray dawn through the gloom, the depths of shadow in the twilight church, softening and rendering all more solemn and mysterious, were more in accordance than bright and beamy sunshine with her subdued, grave thankfulness, and there was something suitable in the fewness of the congregation that had gathered in the Lady Chapel, so few that there was no room for shyness, either in or for him who was again taking his place there, with steady, composed demeanor, its stillness concealing so much. Ethel had reckoned on the verse, that he might hear the mournings of such as are in captivity, and deliver the children appointed unto death. But she had not reckoned on its falling on her ears in the deep, full-toned, melodious bass that came in, giving body to the young notes of the choristers, a voice so altered and mellowed since she last had heard it, that it made her look across in doubt, and recognize in the uplifted face that here indeed the freed captive was at home, and lifted above himself. When the clause in the litany, "For all prisoners and captives," brought to her the thrill that she had only to look up to see the fulfillment of many and many a prayer for one captive, for once she did not hear the response, only saw the bent head, as though there were thoughts went too deep to find voice. And again there was the special thanksgiving that Mr. Wilmot could not refrain from introducing for one to whom a great mercy had been vouchsafed. If Ethel had had to swim home, she would not but have been there. Charles Cheviot addressed them as they came out of church. "Good morning. Mr. Ward, I hope to do myself the honor of calling on you. I shall see you again, Ethel." And off he went over the glazy stones to his own house, Ethel, knowing that this cordial salutation and intended call were meant to be honorable amends for his suspicions, but Leonard, unconscious of the import, and scarcely knowing indeed that he was addressed, made his mechanical gesture of respect, and looked up, down, and round, absorbed in the scene. "How exactly the same it all looks," he said. "The cloister gate, and the swan, and the postman in the very same waterproof cape. Do you not feel like being just awake?" "No, it is more like being a ghost, or somebody else." Then the wind drove them on too fast for speech, till, as they crossed the high street, Ethel pointed through the plane trees to two round black eyes and a shining black nose at the dining room window. "My Mab! My poor little Mab! You have kept her all this time. I was afraid to ask for her. I could not hope it. I could not get my spoilt child, Gertrude, to bed without taking Mab, that she might see the meeting." Perhaps it served Daisy right that the meeting did not answer her expectations. Mab and her master had both grown older. She smelt round him long before she was sure of him, and then their content in one another was less shown by fervent rapture than by the quiet hand smoothing her silken coat, and, in return, by her wistful eye, nestling gesture, gently waving tail. And Leonard! How was it with him? It was not easy to tell in his absolute passiveness. He seemed to have neither will nor impulse to speak, move, or act, though whatever was desired of him, he did with the implicit obedience that no one could bear to see. They put books near him, but he did not voluntarily touch one. They asked if he would write to his sister, and he took the pen in his hand, but did not accomplish a commencement. Ethel asked him if he were tired, or had a headache. "Thank you, no," he said. "All right," and made a dip in the ink. "I did not mean to tease you," she said. "The mail is not going just yet, and there is no need for haste. I was only afraid something was wrong." "Thank you," he said, submissively. "I will, when I can think. But it is all too strange. I have not seen a lady, nor a room like this, since July 3 years." After that Ethel let him alone, satisfied that peace was the best means of recovering the exhaustion of his long suffering. The difficulty was that this was no house for quiet, especially the day after the master's return. The doorbell kept on ringing, and each time he looked startled and nervous, though assured that it was only Patience. But at 12 o'clock in rushed Mr. Cheviot's little brother, with a note from Mary, lamenting that it was too wet for herself, but saying that Charles was coming in the afternoon, and that he intended to have a dinner party of old Stoneborough scholars to welcome Leonard back. Meanwhile, Martin Cheviot, wanting to see and not to stare, and to unite cordiality and unconsciousness, made an awkward mixture of all, and did not know how to get away, and before he had accomplished it, Mr. Edward Anderson was announced. He hardly shook hands with Leonard, eagerly welcomed him, and talked volubly, and his last communication was, "If it clears, you will see Matilda this afternoon." "I did not know she was here." "Yes, she and Harvey are come to Mrs. Ledwidge's to stay over Sunday," and there was a laugh in the corner of his eye that convinced Ethel that the torrents of rain would be no protection. "Papa," said she, darting out to meet her father in the hall, "you must take Leonard out in your brougham this afternoon, if you don't want him driven distracted. If he is in the house, ropes won't hold Mrs. Harvey Anderson from him." So Dr. May invited his guest to share his drive, and the excitement began to seem unreal when the doctor returned alone. "I dropped him at Coxmore," he said. "It was Richard's notion that he would be quieter there, able to get out and go to church without being stared at." "Did he like it?" asked Gertrude, disappointed. "If one told him to chop off his finger, he would do it, and never show whether he liked it. Richard asked him, and he said, 'Thank you.' I never could get an opening to show him that we did not want to suppress him. I never saw spirit so quenched." Charles Cheviot thought it was a mistake to do what gave the appearance of suppression. He said that it was due to Leonard to welcome him as heartily as possible, and not to encourage false shame where there was no disgrace. So he set his wife to fill up her cards for his dinner party, and included in it Mr. and Mrs. Harvey Anderson for the sake of their warm interest in the liberated prisoner. However, Leonard was out of the scrape, as the doctor expressed it, for he had one of his severe sore throats, and was laid up at Coxmore. Richard was dismayed by his passive obedience, a novelty to the gentle eldest, who had all his life been submitting, and now was puzzled by his guest's unfailing acquiescence, without a token of preference or independence, and comically amazed at the implicit fulfillment of his recommendation to keep the throat in bed. A wise suggestion, but one that the whole house of May, in their own persons, would have scouted. Nothing short of the highest authority ever kept them there. The semblance of illness was perhaps a good starting point for a return to the ways of the world, and on the day week of his going to Coxmore, Ethel found him by the fire, beginning his letters to his brother and sister, and looking brighter and more cheery, but so devoid of voice that speech could not be expected of him. She had just looked in again after some parish visiting, when a quick soldierly step was heard, and in walked Aubrey. "No, I'm not come to you, Ethel. I'm only come to this fellow," and he ardently grasped his hand. "I've got leave till Monday, and I shall stay here and see nobody else." "What, a sore throat? Couldn't you get wrapped up enough between the two doctors?" Leonard's eyes lighted as he muttered his hoarse, "Thank you," and Ethel lingered for a little desultory talk to her brother, contrasting the changes that the 3 years had made in the two friends. Aubrey, drilled out of his home scholarly dreaminess by military and practical discipline, had exchanged his native languor for prompt, upright alertness of bearing and speech. His eye had grown more steady, his mouth had lost its vague pensive expression, and was rendered sterner by the dark mustache. Definite thought, purpose, and action had molded his whole countenance and person into hopeful manhood instead of visionary boyhood. The other face, naturally the most full of fire and resolution, looked strangely different in its serious, unsmiling gravity, the deeply worn stamp of patient endurance and utter isolation. There was much of rest and calm, and even of content, but withal a quenched look, as if the luster of youth and hope had been extinguished, and the soul had been so driven in upon itself that there was no opening to receive external sympathy. A settled expression, all the stranger on a face with the clear smoothness of early youth. One thing at least was unchanged, the firm friendship and affection that kept the two constantly casting glances over one another to assure themselves of the presence before them. Ethel left them together, and her father, who made out that he should save time by going to Coxmore Church on Sunday morning, reported that the boys seemed very happy together in their own way, but that Richard reported himself to have been at the sole expense of conversation in the evening, the only time such an event could ever have occurred. Aubrey returned home late on the Sunday evening, and Leonard set off to walk part of the way with him in the dusk, but ended by coming the whole distance, for the twilight opened their lips in this renewal of old habits. "It is all right to be walking together again," said Aubrey warmly, "though it is not like those spring days. I've thought of them every Sunday." "And what are you going to do now, old fellow?" "I don't know. I hear Bramshaw is going to offer you to come into his office. Now don't do that, Leonard, whatever you do." "I don't know. You are to have all your property back, you know, and you could do much better for yourself than that." "I can't tell till I have heard from my brother." "But, Leonard, promise me now, you'll not go out and make a Yankee of yourself." "I can't tell. I shall do what he wishes." Aubrey presently found that Leonard seemed to have no capacity to think or speak of the future or the past. He set Aubrey off on his own concerns, and listened with interest, asking questions that showed him perfectly alive to what regarded his friend, but the passive inaction of will and spirit still continued, and made him almost a disappointment. On Monday morning there was a squabble between the young engineer and the Daisy, who was a profound believer in the scientific object of Tom's journey, and greatly resented the far too obvious construction thereof. "You must read lots of bad novels at Chatham, Aubrey. It is like the fag end of the most trumpery of them all. You haven't gone far enough in your mathematics, you see, Daisy. You think 1 and 1 make 2, so I say. I've gone into the higher branches. I didn't think you were so simple and commonplace.
It would be so stupid to think he must, just because he could not help making this discovery. All for one of the higher branches of mathematics. 1 + 1 = 1. 1 minus common sense, plus folly, plus romance, minus anything to do. Your equation is worthy of Mrs. Harvey Anderson. I gave her a good dose of the diseases of climate." Aubrey was looking at Ethel all the time Gertrude was triumphing, and finally he said, "I've no absolute faith in disinterested philanthropy to a younger brother, whatever I had before I went to Tyrol." "What has that to do with it?" asked Gertrude. "Everybody was cut up and wanted to change, and you more than all. I do believe the possibility of a love affair absolutely drives people mad, and now they must needs saddle it upon poor Tom, just the one of the family who is not so stupid, but has plenty of other things to think about." "So you think it a stupid pastime?" "Of course it is. Why, just look. Hasn't everybody in the family turned stupid, and of no use, as soon as they went and fell in love? Only good old Ethel here has too much sense, and that's what makes her such a dear old gargoyle. And Harry, he is twice the fun after he comes home, before he gets his fit of love. And all the storybooks that begin pleasantly, the instant that love gets in, they are just alike. So stupid! And now, if you haven't done it yourself, you want to let poor innocent Tom in for it." "When your time comes, may I be there to see?" He retreated from her evident designs of clapper-clawing him, and she turned round to Ethel with, "Now, isn't it stupid, Ethel?" "Very stupid to think all the zest of life resides in one particular feeling," said Ethel, "but more stupid to talk of what you know nothing about." Aubrey put in his head for a hurried farewell and, "Telegraph to me when Mrs. Thomas May comes home." "If Mrs. Thomas May comes home, I'll give her that chair cover," said Ethel, and her idle needlewoman, having been 8 months working one corner of it, went off into fits of laughter, regarding its completion as an equally monstrous feat with an act of cannibalism on the impossible Mrs. Thomas May. How different were these young things with their rhodomontade and exuberant animation and spirits from him in whom all the sparkle and aspiration of life seemed extinguished. End of chapter 26. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 27 of the Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge, Chapter 27. A cup was at my lips. It passed as passes the wild desert blast. I woke. Around me was a gloom and silence of the tomb. But in that awful solitude, that little spirit by me stood. But oh, how changed! Thoughts in past years. Under Richard's kind, let-alone system, Leonard was slowly recovering tone. First he took the ruling lines in the Coxmore account books. Then he helped in their audit, and with occupation came the sense of the power of voluntary exertion. He went and came freely, and began to take long rambles in the loneliest parts of the heath and plantations, while Richard left him scrupulously to his own devices, and rejoiced to see them more defined and vigorous every day. The next stop was to assist in the night school where Richard had hitherto toiled single-handed among very rough subjects. The technical training and experience derived from Leonard's work under the schoolmaster of Portland were invaluable, and though taking the lead was the last thing he would have thought of, he no sooner entered the school than attention and authority were there, and Richard found that what had to him been a vain and patient struggle was becoming both effective and agreeable. Interest in his work was making Leonard cheerful and alert, though still grave, and shrinking from notice, avoiding the town by daylight, and only coming to Dr. May's in the dark evenings. On the last Sunday in Advent, Richard was engaged to preach at his original curacy, and that the days before and after it should likewise be spent away from home, was insisted on after the manner of the friends of hard-working clergy. He had the less dislike to going that he could leave his schoolwork to Leonard, who was to be housed at his father's, and there was soon perceived to have become a much more ordinary member of society than on his first arrival. One evening there was a loud peal at the doorbell,
and the maid, one of Ethel's experiments of training, came in. "Please, sir, a gentleman has brought a cockatoo and a letter and a little boy from the Archdeacon." "Archdeacon!" cried Dr. May, catching sight of the handwriting on the letter and starting up. "Archdeacon Norman?" "One of Norman's stray missionaries and a Maui newly caught. Oh, what fun!" cried Daisy in ecstasy. At that moment, through the still open door, walking as if he had lived there all his life, there entered the prettiest little boy that ever was seen. A little Knickerbocker boy, with floating rich dark ringlets, like a miniature cavalier coming forth from a picture, with a white cockatoo on his wrist. Not in the least confused, he went straight towards Dr. May and said, "Good morning, Grandpapa." "Ha! And who may you be, my elfin prince?" said the doctor. "I'm Dickie, Richard Rivers May. I'm not an elfin prince," said the boy with a moment's hurt feeling. "Papa sent me." By that time the boy was fast in his grandfather's embrace, and was only enough released to give him space to answer the eager question. "Papa? Papa here?" "Oh, no, I came with Mr. Seaford." The doctor hastily turned Dickie over to the two aunts, and hastened forth to the stranger, whose name he well knew as the colonist's son, a favorite and devoted clerical pupil of Norman's. "Aunt Ethel," said little Richard, with instant recognition. "Mamma said you would be like her, but I don't think you will." "Nor I, Dickie, but we'll try. And who's that?" "Yes, what am I to be like?" asked Gertrude. "You're not Aunt Daisy. Aunt Daisy is the little girl." Gertrude made him the lowest of curtsies, for not to be taken for a little girl was the compliment she esteemed above all others. Dickie's next speech was, "And is that Uncle Aubrey?" "No, that's Leonard." Dickie shook hands with him very prettily, but then returning upon Ethel, observed, "I thought it was Uncle Aubrey, because soldiers always cut their hair so close." The other guest was so thoroughly a colonist, and had so little idea of anything but primitive hospitality, that he had had no notion of writing beforehand to announce his coming. An accident had delayed the letters by which Norman and Maida had announced their decision of sending home their eldest boy under his care. "Papa had no time to teach me alone," said Dickie, who seemed to have been taken into the family councils. "And Mamma is always busy, and I wasn't getting any good with some of the boys that come to school to Papa." "Indeed, Mr. Dickie," said the doctor, full of suppressed laughter. "It is quite true," said Mr. Seaford. "There are some boys that the Archdeacon feels bound to educate, but who are not desirable companions for his son." "It is a great sacrifice," remarked the young gentleman. "Oh, Dickie, Dickie!" cried Gertrude, in fits. "Don't be a prig." "Mamma said it," defiantly answered Dickie. "Only a parrot," said Ethel, behind her handkerchief. But Dickie, who heard whatever he was not meant to hear, answered, "It is not a parrot. It is a white cockatoo that the chief of something unutterable brought down on his wrist like a hawk to the mission ship, and that Mamma sent as a present to Uncle George." "I prefer the parrot that has fallen to my share," observed the doctor. It was by this time perched beside him, looking perfectly at ease and thoroughly at home. There was something very amusing in the aspect of the little man. He so completely recalled his mother's hummingbird title by the perfect look of finished porcelain perfection that even a journey from the Antipodes, with only gentlemen nursemaids, had not destroyed. The ringleted, rich brown hair shone like glossy silk, the cheeks were like painting, the trim, well-made legs and small hands and feet looked dainty and fairy-like, yet not at all effeminate. Hands and face were a healthy brown, and contrasted with the little white collar, the set of which made Ethel exclaim, "Just look, Daisy! That's what I always told you about Maida's doings, only I can't understand it. Dickie, have the fairies kept you in repair ever since Mamma dressed you last?" "We haven't any fairies in New Zealand," he replied, "and Mamma never dressed me since I was a baby." "And what are you now?" said the doctor. "I am 8 years old," said this piece of independence, perfectly well-mannered, and au fait in all the customs of the tea table. And when the meal was over, he confidentially said to his aunt,
Shall I come and help you wash up? I never break anything." Ethel declined this kind offer, but he hung on her hand and asked if he might go and see the schoolroom, where Papa and Uncle Harry used to blow soap bubbles. She lighted a candle, and the little gentleman showed himself minutely acquainted with the whole geography of the house, knew all the rooms in the pictures, and where everything had happened, even to adventures that Ethel had forgotten. "It is of no use to say there are no fairies in New Zealand," said Dr. May, taking him on his knee and looking into the blue depths of Norman's eyes. "You have been head waiter to Queen Mab, and perpetually here when she made you put a girdle around the earth in 40 minutes. "Papa read that to the boys, and they said it was stupid and no use," said Dickie, "but Papa said that the electric telegraph would do it." The little cavalier appeared not to know what it was to be at a loss for an answer, and the joint letter from his parents explained that his precocious quickness was one of their causes for sending him home. He was so deft and useful as to be important in the household, and necessarily always living with his father and mother, he took constant part in their conversation, and was far more learned in things than in books. In the place where they were settled, trustworthy boys' society was unattainable, and they had felt their little son in danger of being spoilt and made forward from his very goodness and brightness, wrote Meta. "If you find him a forward imp, recollect it is my fault for having depended so much on him." His escort was a specimen of the work Norman had done, not actual mission work, but preparation and inspiriting of those who went forth on the actual task. He was a simple-minded, single-hearted man, one of the first pupils in Norman's college, and the one who had most fully imbibed his spirit. He had been for some years a clergyman, and latterly had each winter joined the mission voyage among the Melanesian Isles, returning to their homes the lads brought for the summer for education to the mission college in New Zealand, and spending some time at a station upon one or other of the islands. He had come back from the last voyage much out of health, and had been for weeks nursed by Maida, until a long rest having been declared necessary, he had been sent to England as the only place where he would not be tempted to work, and was to visit his only remaining relation, a sister, who had married an officer and was in Ireland. He was burning to go back again, and eagerly explained, sagely corroborated by the testimony of the tiny archdeacon, that his illness was to be laid to the blame of his own imprudence, not to the climate, and he dwelt upon the delights of the yearly voyage among the lovely islands, beautiful beyond imagination, fenced in by coral breakwaters, within which the limpid water displayed exquisite sea flowers, shells, and fishes of magical gorgeousness of hue, of the brilliant white beach fringing the glorious vegetation, coconut, breadfruit, banana, and banyan growing on the sloping sides of volcanic rocks, of mysterious red glowing volcano lights seen far out at sea at night, of glades opening to show high-roofed huts covered with mats, of canoes decorated with the shining white shells resembling a poached egg, of natives clustering round, eager and excited, seldom otherwise than friendly, though in hitherto unvisited places, or in those where the wanton outrages of sandalwood traders had excited distrust, caution was necessary, and there was peril enough to give the voyage a full character of heroism and adventure. Bows and poisoned arrows were sometimes brought down, and Dickie insisted that they had been used, but in general the mission was recognized, and an eager welcome given. Presents of fish hooks, or of braid and handkerchiefs, established a friendly feeling, and readiness, in which the hand of the maker must be recognized, was manifested to entrust lads to the mission for the summer's training at the college in New Zealand. Wild lads, innocent of all clothing, except marvelous adornments of their woolly locks, wigged out sometimes into huge cauliflowers whitened with coral lime, or arranged quarterly red and white, and their noses decorated with rings, which were their nearest approach to a pocket, as they served for the suspension of fish hooks or any small article. A radiate arrangement of skewers from the nose, in unwitting imitation of a cat's whiskers, had even been known. A few days taught dressing and eating in a civilized fashion, and time, example, and the wonderful influence of the head of the mission trained these naturally intelligent boys into much that was hopeful. Dickie, who had been often at the college, had much to tell of familiarity with the light canoes that some cut out and launched, of the teaching them English games,
of their orderly ways in school and in hall, of the prayers in their many tongues, and of the baptism of some, after full probation, and at least one winter's return to their own isles, as a test of their sincerity and constancy. Much as the May family had already heard of this wonderful work, it came all the closer and nearer now. The Isle of Allen Earnscliff's burial place had now many Christians in it. Harry's friend, the young Chief David, was dead, but his people were some of them already teachers and examples, and the whole region was full to overflowing of the harvest, calling out for laborers to gather it in. Silent as usual, Leonard nevertheless was listening with all his heart, and with parted lips and kindling eyes that gave back somewhat of his former countenance. Suddenly his face struck Mr. Seaford, and turning on him with a smile, he said, "You should be with us yourself. You look cut out for mission work." Leonard murmured something, blushed up to his ears, and subsided, but the simple, single-hearted Mr. Seaford, his soul all on one object, his experience only in one groove, by no means laid aside the thought, and the moment he was out of Leonard's presence, eagerly asked who that young man was. "Leonard Ward? He is the son of an old friend," replied Dr. May, a little perplexed to explain his connection. "What is he doing? I never saw anyone looking more suited for our work." "Tell him so again," said Dr. May. "I know no one that would be fitter." They were all taken up with the small grandson the next day. He was ready in his fairy-page trimness to go to the early service at the Minster, but he was full of the colonial nil admirari principle, and was quite above being struck by the grand old building, or allowing its superiority, either to Papa's own church or Auckland Cathedral. They took him to present to Mary on their way back from church, when he was the occasion of a great commotion by carrying the precious Master Charlie all across the hall to his mamma, and quietly observing in resentment at the outcry that of course he always carried little Ethel about when mamma and nurse were busy. After breakfast, when he had finished his investigations of all Dr. May's domains, and much entertained Gertrude by his knowledge of them, Ethel set him down to write a letter to his father, and her own to Maida being engrossing, she did not look much more after him till Dr. May came in and said, "I want you to sketch off a portrait of her dicky bird for Maida," and he put before her a natural history with the figure of that tiny hummingbird which is endowed with swan's down knickerbockers. "By the by, where is the sprite?" He was not to be found, and when dinner time, and much calling and searching, failed to produce him, his grandfather declared that he was gone back to Elfland. But Leonard recollected certain particular inquiries about the situation of the Grange near Coxmore, and it was concluded that he had anticipated the doctor's intentions of taking him and Mr. Seaford there in the afternoon. The notion was confirmed by the cockatoo having likewise disappeared, but there was no great anxiety, since the little New Zealander appeared as capable of taking care of himself as any gentleman in Her Majesty's dominions, and a note had already been sent to his aunt informing her of his arrival. Still, a summons to the doctor in an opposite direction was inopportune, the more so as the guest was to remain at Stoneborough only this one day, and had letters and messages from Mr. and Mrs. Rivers, while it was also desirable to see whether the boy had gone to Coxmore. Leonard proposed to become Mr. Seaford's guide to the Grange, learn whether Dickie was there, and meet the two ladies at Coxmore with the tidings, leaving Mr. Seaford and the boy to be picked up by the doctor on his return. It was his first voluntary offer to go anywhere, though he had more than once been vainly invited to the Grange with Richard. Much conversation on the mission took place during the walk, and resulted in Mr. Seaford's asking Leonard if his profession were settled. No, he said, and not at all aware that his companion did not know what every other person round him knew, he added, "I have been thrown out of everything. I am waiting to hear from my brother." "Then you are not at university?" "Oh, no, I was a clerk." "Then if nothing is decided, is it impossible that you should turn your eyes to our work?" "Stay," said Leonard, standing still. "I must ask whether you know all about me. Would it be possible to admit to such work as yours one who, by a terrible mistake, has been under sentence of death and in confinement for 3 years?" "I must think. Let us talk of this another time. Is that the Grange?" hastily exclaimed the missionary, rather breathlessly. Leonard, with perfect composure, replied that it was, pointed out the different matters of interest, and, though a little more silent, showed no other change of manner. He was asking the servant at the door if Master May were there, when Mr. Rivers came out and conducted both into the drawing-room, where little Dickie was, sure enough. It appeared that, cockatoo on wrist, he had put his pretty face up to the glass of Mrs. Rivers's morning-room and had asked her, "Is this Mamma's room, Aunt Flora? Where's Margaret?" Uncle, aunt, and cousin had all been captivated by him, and he was at present looking at the display of all Margaret's treasures, keenly appreciating the useful and ingenious, but condemning the merely ornamental as only fit for his baby sister. Margaret was wonderfully gracious and childlike, but perhaps she rather oppressed him, for when Leonard explained that he must go on to meet Miss Bay at Coxmore, the little fellow sprang up, declaring that he wanted to go thither, and though told that his grandfather was coming for him, and that the walk was long, he insisted that he was not tired, and Mr. Seaford, finding him not to be dissuaded, broke off his conversation in the midst, and insisted on accompanying him, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Rivers rather amazed at colonial breeding. The first time Mr. Seaford could accomplish being alone with Dr. May, he mysteriously shut the door and began, "I am afraid Mrs. Rivers thought me very rude, but though no doubt he is quite harmless, I could not let the child or the ladies be alone with him." "With whom?" "With your patient." "What patient of mine have you been seeing today?" asked Dr. May, much puzzled. "Oh, then you consider him as convalescent, and certainly he does seem rational on every other point. But is this one altogether an hallucination?" "I have not made out either the hallucination or the convalescent. I beg your pardon," said the courteous doctor, "but I cannot understand whom you have seen." "Then is not that young Ward a patient of yours? He gave me to understand today that he has been under confinement for 3 years. "My poor Leonard!" exclaimed the doctor. "I wish his hair would grow. This is the second time. And did you really never hear of the Bloor murder, and of Leonard Ward?" Mr. Seaford had some compound edifice of various murders in his mind, and required full enlightenment. Having heard the whole, he was ardent to repair his mistake, both for Leonard's own sake and that of his cause. The young man was indeed looking ill and haggard, but there was something in the steady eyes, hollow though they still were, and in the determined cast of features, that strangely impressed the missionary with a sense of his being molded for the work. And on the first opportunity a simple, straightforward explanation of the error was laid before Leonard, with an entreaty that if he had no duties to bind him at home, he would consider the need of laborers in the great harvest of the southern seas. Leonard made no answer save, "Thank you," and that he would think. The grave-set features did not light up as they had done unconsciously when listening without personal thought. He only looked considering and accepted Mr. Seaford's address in Ireland, promising to write after hearing from his brother. Next morning Dr. May gave notice that an old patient was coming to see him, and must be asked to luncheon. Leonard soon after told Ethel that he should not be at home till the evening, and she thought he was going to Coxmore, by way of avoiding the stranger. In the twilight, however, Dr. May, going up to the station to see his patient off, was astonished to see Leonard emerge from a second-class carriage. "You here?" "The last person I expected." "I have only been to W. about my teeth." "What, have you been having toothache?" "At times, but I have had 2 out, so I hope there is an end of it." "And you never mention it, you stoic." "It was only at night." "And how long has this been?" "Since I had that cold, but it was no matter." "No matter, except that it kept you looking like Count Ugolino, and me always wondering what was the matter with you. And," detaining him for a moment under the lights of the station, "this extraction must have been a pretty business, to judge by your looks. What did the dentist do to you?" "It is not so much that," said Leonard, low and sadly, "but I began to have a hope, and I see it won't do." "What do you mean, my dear boy? What have you been doing?" "I have been into my old cell again," said he, under his breath, and Dr. May, leaning on his arm, felt his nervous tremor.
Prisoner of the Bastille, eh, Leonard? I had long been thinking that I ought to go and call on Mr. Reeve and thank him. But he does not receive calls there. No, said Leonard, as if the old impulse to confidence had returned. But I have never been so happy since as I was in that cell, and I wanted to see it again. Not only for that reason, he added, but something that Mr. Seaford said brought back a remembrance of what Mr. Wilmot told me when my life was granted. Something about the whole being preparation for future work, something that made me feel ready for anything. It had all gone from me, all but the remembrance of the sense of a blessed presence and support in that condemned cell, and I thought perhaps 10 minutes in the same place would bring it back to me. And did they? No, indeed. As soon as the door was locked, it all went back to July 1860 and worse. Things that were mercifully kept from me then, mere abject terror of death, and of that kind of death, the disgrace, the crowds, all came on me, and with them the misery all in one of those 9 months, the loathing of those eternal narrow-waved white walls, the sense of their closing in, the sickening of their sameness, the longing for a voice, the other horror of thinking myself guilty. The warder said it was 10 minutes. I thought it hours. I was quite done for, and could hardly get downstairs. I knew the spirit was being crushed out of me by the solitary period, and it is plain that I must think of nothing that needs nerve or presence of mind, he added, in a tone of quiet dejection. You are hardly in a state to judge of your nerve, after sleepless nights and the loss of your teeth. Besides, there is a difference between the real and imaginary, as you have found. You who, in the terrible time of real anticipation, were a marvel in that very point of physical resolution. I could keep thoughts out, then, he said. I was master of myself. You mean that the solitude unhinged you? Yet I always found you brave and cheerful. The sight of you made me so. Nay, the very sight or sound of any human being made a difference. And now you all treat me as if I had borne it well. But I did not. It was all that was left me to do, but indeed I did not. What do you mean by bearing it well? Said the doctor in the tone in which he would have questioned a patient. Living as I thought I should when I made up my mind to life instead of death, said Leonard. But all that went away. I let it slip, and instead came everything possible of cowardice and hatred and bitterness. I lost my hold of certainty what I had done or what I had not, and the horror, the malice, the rebellion that used to come on me in that frightful light white silent place were unutterable. I wish you would not have me among you all, when I know there can hardly be a wicked thought that did not surge over me. To be conquered. To conquer me, he said, in utter lassitude. Stay, did they ever make you offend wilfully? There was nothing I could offend in. Your tasks of work, for instance. I often had a savage, frantic abhorrence of it, but I always brought myself to do it, and it did me good. It would have done more if it had been less mechanical, but it often was only the instinct of not degrading myself like the lowest prisoners. Well, there was your conduct to the officials. Oh, one could not help being amenable to them. They were so kind. Besides, these demons never came over me except when I was alone. And one thing more, Leonard. Did these demons, as you well call them, invade your devotions? Never, he answered readily. Then recalling himself, not at the set times, I mean, though they often made me think the comfort I had there mere hypocrisy and delusion, and be nearly ready to give over what depended on myself. Chapel was always joy. It brought change and the presence of others, if nothing else, and that would in itself have been enough to banish the hauntings. And they did not interfere with your own readings? Said the doctor, preferring this to the word that he meant. I could not let them, said Leonard. There was always refreshment. It was only before and after that all would seem mockery, profanation, or worse still, delusion and superstition, as if my very condition proved that there was none to hear. The hobgoblin had all but struck the book out of Christian's hand, said Dr. May, pressing his grasp on Leonard's shuddering arm. You are only telling me that you have been in the valley of the shadow of death. You have not told me that you lost the rod and staff.
No, I must have been helped, or I should not have my senses now." And perhaps it was the repressed tremor of voice and frame rather than the actual words that induced the doctor to reply. "That is the very point, Leonard. It is the temptation to us doctors to ascribe too much to the physical and too little to the moral, and perhaps you would be more convinced by Mr. Wilmot than by me. But I do verily believe that all the anguish you describe could and would have been insanity if grace had not been given you to conquer it. It was a tottering of the mind upon its balance, and, humanly speaking, it was the self-control that enabled you to force yourself to your duties, and find relief in them, which saved you. I should just as soon call David conquered because the deep waters had come in over his soul." "You can never know how true those verses are," said Leonard, with another shiver. "At least I know to what kind of verses they all lead," said the doctor, "and I am sure they led you, and that you had more and brighter hours than you now remember." "Yes, it was not all darkness. I believe there were more spaces than I can think of now, when I was very fairly happy, even at Pentonville, and at Portland all did well with me till last spring, and then the news from Massasauga brought back all the sense of blood guiltiness, and it was worse than ever. And that sense was just as morbid as your other horrible doubt, about which you asked me when we were coming home." "I see it was now, but that was the worst time of all. The monotony of school, and the sense of hypocrisy and delusion in teaching, the craving to confess, if only for the sake of the excitement, and the absolute inability to certify myself whether there was any crime to confess. I can't talk about it, and even chapel was not the same refreshment, when one was always teaching a class in it, as coming in fresh only for the service. Even that was failing me, or I thought it was. No, I do not know how I could have borne it much longer." "No, Leonard, you could not. Tom and I both saw that in your looks and quite expected to hear of your being ill. But, you see, we are never tried above what we can bear." "No," said Leonard, very low, as if he had been much struck. And then he added, after an interval, "It is over now, and there's no need to recollect it except in the way of thanks. The question is what it has left me fit for. You know, Dr. May," and his voice trembled, "my first and best design in the happy time of Coombe, the very crown of my life, was this very thing, to be a missionary. But for myself, I might be in training now. If I had only conquered my temper, and accepted that kind offer of Mr. Cheviot's, all this would never have been, and I should have had my youth, my strength and spirit, my best, to devote. I turned aside because of my obstinacy, against warning, and now how can I offer? One who has stood at the bar, lived among felons, thought such thoughts, the released convict with a disgraced name. It would just be an insult to the ministry. No, I know how prisoners feel. I can deal with them. Let me go back to what I am trained for. My nerve and spirit have been crushed out. I am fit for nothing else. The worst thing that has remained with me is this nervousness. Cowardice is its right name. Starting at the sound of a door or at a fresh face. A pretty notion that I should land among savages." Dr. May had begun an answer about the remains of the terrible ordeal that might in itself have been part of Leonard's training when they reached the house door. These nerves, or whatever they were, did indeed seem disposed to have no mercy on their owner, for no sooner had he sat down in the warm drawing-room than such severe pain attacked his face as surpassed even his powers of concealment. Dr. May declared it was all retribution for his unfriendliness in never seeking sympathy or advice, which might have proved the evil to be neuralgia and saved the teeth, instead of aggravating the evil by their extraction. "I suspect he has been living on nothing," said Dr. May, when, in a lull of the pain, Leonard had gone to bed. "Papa!" exclaimed Gertrude, "don't you know what Richard's housekeeping is? Don't you recollect his taking that widow for a cook because she was such a good woman?" "I don't think it was greatly Richard's fault," said Ethel. "I can hardly get Leonard to make a sparrow's meal here, and most likely his mouth has been too uncomfortable." "Aye, that never-seeking sympathy is to me one of the saddest parts of all. He has been so long shut within himself that he can hardly feel that anyone cares for him." "He does so more than at first," said Ethel. "Much more. I have heard things from him tonight that are a revelation to me. Well, he has come through, and I believe he is recovering it. But the 3 threads of our being have all had a terrible wrench, and if body and mind come out unscathed, it is the soundness of the spirit that has brought them through. A sleepless night and morning of violent pain ensued, but at least thus much had been gained, that there was no refusal of sympathy, but a grateful acceptance of kindness, so that it almost seemed a recurrence to the Coombe days. And as the pain lessened, the enjoyment of Ethel's attendance seemed to grow upon Leonard in the gentle languor of relief, and when, as she was going out for the afternoon, she came back to see if he was comfortable in his easy-chair by the drawing-room fire, and put a screen before his face, he looked up and thanked her with a smile, the first she had seen. When she returned, the winter twilight had closed in, and he was leaning back in the same attitude, but started up, so that she asked if he had been asleep. "I don't know. I have seen her again." "Seen whom?" "Minna, my dear little Minna." "Dreamt of her?" "I cannot tell," he said. "I only know she was there." And then rising and standing beside Ethel, he continued, "Miss May, you remember the night of her death? Easter Eve?" "Well," continued he, "that night I saw her." "I remember," said Ethel, "that Mr. Wilmot told us you knew at once what he was come to tell you." "It was soon after I was in bed. The lights were out, and I do not think I was asleep when she was by me. Not the plump, rosy thing she used to be, but tall and white, her hair short and waving back, her eyes, oh, so sad and wistful, but glad too, and her hands held out, and she said, 'Turn you to the stronghold, ye prisoners of hope.' Oh, Leonard, dear, it does not hurt." "It was the last thing she did say." "Yes, so Eve's letter said. And observe, 1:00 in Indiana is 9:30 with us." Then her hair. "I wrote to ask, for you know it used to be in long curls, but it had been cut short, like what I saw. Surely, surely it was the dear loving spirit allowed to show itself to me before going quite away to her home." "And you have seen her again?" "Just now." His voice was even lower than before. "Since it grew dark, as I sat there. I had left off reading, and had been thinking, when there she was, all white, but not wistful now. 'Leonard, dear,' she said, 'it has not hurt.' And then, 'He brought me forth. He brought me forth even to a place of liberty, because he had a favor unto me.' Oh, Leonard, it must have made you very happy." "I am very thankful for it," he said. Then after a pause, "You will not speak of it. You will not tell me to think it the action of my own mind upon itself." "I can only believe it a great blessing come to comfort you and cheer you," said Ethel. "Cheer you as with the robin note, as Papa called it, that sung all through the worst of times. Leonard, I am afraid you will think it unkind of me to have withheld it so long, but Papa told me you could not yet bear to hear of Minna. I have her last present for you in charge, the slipper she was working on for that 18th birthday of yours. She would go on, and we never knew whether she fully understood your danger. It was always, 'They could not hurt you,' and at last, when they were finished, and I had to make her understand that you could not have them, she only looked up to me and said, 'Please keep them and give them to him when he comes home.' She never doubted, first or last." Ethel, who had daily been watching for the moment, took out the parcel from the drawer, with the address in the childish writing, the date in her own. Large tears came dropping from Leonard's eyes as he undid the paper and looked at the work, then said, "Last time I saw that pattern, my mother was working it. Dear child!" "Yes, Miss May, I am glad you did not give them to me before. I always felt as if my blow had glanced aside and fallen on Minna, but somehow I feel more fully how happy she is." "She was the messenger of comfort throughout to Ave and to Ella," said Ethel, "and well she may be to you still." "I have dreaded to ask," said Leonard, "but there was a line in one letter I was shown that made me believe that climate was not the whole cause." "No," said Ethel, "at least the force to resist it had been lost, as far as we can see. It was a grievous error of your brother's to think her a child who could forget. She pined to hear of you, and that one constant effort of faith and love was too much, and wasted away the little tender body. But oh, Leonard, How truly she can say that her captivity is over, and that it has not hurt." "It has not hurt," musingly repeated Leonard. "No, she is beyond the reach of distracting temptations and sorrows. It has only made her brighter to have suffered what it breaks one's heart to think of. It has not hurt." "Nothing from without does hurt," said Ethel, "unless one lets it." "Hurt what?" he asked. "The soul," returned Ethel. "Mind and body may be hurt, and it is not possible to know one's mind from one's soul while one is alive, but as long as the will and faith are right, to think the soul can be hurt seems to me like doubting our protector." "But if the will have been astray?" "Then while we repent, we must not doubt our Redeemer." Dickie ran in at the moment, calling for Aunt Ethel. She had dropped her muff. Leonard picked it up, and as she took it, he wrung her hand with an earnestness that showed his gratitude. End of chapter 27. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 28 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge, Chapter 28. Tender as woman, manliness and meekness in him were so allied that those who judged him by his strength or weakness knew but a single side. J. Whittier. It promised to be a brilliant Christmas at Stoneborough, though little Dickie regarded the feast coming in winter as a perverse English innovation and was grand on the superiority of Supplejack above holly. Decorations had been gradually making their way into the minster, and had advanced from being just tolerated to being absolutely delighted in. But Dr. Spencer, with his knack of doing everything, was sorely missed as a head, and Mr. Wilmot insisted that the May forces should come down and work the minster on the 23rd, leaving the eve for the adornment of Coxmore after the return of its incumbent. Mary, always highly efficient in that line, joined them, and Leonard's handiness and dexterity in the arts relating to carpentry were as quietly useful as little Dickie's bright readiness in always handing whatever was wanting. The work was pretty well over when Aubrey, who had just arrived with leave for a week, came down and made it desultory. Dickie, whose imagination had been a good deal occupied by a soldier uncle, wanted to study him, and Gertrude was never steady when Aubrey was near. Presently it was discovered that the door to the tower stair was open. The ascent of the tower was a feat performed 2 or 3 times in a lifetime at Stoneborough. Harry had once beguiled Ethel and Mary up, but Gertrude had never gone, and was crazy to go, as was likewise Dickie. Moreover, Aubrey and Gertrude insisted that it was only proper that Ethel should pay her respects to a prototype, the Gurgoyle. They wanted to compare her with him, and ordered her up. In fact, their spirits were too high for them to be at ease within the church, and Ethel, maugre her 30 years, partook of the exhilaration enough to delight in an extraordinary enterprise, and as nothing remained but a little sweeping up, they left this to the superintendence of Mary and Mr. Wilmot, and embarked upon the narrow crumbling steps of the spiral stair that led up within an unnatural thickening of one of the great piers that supported the tower at the intersection of nave and transepts. After a long period of dust and darkness, and the monotony of always going with the same leg foremost, came a narrow door, leading to the ringers' region, with all the ropes hanging down. Ethel was thankful when she got her youngsters past without an essay on them. She doubted if she should have succeeded, but for Leonard's being an element of soberness. Other little doors ensued, leading out to the various elevations of roof, which were all sorts of different heights, the chancel lower than the nave, and one transept than the other. Besides that, the nave had both triforium and clerestory. It was a sort of labyrinth, and they wondered whether anyone, except perhaps the plumber's foreman, knew his way among all the doors. Then there was one leading inwards to the 8 bells, from whose fascinations Ethel thought Dickie never would be taken away, and still more charming, to the clock, which clanged a tremendous 3 as they were in the act of looking at it, causing Leonard to make a great start and then color painfully. It was hard to believe, as Daisy said, that the old tower, that looked so short and squat below, could be so very high when you came to go up it, but the glimpses of the country, through the little loophole windows, were most inviting. At last, Aubrey, who was foremost, pushed up the trap door and emerged. But, as Dickie followed him, exclaimed, "Here we are, but you ladies in crinolines will never follow. You'll stick fast forever, and Leonard can't pass, so there you'll all have to stay." "Aunt Daisy will sail away like a balloon," added Dickie roguishly, looking back at her and holding on his cap. But Gertrude vigorously compressed her hoop and squeezed through, followed by Ethel and Leonard. There was a considerable space, square, leaded and protected by the battlement parapet, with a deep molding round and a gutter resulting in the pipe smoked by Ethel's likeness, the gurgoyle. Of course the first thing Dickie and Aubrey did was to look for the letters that commemorated the ascent of H.M., E.M., M.M. in 1852, and it was equally needful that R.R.M., if nobody else, should likewise leave a record on the leads. There was an R.M. of 1820 that made it impossible to gainsay him. The view was not grand in itself, but there was a considerable charm in looking down on the rooks in their leafless trees, prying over their old nests, and in seeing the roofs of the town. Far away, too, the grey Welsh hills, and between, the country lying like a map, with rivers traced in light instead of black. Leonard stood still, his face turned towards the greenest of the meadows, and the river where it dashed over the wheel of a mill. "Have you seen it again?" asked Ethel, as she stood by him and watched his eye. "No, I am rather glad to see it first from so far off," he answered. "I mean to walk over some day." "Ethel," called Gertrude, "is this your gurgoyle? His profile as seen from above isn't flattering." "Oh, Daisy, don't lean over so far." Quite safe, but at that instant a gust of wind caught her hat. She grasped at it, but only saved it from whirling away, and made it fall short. "There, Ethel, your image has put on my hat, and henceforth will appear to the wondering city in a black hat and feather." "I'll get it!" exclaimed the ever-ready Dickie, and in another moment he had mounted the parapet and was reaching for it. Whether it were Gertrude's shriek, or the natural recoil away from the grasping hand, or that his hold on the side of the adjoining pinnacle was insecure, he lost his balance, and with a sudden cry, vanished from their eyes. The frightful consternation of that moment none of those four could ever bear to recall. The next, they remembered that he could only fall as far as the roof, but it was Ethel and Leonard alone who durst press to the parapet, and at the same moment a cry came up. "Oh, come! I'm holding on, but it cuts! Oh, come!" Ethel saw, some 25 feet below, the little boy upon the transept roof, a smooth slope of lead, only broken by a skylight, a bit of churchwarden's architecture still remaining. The child had gone crashing against the window, and now lay back clinging to its iron frame. Behind him was the entire height within the church floor, before him a rapid slope, ended by a course of stone, wide enough indeed to walk on, but too narrow to check the impetus from slipping down the inclination above. Ethel's brain swam. She just perceived that both Aubrey and Leonard had disappeared, and then had barely power to support Gertrude, who reeled against her, giddy with horror. "Oh, look! Look, Ethel!" she cried. "I can't! Where is he?" "There!" "Yes. Hold on, Dickie. They're coming. Look up, not down. Hold on!" A door opened, and out dashed Aubrey. Alas! It was on the nave clerestory. He might as well have been 100 miles off. Another door, and Leonard appeared, and on the right level, but with a giddy, unguarded ridge on which to pass round the angle of the tower. She saw his head pass safely round, but, even then, the horror was not over. Could he steady himself sufficiently to reach the child, or might not Dickie lose hold too soon? It was too close below for sight. The moulding and gurgoyle impeded her agonized view, but she saw the child's look of joyful relief. She heard the steady voice, "Wait, don't let go yet. There," and after a few more sounds came up a shout, "All right!" Infinitely relieved, she had to give her whole attention to poor Gertrude, who, overset by the accident, giddy with the attempt to look over, horrified by the danger, confused and distressed by the hair that came wildly flapping about her head and face, and by the puffs of wind at her hoop, had sunk down in the center of the little leaden square, clinging with all her might to the staff of the weathercock, and feeling as if the whole tower were rocking with her, absolutely seeing the battlements dance. How was she ever to be safely got down the rickety ladder leading to the crumbling stone stair? Ethel knelt by her, twisted up the fluttering hair, bade her shut her eyes and compose her thoughts, and then called over the battlements to Aubrey, who, confused by the shock, continued to emerge at wrong doors and lose himself on the roofs, and was like one in a bad dream, nearly as much dizzied as his sister, to whose help he came the more readily, as the way up was the only one plain before him. The detention would have been more dreadful to Ethel had she known all that was passing below, and that when the little boy, at Leonard's sign, lowered himself towards the outreaching arms of the young man, who was steadying himself against the wall of the tower, it was with a look of great pain and leaving a trail of blood behind him. When, at length, he stood at the angle, Leonard calmly said, "Now go before me, round that corner, in at the door. Hold by the wall, I'll hold your shoulder." The boy implicitly obeyed, the notion of giddiness never seemed to occur to him, and both safely came to the little door, on the threshold of which Leonard sat down, and lifting him on his knee, asked where he was hurt. "My leg," said Dickie. "The glass was running in all the time, and I could not move, but it does not hurt so much now." Perhaps not, but a large piece of glass had broken into the slender little calf, and Leonard steadied himself to withdraw it, as, happily, the fragment was large enough to give a hold for his hand. The sensible little fellow, without a word, held up the limb across Leonard's knee, and threw an arm around his neck, to hold himself still, just saying, "Thank you," when it was over. "Did it hurt much, Dickie?" "Not very much," he answered. "But how it bleeds! Where's Aunt Ethel?" "On the tower. She will come in a moment," said Leonard, startled by the exceeding flow of blood, and binding the gash round with his handkerchief. "Now I'll carry you down." The boy did not speak all the weary winding way down the dark stairs, but Leonard heard gasps of oppression, and felt the head lean on his shoulder. Moreover, a touch convinced him that the handkerchief was soaking, nay, dripping, and when he issued at length into the free air of the church, the face was deadly white. No one was near, and Leonard laid him on a bench. He was still conscious, and looked up with languid eyes. "Mayn't I go home?" he said, faintly. "Aunt Ethel." "Let me try to stop this bleeding first," said Leonard. "My dear little man, if you will only be quiet, I think I can." Leonard took the handkerchief from his throat, and wound it to its tightest just above the hurt, Dickie remonstrating for a moment with, "That's not the place. It is too tight." "It will cut off the blood from coming," said Leonard, and in the same understanding way the child submitted, feebly asking, "Shall I bleed to death? Mamma will be so sorry." "I hope not," said Leonard. He durst utter no encouragement, for the life-blood continued to pour forth unchecked, and the next murmur was, "I'm so sick. I can't say my prayers. Papa! Mamma!" Already, however, Leonard had torn down a holly bough and twisted off, he would have given worlds for a knife, a short stout stick, which he thrust into one of the folds of the ligature and pulled it much tighter, so that his answer was, "Thank God, Dickie, that will do. The bleeding has stopped. You must not mind if it hurts for a little while." An ejaculation of, "Poor little dear," here made him aware of the presence of the sexton's wife, but in reply to her offer to carry him into Mrs. Cheviot's, Dickie faintly answered, "Please let me go home." And Leonard, "Yes, I will take him home. Tell Miss May it is a cut from the class. I am taking him to have it dressed, and will bring him home. Now, my dear little patient fellow, can you put your arms round my neck?" Sensible, according to both meanings of the word, Dickie clasped his friend's neck, and laid his head on his shoulder, not speaking again till he found Leonard was not turning towards the High Street, when he said, "That is not the way home." "No, Dickie, but we must get your leg bound up directly, and the hospital is the only place where we can be sure of finding anyone to do it.
I will take you home directly afterwards." "Thank you," said the courteous little gentleman, and in a few minutes more Leonard had rung the bell, and begged the house surgeon would come at once to Dr. May's grandson. A few drops of stimulant must revive Dickie, and he showed perfect trust and composure, only holding Leonard's hand, and now and then begging to know what they were doing, while he was turned over on his face for the dressing of the wound, bearing all without a sound, except an occasional sobbing gasp, accompanied by a squeeze of Leonard's finger. Just as this business had been completed, the surgeon exclaimed, "There's Dr. May's step," and Dickie at once sat up, as his grandfather hurried in, nearly as pale as the boy himself. "Oh, Grandpapa, never mind, it is almost well now. And has Aunt Daisy got her hat?" "What is it, my dear? What have you been doing?" said the doctor, looking in amazement from the boy to Leonard, who was covered with blood. "They told me you had fallen off the minster tower." "Yes, I did," said Dickie. "I reached after Aunt Daisy's hat, but I fell on the roof, and I was sliding down to the wall, but there was a window, and the glass broke and cut me, but I got my feet against the bottom of it, and held on by the iron bar till Leonard came and took me down." And he lay back on the pillow, quiet and exhausted, but bright-eyed and attentive as ever, listening to Leonard's equally brief version of the adventure. "Didn't he save my life, Grandpapa?" said the boy, at the close. "Twice over, you may say," added the surgeon, and his words as to the nature of the injury manifested that all had depended on the immediate stoppage of the hemorrhage. With so young a child, delay from indecision or want of resource would probably have been fatal. "There would have been no doing anything if this little man had not been so good and sensible," said Leonard, leaning over him. "And I did not cry. You will tell Papa I did not cry," said Dickie eagerly, but only half gratified by such girlish treatment as that agitated kiss of his grandfather, after being a little bit of a hero. But then Dickie's wondering eyes really beheld such another kiss bestowed over his head upon Leonard, and quite thought there were tears on Grandpapa's cheeks. Perhaps old gentlemen could do what was childish in little boys. Dickie was to be transported home. He wished to be carried by Leonard, but the brougham was at the door, and he had to content himself with being laid on the seat, with his friend to watch over him, the doctor pointing out that Leonard was a savage spectacle for the eyes of Stoneborough, and hurrying home by the short cut. Ethel met him in extreme alarm. Gertrude's half-restored senses had been totally scattered by the sight of the crimson traces on the spot of Leonard's operations, and she had been left to Mary's care, while Ethel and Aubrey had hastened home, and not finding anyone there, the latter had dashed off to Bankside, whilst Ethel waited arranging the little fellow's bed, and trying to trust to Leonard's message, and not let her mind go back to that fearful day of like waiting, 16 years ago, nor onto what she might have to write to Norman and Maida of the charge they had sent to her. Her father's cheerful face at first was a pang, and then came the rebound of gladness at the words. "He is coming! No fear for him, gallant little man! Thanks for God's mercy, and to that noble fellow, Leonard." At the same moment Aubrey burst in. "No one at Rice! Won't be in no one knows how long! What is to become of us?" And he sank down on a chair. "Aye, what would become of any of us if no one had a better pate than yours, sir?" said Dr. May. "You have one single perfection, and you had better make the most of it, that of knowing how to choose your friends. There's the carriage." After a moment's delay, the cushion was lifted out with the little wounded cavalier, still like a picture, for, true to his hummingbird nature, a few scarcely conscious movements of his hands had done away with looks of disarray. The rich, glossy curls were scarcely disordered, and no stains of blood had adhered to the upper part of his small person, whereas Leonard was a ghastly spectacle from head to foot. "So, Master Dickie Byrne," said Dr. May, as they rested him a moment on the hall table, "give me that claw of yours. Yes, you'll do very well, only you must go to bed now. And, mind, whatever you did when you were in Fairyland, we don't fly here in Stoneborough, and it does not answer." "I am not to go to bed for being naughty, am I?" said Dickie, his brave white lip for the first time quivering. "Indeed, I did not know it was wrong." The poor little man's spirits were so exhausted that the reassurance on this head absolutely brought the much-dreaded tears into his eyes, and he could only be carried up gently to his bed and left to be undressed by his aunt, so great an aggravation to the troubles of this small fragment of independence that it had almost overset his courtesy and self-command. There was no contenting him till he had had all traces of the disaster washed from face and hands and the other foot, and then, over his tea, though his little clean shirt was weak, he must needs give a lucid description of Leonard's bandaging, in the midst of which came a knock at the door, and a gasping voice, "I'll be quite quiet, indeed I will. Only just let me come in and kiss him and see that he is safe." "Oh, Auntie Daisy, have you got your hat?" Wan, tear-stained, disheveled, Gertrude bit her lip to save an outburst, gave the stipulated kiss, and retreated to Mary, who stood in the doorway like a dragon. "Auntie Daisy has been crying," said Dickie, turning his eyes back to Ethel. "Please tell her I shall be well very soon, and then I'll go up again and try to get her hat, if I may have a hook and line. I'll tell you how." "My dear Dickie, you had better lie down and settle it as you go to sleep," said Ethel, her flesh creeping at the notion of his going up again. "But if I go to sleep now, I shall not know when to say my prayers." "Had you not better do so now, Dickie?" Next came a child's scruple about not kneeling, but at last he was satisfied if Aunt Ethel would give him his little book out of the drawer, that little delicately illuminated book with the pointed writing and the twisted cipher, Maida's hand in every touch. Presently he looked up and said, "Aunt Ethel, isn't there a verse somewhere about giving the angels charge? I want you to find it for me, for I think they help me to hold on, and help Leonard upon the narrow place. You know they are sure to be flying about the church." Ethel read the 91st Psalm to him. He listened all through, and thanked her, but in a few minutes more he was fast asleep. As she left the room she met Leonard coming down and held out her hands to him with mute intensity of thanks, telling him, in a low voice, what Dickie had said of the angel's care. "I am sure it was true," said Leonard. "What else could have saved the brave child from dizziness?" Downstairs Leonard's reception from Dr. May was, "Pretty well for a nervous man. Anybody can do what comes to hand." "I beg your pardon. Some bodies lose their wits, like your friend Aubrey, who tells me, if he had stood still, he would have fainted away. As long as nerves can do what comes to hand, they need not be blamed, even if they play troublesome tricks at other times, as I suspect they are doing now. Yes, my face is aching a little." "Not to say a great deal," said the doctor. "Well, I'm not going to pity you, for I think you can feel today that most of us would be glad to be in your place." "I am very glad," said Leonard. "You remember that child's parents?" "No, you have grown so old that I am always forgetting what a boy you ought to be. But if you had ever seen the tenderness of his father, and that sunbeam of a Maida, you would know all the more how we bless you for what you have spared them. Leonard, if anything had been needed to do so, you have won to yourself such a brother in Norman as you have in Aubrey." Meantime Ethel was soothing Gertrude, to whom the shock had been in proportion to the triumphal heights of her careless gaiety. Charles Cheviot had come in while his wife was restoring her, and he had plainly said what no one else would have intimated to the spoilt darling, that the whole accident had been owing to her recklessness, and that he had always expected some fatal consequence to give her a lesson. Gertrude had been fairly cowed by such unwonted treatment, and when he would only take her home on condition of composure and self-command, her trembling limbs obliged her to accept his arm, and he subdued her into meek silence and repression of all agitation, till she was safe in her room, when she took a little bit of revenge upon Mary by crying her heart out, and declaring it was very cruel of Charles when she did not mean it. And Mary, on her side, varied between assurances that Charles did not mean it, and that he was quite right, the sister now predominating in her, and now the wife. "Mean what?" said Ethel, sitting down among them before they were aware. That it was all my fault," burst out Gertrude. "If it was, I don't see what concern it is of his." "But, Daisy dear, he is your brother." "I've got plenty of brothers of my own. I don't count those people-in-law." "She's past reasoning with, Mary," said Ethel. "Leave her to me. She will come to her senses by and by." "But indeed, Ethel, you won't be hard on her? I am sure dear Charles never thought what he said would have been taken in this way." "Why did he say it then?" cried Gertrude, firing up. "My dear Mary, do please go down, before we get into the pitiable last word condition." That condition was reached already, but in Ethel's own bedroom Mary's implicit obedience revived, and away she went, carrying off with her most of what was naughtiness in Gertrude. "Ethel, Ethel, dear!" cried she at once. "I know you are coming down on me. I deserve it all, only Charles had no business to say it, and wasn't it very cruel and unkind when he saw the state I was in? I suppose Charles thought it was the only chance of giving a lesson, and therefore true kindness. Come, Daisy, is this terrible fit of pride a proper return for such a mercy as we have had today? If I didn't say so to myself a dozen times on the way home, only Mary came and made me so intolerably angry by expecting me to take it as if it had come from you or papa." "Ah, Daisy, that is the evil. If I had done my duty by you all, this would not have been." "Now, Ethel, when you want to be worse, and more cutting than anything, you go and tell me my faults are yours. For pity's sake, don't come to that." "But I must, Daisy, for it is true. Oh, if you had only been a naughty little girl!" "What? And had it out then?" said Daisy, who was lying across the bed, and put her golden head caressingly on Ethel's knee. "If I had plagued you then, you would have broken me in out of self-defense." "Something like it," said Ethel. "But you know, Daisy, the little last treasure that Mamma left, it always seemed something we could not make enough of, and it didn't make you fractious or tiresome, at least not to us, till we thought you could not be spoilt. And then I didn't see the little fault so soon as I ought, and I'm only an elder sister, after all, without any authority." "No, you're not to say that, Ethel. I mind your authority, and always will. You are never a bother." "Ah, that's it, Daisy. If I had only been a bother, you might never have got ahead of yourself." "Then you really think, like Charles Cheviot, that it was my doing, Ethel?" "What do you think yourself?" Great tears gathered in the corners of the blue eyes. Was it weak in Ethel not to bear the sight? "My poor Daisy," she said, "yours is not all the burden. I ought not to have taken up such a giddy company, or else I should have kept the boy under my hand. But he is so discreet and independent that it is more like having a gentleman staying in the house than a child under one's charge, and one forgets how little he is, and I was as much off my balance with spirits as you. It was the flightiness of us all, and we have only to be thankful, and to be sobered for another time. I am afraid that pride about being reproved is really the worst fault." "And what do you want me to do? To go and tell Papa all about it?" "I mean to do that, of course. It is the only way to get comforted." "Of course it is, but—" "You horrid creature, Ethel! I'll never say you aren't a bother again. You really do want me to go and tell Charles Cheviot that he was quite right, and Mary that I'm ready to be trampled on by all my brothers-in-law in a row. Well, there won't be any more. You'll never give me one. That's one comfort," said Gertrude, wriggling herself up and flinging an arm around Ethel's neck. "As long as you don't do that, I'll do anything for you." "Not for me." "Well, you know that, you old thing. Only you might take it as a personal compliment. I really will do it. For, of course, one could not keep one's Christmas otherwise." It was rather too businesslike, but elders are often surprised to find what was a hard achievement in their time a matter of course to their pupils, almost lightly passed over. Dickie slept till morning, when he was found very pale, but lively and good-humored as ever. Mr. Wright, coming up to see him, found the hurt going on well, and told Ethel that if she could keep him in bed and undisturbed for the day, it would be better and safer, but that if he became restless and fretful, there would be no great risk in taking him to a sofa. Restless and fretful! Mr. Wright little knew the discretion, or the happy power of accommodation to circumstances that had descended to Maida's firstborn. He was quite resigned as soon as the explanation had been made. Perhaps, indeed, there was an instinctive sense that to be dressed and moved would be fatiguing, but he had plenty of smiles and animation for his visitors, and, when propped up in bed, was full of devices for occupation.
Moreover, he acquired a slave. He made a regular appropriation of Leonard, whom he quickly perceived to be the most likely person to assist in his great design of constructing a model of the clock in the Minster Tower for the edification of his little brother Harry. Leonard worked away at the table by the bedside with interest nearly equal to the child's, and when wire and cardboard were wanting, he put aside all his dislike to facing the Stoneborough streets and tradesmen in open day, and, at Dickie's request, sallied forth in quest of the materials. And when the bookseller made inquiries about the boy, Leonard, in the fullness of his heart, replied freely and in detail. Nay, he was so happy in the little man's well-doing that he was by no means disconcerted even by a full encounter of Mrs. Harvey Anderson in the street, but answered all her inquiries in entire oblivion of all but the general rejoicing in little Dickie's wonderful escape. "Well," said Aubrey to his sisters, after a visit to his nephew's room, "Dickie has the best right to him, certainly, to-day. It is an absolute appropriation. They were talking away with all their might when I came up, but came to a stop when I went in, and Master Dick set me to the right about." The truth was, that Dickie, who, with eyes and ears all alive, had gathered up some fragments of Leonard's history, had taken this opportunity of catechizing him upon it in a manner that it was impossible to elude, and which the child's pretty tact carried off, as it did many things which would not have been tolerated if done rudely and abruptly. Step by step, in the way of question and remark, he led Leonard to tell him all that had happened, and when once fairly embarked in the reminiscence, there was in it a kind of peace and pleasure. The fresh, loving, wondering sympathy of the little boy was unspeakably comforting, and besides, the bringing the facts in their simple form to the grasp of the childish mind restored their proportion, which their terrible consequences had a good deal disturbed. They seemed to pass from the present to the historical, and to assume the balance that they took in the child's mind, coming newly upon them. It was like bathing in a clear, limpid stream that washed away the remains of morbid oppression. "I wish Mamma was here," said the little friend, at last. "Do you want her? Are you missing her, my dear?" "I miss her always," said Dickie. "But it was not that. Only Mamma always makes everybody so happy, and she would be so fond of you, because you have had so much trouble." "But, Dickie, don't you think I am happy to be with your grandfather and aunt, and hoping to see my own sisters very soon? Your aunt, who taught me what bore me through it all?" "Aunt Ethel?" cried Dickie, considering. "I like Aunt Ethel very much, but then she is not like Mamma." There could be no doubt that Leonard was much better and happier after this adventure. Reluctantly, Dickie let him go back to Coxmore, where his services in church decking and in singing had been too much depended on to be dispensed with, but he was to come back with Richard for the family assembly on Christmas evening. Moreover, Gertrude, who was quite herself again, having made her peace with the Cheviots and endured the reception of her apologies, seized on him to lay plots for a Christmas tree, for the delectation of Dickie on his sofa, and likewise of Margaret Rivers and of the elite of the Coxmore schools. He gave in to it heartily, and on the appointed day worked with great spirit at the arrangements in the dining room, where Gertrude, favored by the captive state of the little boy, conducted her preparations, relegating the family meals to the schoolroom. This tree was made the occasion for furnishing Leonard with all the little appliances of personal property that had been swept away from him. And, after all, he was the most delighted of the party. The small Charlie Cheviot had to be carried off shrieking. Margaret Rivers was critical. Even Coxmore was experienced in Christmas trees, and Dickie, when placed in the best situation, and asked if such trees grew in New Zealand, made answer that he helped Mamma to make one every year for the Maori children. It was very kind in Aunt Daisy, he added, with unfailing courtesy, but he was too zealous for his colony to be dazzled, too utilitarian to be much gratified by any of his gifts, excepting a knife of perilous excellence, which Aubrey, in contempt of Stoneborough productions, had sacrificed from his own pocket at the last moment. Leonard and Dickie together were in a state of great delight at the little packets handed to the former. Studs, purse, pencil case, writing materials, From Hector Earnscliff a watch, with the entreaty that his gifts might not be regarded as unlucky. From Ethel a photographic book, with the carts of his own family, whose old negatives had been hunted up for the purpose. Also a recent one of Dr. May with his grandson on his knee, the duplicate of which was gone to New Zealand, with the doctor's inscription, "The Modern Sauropedia, Astigus Confounded." There was Richard, very good, young and pretty. There was Ethel, exactly like the doctor, only more so. There was Gertrude, like nobody, not even herself, and her brothers much in the same predicament. There was the latest of Mr. Rivers's many likenesses, with the cockatoo on his wrist, and there was the least truculent and witch-like of the numerous attempts on Flora. There was Mrs. Cheviot, broad-faced and smiling over her son, and Mr. and Mrs. Earnscliff pinioning the limbs of their offspring, as in preparation for a family holocaust. There was Dickie's mamma, unspoilable in her loveliness even by photography, and his papa grown very bald and archidiaconal. There was Ethel's great achievement of influence, Dr. Spencer, beautiful in his white hair. There were the vicar and the late and present headmasters. The pleasure excited by all these gifts far exceeded the anticipations of their donors. It seemed as if they had fallen on the very moment when they would convey a sense of home, welcome, and restoration. He did not say much, but looked up with liquid, lustrous eyes, and earnest "thank yous," and caressingly handled and examined the treasures over and over again, as they lay round him on Dickie's couch. "I suppose," said the child to him, "it is like Job, when all his friends came to see him, and everyone gave him a piece of money." "He could hardly have enjoyed it more," murmured Leonard, feeling the restful capacity of happiness in the new possession of the child's ardent love, and of the kind looks of all around, above all, of the one presence that still gave him his chief sense of sunshine. The boyish and romantic touch of passion had, as Ethel had long seen, been burnt and seared away, and yet there was something left, something that, as on this evening she felt, made his voice softer, his eyes more deferential to her than anyone else. Perhaps she had once been his guiding star, and if, in the wild tempests of the night, he had learnt instead to direct his course by the brightest and best of the sons of the morning, still the star would be prized and distinguished as the first and most honored among inferior constellations. End of chapter 28. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 29 of the Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge, Chapter 29. Till now the dark was worn, and overhead the lights of sunset and of sunrise mixed. Tennyson. At New York, Tom wrote a short letter to announce his safe arrival, and then pushed on by railway into Indiana. Winter had completely set in, and when he at length arrived at Winniamac, he found that a sleigh was a far readier mode of conveyance to Massasauga than the wagons used in summer. His drive, through the white cathedral-like arcades of forest, hung with transparent icicles, and with the deep blue sky above, becoming orange towards the west, was enjoyable, and even Massasauga itself, when its skeleton trees were like their neighbors, embellished by the pure snowy covering, looked less forlorn than when their death contrasted with the exuberant life around. He stopped at the hotel, left his baggage there, and after undergoing a catechism on his personal affairs, was directed to Mr. Muller's house, and made his way up its hard-trodden path of snow towards the green door, at which he knocked 2 or 3 times before it was opened by a woman whose hair and freckled skin were tinted nowhere but in Ireland. He made a step forward out of the cutting blast into the narrow entry, and began to ask, "Is Miss Ward here? Can I see Miss Warden?" When, as if at the sound of his voice, there rang from within the door close by a shriek, one of the hoarse, hysterical cries he had heard upon the day of the inquest. Without a moment's hesitation he pushed open the door and beheld a young lady in speechless terror hanging over the stiffened figure on the couch, the eyes wide open, the limbs straight and rigid. He sprang forward and lifted her into a more favorable posture, hastily asking for simple remedies likely to be at hand, and producing a certain amount of revival for a few moments, though the stiffness was not passing, nor was there evidence of consciousness. "Are you Leonard?" said Cora Muller, under her breath, in this brief interval, gazing into his face with frightened, puzzled eyes. "No, but I am come to tell her that he is free." But the words were cut short by another terrible access of that most distressing kind that stimulates convulsion, and again the terrified woman instinctively rendered obedience to the stranger in the measures he rapidly took, and his words, hysteria, a form of hysteria, were forced from him by the necessity of lessening Cora's intense alarm, so as to enable her to be effective. "We must send for Dr. Laidlaw," she began in the first breathing moment, and again he looked up and said, "I am a physician." "Mr. Tom?" she asked with the faintest shadow of a smile. He bent his head, and that was their introduction, broken again by another frightful attack. And when quiescence, if not consciousness, was regained, Tom knelt by the sofa, gazing with a sense of heart-rending despair at the wasted features and thin hands, the waxen whiteness of the cheek, and the tokens in which he clearly read long and consuming illness as well as the overthrow of the sudden shock. "What is this?" he asked, looking up to Cora's beautiful, anxious face. "Oh, she has been very sick, she answered. "It was an attack of pleurisy, but she is getting better at last, though she will not think so, and this news will make all well. Does she hear? Say it again." Tom shook his head, afraid of the sound of the name as yet, and scarcely durst even utter the word "Ella" above his breath. "She has gone out with Cousin Deborah to an Appleby," was the reassuring answer. "She wanted change. Poor child! Is she getting better?" Averill was roused by a cough, the sound which tore Tom's heart by its import, but he drew back out of her sight, and let Cora raise her and give her drink, in a soothing, tender manner, that was evident restoration. "Cora, dear, is it you?" she said, faintly. "Didn't I hear someone else's voice? Didn't they say—" and the shiver that crept over her was almost a return of the hysteric fit. "We said he was free," said Cora, holding her in her arms. "Free, yes, I know what that means. Free among the dead," said Averill calmly, smoothing Cora's hair and looking in her face. "Don't be afraid to let me hear. I shall be there with him and Minna soon. Didn't somebody come to tell me? Please let him in. I'll be quiet now." And as she made gestures of arranging her hair and dress, Tom guardedly presented himself, saying in a voice that trembled with his endeavor to render it calm, "Did you think I should have come if I had nothing better to tell you?" And as she put out her hand in greeting, he took it in both his own, and met her eyes looking at him wide open, in the first dawning of the hope of an impossible gladness. "Yes," he said, "the truth has come out. He is cleared. He is at home, at Stoneborough." The hot fingers closed convulsively on his own. Then she raised herself, pressed her hands together, and gasped and struggled fearfully for breath. The joy and effort for self-command were more than the enfeebled frame could support, and there was a terrible and prolonged renewal of those agonizing paroxysms, driving away every thought from the other two except of the immediate needs. At last, when the violence of the attack had subsided and left what was either fainting or stupor, they judged it best to carry her to her bed and trust that, reviving without the associations of the other room, the agitation would be less likely to return, and that she might sleep under the influence of an anodyne. Poor Tom! It was not the reception he had figured to himself, and after he had laid her down, and left her to Cora and to Caddy to be undressed, he returned to the parlor and stood over the sinking wood fire in dejection and dreariness of heart, wrung by the sufferings he had witnessed, with the bitter words, "too late," echoing in his brain, and with a still more cruel thought, had it been his father or one of his brothers, any one to whose kindness she could trust, the shock had not been so great, and there would have been more sense of soothing and comfort. And then he tried to collect his impressions of her condition, and judge what would serve for her relief, but all his senses seemed to be scattered. Dismay, compassion, and sympathy had driven away all power of forming a conclusion. He was no longer the doctor. He was only the anxious listener for the faintest sound from the room above, but none reached him save the creaking of the floor under Caddy's heavy tread. The gay tinkle of sleigh bells was the next noise he heard, and presently the door was opened, and two muffled hooded figures looked into the room, now only lighted by the red embers of the fire. "Where's Cora? Where's Abe?" said the bright tone of the lesser. "It is all dark," and she was raising her voice to call, when Tom instinctively uttered a "hush" and moved forward. "Hush, Ella, your sister has been ill." The little muffled figure started at the first sound of his voice, but as he stepped nearer, recoiled for a second, then with a low cry, almost a sob of recognition, exclaimed, "Mr. Tom! Oh, Mr. Tom, I knew you would come! Cousin Deborah, it's Mr. Tom!" And she flew into his arms and clung with an ecstasy of joy, unknowing the why or how, but with a sense that light had shone, and that her troubles were over. She asked no questions, she only leaned against him with, "Mr. Tom, Mr. Tom," under her breath. "But what is it, stranger? Do tell. Where are the girls? What's this about Avy's being sick? Do you know the stranger, Ella?" "It's Mr. Tom," she cried, holding his arm round her neck, looking up in a rapturous restfulness. "I brought Miss Warden some good news that I fear has been too much for her," said he. "I am only waiting to hear how she is." By way of answer, Deborah opened another door which threw more light on the scene from the cooking stove in the kitchen, and at the same moment Cora with a candle came down the stairs. "Oh, Dr. May," she said, "you have been too long left alone in the dark. I think she is asleep now. You will stay. We will have tea directly." Tom faltered something about the hotel, and began to look at Cousin Deborah, and to consider the proprieties of life. But Cousin Deborah, Cora, and Ella began declaring with one voice that he must remain for the evening meal, and a bustle of cheerful preparation commenced, while Ella still hung on his hand. "But, Ella, you've never asked my good news." "Oh, dear! I was too glad. Are we going home, then?" "Yes, I trust so. I hope so, my dear, for Leonard's innocence has come to light, and he is free." "Then Henry won't mind, and we may be called by our proper name again, and Abe will be well," cried the child, as the ideas came more fully on her comprehension. "Oh, Cora! Oh, Cousin Deborah, do you hear? Does Abe know? May I run up and tell Abe?" This, of course, was checked, but next Ella impetuously tore off her wraps for the convenience of spinning up and down wildly about the kitchen and parlor. Leonard himself did not seem to have great part in her joy. Henry's policy had really nearly rooted out the thought of him personally, and there was a veil of confusion over the painful period of his trial, which at the time she had only partially comprehended. But she did understand that his liberation would be the term of exile, and though his name was to be connected with a mysterious shudder that made her shrink from uttering or hearing details, she had a security that Mr. Tom would set all right, and she loved him so heartily that his presence was sunshine enough for her. A little discomfited at the trouble he was causing, Tom was obliged to wait while not only Cousin Deborah, but Cora busied herself in the kitchen, and Ella in her restless joy came backwards and forwards to report their preparations, and at times to tarry a short space by his side and tell of the recent troubles. Abe had been very ill, she said, very ill indeed about a month ago, and Henry had come home to see her, but had been obliged to go away to the siege of Charleston when she was better. They had all been ill ever since they came there, but now Mr. Tom was come, should not they all go home to dear Stoneborough, away from this miserable place? If they could only take Cora with them! It was still a childish tongue, but Ella had outgrown all her plump roundness, and was so tall and pale that Tom would hardly have known her. Her welcome was relief and comfort, and she almost inspired her own belief that now all would be well. His English ideas were rather set at rest by finding that Mrs. Deborah was to preside at the tea-table, and that he was not to be almost tete-a-tete with Miss Muller. Deborah, having concluded her hospitable cares, catechized him to her full content, and satisfied herself on the mystery of the warden's life. And now what brought himself out? She guessed he could not find an opening in the old country. Tom smiled, explained his opening at home, and mentioned his charge of his late friend's book. So you are come out about the book, and just come a few 100 miles out of the way to bring this bit of news that you could have telegraphed? Said the Yankee dame, looking at him with her keen eyes. Well, if you were coming, it was a pity you were not sooner. She has pined away ever since you came here, and to such a worn-down condition as hers, poor child, I doubt joy is kinder more upsetting than trouble when one is used to it. There, I'll fix the things and go up and sit with Avie. She'll be less likely to work herself into a flight again if she sees me than one of you. So Tom, less embarrassed now, found himself sitting by the fire, with Ella roasting her favorite nuts for him, and Miss Muller opposite. He was taken by surprise by her beautiful face, elegant figure, and ladylike manner, and far more by her evidently earnest affection for Averill. She told him that ever since the fatal turn of little Minna's illness, Averill had been subject to distressing attacks of gasping and rigidity, often passing into faintness, and though at the moment of emotion she often showed composure and self-command, yet that nature always thus revenged herself. Suspense, letters from home or from Henry, even verses, or times connected with the past, would almost certainly bring on the affection, and the heat of the summer had relaxed her frame so as to render it even more unable to resist. There had been hope in the bracing of winter, but the first frost had brought chill, and a terrible attack of pleurisy, so dangerous that her brother had been summoned. She had struggled through, however, and recovered to a certain point, but there had stopped short, often suffering pain in the side, and never without panting breath and recurring cough. This had been a slightly better day, and she had been lying on the sofa, counting the days to Leonard's next letter, when the well-known voice fell on her ears, and the one strong effort to control herself had resulted in the frightful spasms, which had been worse than any Cora had yet witnessed. "But she will get well, and we shall go home," said Ella, looking up wistfully into Tom's mournful face. "And I shall lose you," said Cora. "But indeed I have long seen it was the only thing. If I had only known, she never should have come here." "No, indeed. I feel that you would have led her to nothing that was not for her good and comfort." "Ah, but I did not know," said Cora. "I had not been here, and I only thought of my own pleasure in having her. But if there is any way of freeing her from this unfortunate speculation without a dead loss, I will make father tell me." This, from Cora's pretty mouth, though only honest and prudent, rather jarred upon Tom in the midst of his present fears, and he began to prepare for his departure to the inn, after having sent up Ella to ask for her sister, and hearing that she still slept soundly under the influence of the opiate. When Averill awoke it was already morning, and Cora was standing by her bed, with her eyes smiling with congratulation, like Veronica's on a sunny day. "Cora, is it true?" she said, looking up. Cora bent down and kissed her and whispered, "I wish you joy, my dear." "Then it is," she said. "It is not all a dream?" "No dream, dearest." "Who said it?" she asked. "Oh, Cora, that could not be true!" and the color rose in her cheek. "That? Yes, Averill, if you mean that we had a visitor last evening. I took him for Leonard, do you know? Only I thought his eyes and hair did not quite answer the description. He is a very gentlemanlike person. Did you not think so?" said Averill. "Ah, Ave, I've heard a great deal. Don't you think you had better tell me some more?" "No, no," exclaimed Averill. "You are not to think of folly," as coughing cut her short. "I'll not think of any more than I can help, except what you tell me." "Never think at all, Cora. Oh, what has brought him here? I don't know how I can dare to see him again. And yet he is not gone, is he?" "Oh, no, he is only at the inn. He is coming back again." "I must be up. Let me get up," said Averill, raising herself, but pausing from weakness and breathlessness. And when they had forced some food upon her, she carried out her resolution, though twice absolutely fainting in the course of dressing, and at length crept softly, leaning on Cora's arm, into the parlor. Though Tom was waiting there, he neither spoke nor came forward till she was safely placed upon the sofa, and then gathering breath, she sought him with her eager eyes, shining, large, lustrous, and wistful, as they looked out of the white, thin face, where the once glowing color had dwindled to 2 burning carnation spots. It was so piteous a change that as he took her hand he was silent, from sheer inability to speak calmly. "You have come to tell me," she said. "I am afraid I could not thank you last night." How different that soft, pleading, languid voice from the old half-defiant tone! "I did not know you had been so unwell," he forced himself to say, "or I would not have come so suddenly." "I am grown so silly," she said, trying to smile. "I hardly even understood last night," and the voice died away in the intense desire to hear. I was coming on business, and I thought you would not turn from the good tidings, though I was the bearer," he said in a broken, agitated, apologetic way. "Only let me hear it again," she said. "Did you say he was free?" "Yes, free as you are, or I. At home. My father was gone to fetch him." She put her hands over her face and looked up with the sweetest smile he had ever seen, and whispered, "Now I can sing my Nunc Dimittis." He could not at once speak, and before he had done more than make one deprecatory gesture, she asked, "You have seen him?" Not since September." "I know. You have been very good. And he is at home." "Ah, not home, but Dr. May's. Was he well? Was he very glad?" "I have not seen him. I have not heard. You will hear soon. I came at once with the tidings." "Thank you," and she clasped her hands together. "Have you seen Henry? Does he know?" "Could I? Had not you the first right?" "Leonard! Oh, dear Leonard!" She lay back for a few moments, panting under the gust of exceeding joy, while he was silent, and tried not to seem to observe her with his anxious eyes. Then she recovered a little and said, "The truth come out! Did you say so? What was the truth?" He paused a moment, afraid of the shock, and remembering that the suspicion had been all unknown to her. She recalled probabilities, and said, "Was it from a confession? Is it known who was the real unhappy person?" "Yes." "Had you no suspicion?" "No, none," said Averill, shuddering, "unless it was some robber. Who was it?" "You had never thought of the other nephew?" "You don't mean Samuel Axworthy?" "Oh, no! Why, the last thing Leonard bade me was always to pray for him." "Ah," said Tom, with bent head and coloring cheeks, "but who are those for whom such as Leonard would feel bound to pray?" There was a moment's silence, and then she said, "His enemy." "Is that what you mean? But then he would have known it was he." He was entirely convinced that so it must have been, but there was no proof, and an unsupported accusation would only have made his own case worse. "And has he confessed? Has he been touched and cleared Leonard at last?" "No, he had no space granted him. It was the receipt in your brother's writing that was found upon him." "The receipt?" "Yes, Leonard always said the receipt would clear him. But oh, how dreadful! He must have had it all the time. How could he be so cruel? Oh, I never felt before that such wickedness could be." And she lay, looking appalled and overpowered. "Think of your brother knowing it all, and bidding, and giving you that injunction," said Tom, feeling the necessity of overcoming evil with good. "Oh, if I had known it, I could not have been like Leonard. And what has become of him?" she asked breathlessly. "You speak as if he was dead." "Yes. He was killed in a fray at a gaming house." There was a long silence, first of awe, then of thankfulness plainly beaming in her upraised eyes and transparent countenance, which Tom watched, filled with sensations, mournful but not wholly wretched. Shattered as she was, sinking away from her new-found happiness, it was a precious privilege to be holding to her the longed-for draught of joy. "Tell me about it, please," she presently said. How did the receipt come to light? Were the police told to watch for it? I want to know whom I have to thank." His heart beat high, but there was a spirit within him that could not brook any attempt to recall the promise he had pursued her with, the promise that he would not rest till he had proved her brother's innocence. He dreaded her even guessing any allusion to it, or fancying he had brought the proffered price in his hand, and when he began with, "Can you bear to hear of the most shocking scene I ever witnessed?" he gave no hint of his true motive in residing at Paris, of the clue that Billson's draft had given him in thither pursuing Axworthy, nor of his severe struggle in relinquishing request. He threw over all the completest accidental air, and scarcely made it evident that it was he who had recognized the writing and all that turned on it. Averill listened to the narration, was silent for some space, then, having gone over it in her own mind, looked up and said, "Then all this came of your being at that hospital," and a burning blush spread over the pale cheek, and made Tom shrink, start, and feel guilty of having touched the chord of obligation connected with that obtrusive pledge of his. Above all, however, to repress emotion was his prime object, and he calmly answered, "It was a good providence that brought anyone there who knew the circumstances." She was silent, and he was about to rise and relieve her from the sense of his presuming on her gratitude when a cough, accompanied with a pressure of her hand on her side, betrayed an access of suffering that drew him on to his other purpose of endeavoring to learn her condition and to do what he could for her relief. His manner, curiously like his father's, and all the home associations connected with it, easily drew from her what he wanted to ascertain, and she perfectly understood its purport, and was calm and even bright. "I was glad to be better when Henry went away," she said. "He had so much to do, and we thought I was getting well then. You must not frighten him and hurry him here, if you please," she said, earnestly, "for he must not be wasting his time here, and you think it will last a month or two, don't you?" "I want to persuade Henry to bring you all home, and enter into partnership with Mr. Wright," said Tom. "The voyage might. It would be the best thing for you." "Could I ever be well enough again? Oh, don't tell me to think about it. The one thing I asked for before I die has been given me, and now I know he is free, I will not set my mind on anything else." There was a look so near heaven on her face as she spoke that Tom durst not say any more of home or earthly schemes, but, quiet, grave, and awe-stricken, left her to the repose she needed, and betook himself to the other room, where Ella, of course, flew on him, having been hardly detained by Cora from breaking in before. His object was to go to see the medical man who had been attending Averill, and Cora assuring him the horse had nothing to do in the frost, and telling him the times of the day when he would be most likely to find Dr. Laidlaw, he set forth. Averill meantime lay on her sofa calmly happy and thankful, the worn and wearied spirit full of rest and gladness unspeakable, in the fullness of gratitude for the answered prayer that she might know her brother free before her death. If she had ever doubted of her own state, she had read full confirmation in her physician's saddened eyes, and the absence of all hopeful auguries, except a single hint that she might survive a voyage to England, and that she wished unsaid. Life, for the last 5 years, had been mournful work. There had been 1 year of blind self-will, discord, and bitterness, then a crushing stroke, and the rest exhausted submission and hopeless bending to sorrow after sorrow, with self-reproach running through all. Wearied out, she was glad to lay down the burthen and accept the evening gleam as sunset radiance, without energy to believe it as the dawn of a brighter day. She shrank from being made even to wish to see Leonard. If once she began to think it possible, it would be a hard sacrifice to give it up, and on one point her resolution was fixed, that she would not be made a cause for bringing him to share their wretchedness in America. Life and things of life were over with her, and she would only be thankful for the softening blessings that came at its close, without stirring up vain longings for more. That kindness of Tom May, for instance, how soothing it was after her long self-reproach for her petulant and cutting unjust reply to his generous affection, generous above all at such a moment. And after all, it was he and no other who had cleared Leonard. He had fulfilled the pledge he had given when he did not know what he was talking of.
How she hated the blush that the sudden remembrance had called up on her face. It was quite plain that he had been disgusted by her unkind, undignified, improper tone of rejection, and though out of humanity he had brought her the tidings, he would not let her approach to thanking him. She was ashamed that he should have traced an allusion, the most distant, to the scene he had, doubtless, loathed in remembrance. He would, no doubt, go away today or tomorrow, and then these foolish thoughts would subside, and she should be left alone with Cora and her thankfulness, to think again of the great change before her. But Tom was not gone. Indeed, Averill was much more ill before the next morning, partly from hysteria, the reaction of the morning's excitement, and partly from an aggravation of the more serious pulmonary affection. It was a temporary matter, and one that made his remaining the merest act of common humanity, since he had found Dr. Laidlaw a very third-rate specimen, and her brother was too far off to have arrived in time to be of use. The fresh science and skill of the young physician were indeed of the highest value, and under his care Averill rallied after a few days of prostration and suffering, during which she had watched and observed a great deal, and especially the good understanding between her doctor and Cora Muller. When Cousin Deborah was sitting with her, they always seemed to be talking in the drawing-room. Nay, there were reports of his joining in the fabrication of some of the delicacies that were triumphantly brought to her room, and Ella was in a state of impatient pique at being slighted by Mr. Tom, who, she complained, was always fighting with Cora about their politics, and Cora herself used to bring what Dr. May had said as the choicest entertainment to her sick friend, while to herself he was merely the physician, kind and gentle to the utmost degree, but keeping his distance so scrupulously that the pang awoke that he absolutely disliked her, and only attended her from common compassion, and, it might be, found consolation in being thus brought in contact with Cora. Oh, if it were only possible to own her wrongs, and ask his pardon without a compromise of maidenliness! Perhaps she might, when she was still near death, and when she was supposed to know how it was between him and Cora. Dear Cora, it would be a beautiful reward for them both, and they would take care of Ella. Cora would be happier than ever yet among the Mays, and oh, why was there so much unkind selfish jealousy left, that instead of being glad, the notion left her so very miserable? Why did the prospect of such happiness for her self-devoted friend and nurse make her feel full of bitterness and hardly able to bear it patiently when she heard her speak the name of Dr. May? Averill had again left her bed, and resumed her place on the sofa before letters arrived. There was Leonard's from Coxmore Parsonage, the first real letter she had had from him since his term of servitude had begun. It was a grave and thankful letter, very short, doing little more than mention everyone's kindness, and express a hope of soon meeting her and Ella, however and wherever Henry should think best. Brief as it was, it made her more thoroughly realize his liberty, and feel that the yearning towards him in her heart was growing more and more ardent, in spite of her strivings not to let it awaken. The same post brought Henry's answer to Tom May's representation. It was decisive. He had broken off his whole connection with England, and did not wish to return to a neighborhood so full of painful recollections. He was making his way rapidly upwards in his present position, and it would be folly to give up the advantages it offered. Moreover, he had no fears of the future well-doing of the Massasauga Company. As soon as the weather permitted it, he hoped to remove his sister to a healthier locality for change of air, but she could not be fit for a journey in the winter. There were plenty of acknowledgments to the Mays for their kindness to Leonard, from whom Henry said he had heard, as well as from Dr. May and others at Stoneborough. He should advise Leonard by all means to close with Mr. Bramshaw's offer, for he saw no opening for him in the United States at present, although the ultimate triumph over rebellion, N.C., 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 in the most inflated style of Henry's truly adopted country. No one who had not known the whole affair would ever enter into Leonard's entire innocence. The stigma of conviction would cleave to him, and create an impression against him and his family among strangers, and it was highly desirable that he should remain among friends. In fact, it was plain that Henry was still ashamed of him, and wished to be free of a dangerous appendage.
Tom was so savagely angry at this letter that he could only work off his wrath by a wild expedition in the snow, in the course of which he lost his way, wandered till the adventure began to grow perilous, came at last upon a squatter, with great difficulty induced him to indicate the track sufficiently for his English density, and arrived at Massasauga at 9 o'clock at night. Averill was still on her sofa, quite calm and quiet, all but her 2 red spots. But afterwards, in her own room, she had one of her worst fits of spasms. However, she was up and dressed by the middle of the next day, and, contrary to her wont since the first time, she sent Ella out of the room when her doctor came to see her. "I wanted to speak to you," she said. "I have a great favor to ask of you. You will soon be going home. Could you take Ella with you? I know it is a too great thing to ask, but I would not have her in anyone's way. I am going to write to Mrs. Wills, at the school where I was, and Ella's means are quite enough to keep her there, holidays and all, till Leonard can give her a home. It will be much better for her, and a relief to Henry, and it will be giving back one to Leonard. It will be one thing more that I shall be happy about." Tom had let her go on with her short, gentle sentences, because he knew not how to answer, but at last she said, "Forgive me, and do not think of it, if I have asked what I ought not, or would be troublesome." "Troublesome? No, indeed. I was only thinking, if it might not be better managed," he answered, rather by way of giving himself time to debate whether the utterance of the one thought in his heart would lead to his being driven away. "Pray do not propose Leonard's coming for her. He must come to this feverish place in spring. And if he came, and I were not here, and Henry not wanting him? Oh, no, no. Do not let me think of his coming." "Averill," he said, kneeling on one knee so as to be nearer, and to be able to speak lower, "you are so unearthly in your unselfishness that I dare the less to put before you the one way in which I could take Ella home to him. It is if you would overlook the past, and give me a brother's right in them both." She turned in amazement to see if she had heard aright. He had removed his glasses, and the deep blue expressive eyes so seldom plainly visible were wistfully, pleadingly, fixed on her, brimming over with the dew of earnestness. Her face of inquiry gave him courage to go on. "If you would only let me, I think I could bring you home to see him, and if you would believe it and try, I believe I could make you happier." And with an uncontrollable shake in his voice, he ceased, and only looked. She sat upright, her hands clasped in her lap, her eyes shut, trying to collect her thoughts, and the silence lasted for several seconds. At last she said, opening her eyes but gazing straight before her, not at him, "I do not think I ought. Do you really know what you are saying? You know I cannot get well." "I know," he said. "All I ask is, to tend and watch over you while I may, to bring you home to Leonard, and to be Ella's brother." His voice was still and low, and he laid his hand on her folded ones with reverent solemnity. But though it did not tremble, its touch was cold as marble, and conveyed to Averill an instant sense of the force of his repressed emotion. She started under it, and exclaimed with the first agitation she had shown, "No, no, it would cost you too much. You, young, beginning life, you must not take a sorrow upon you." "Is it not there already?" he said, almost inaudibly. "Would it lessen it to be kept away from you?" "Oh, do not go on, do not tempt me," she cried. "Think of your father." "Nay, think what he is yourself. Or rather, look here," and he took out a part of a letter from Ethel and laid it before her. "As to Papa not guessing your object," she said, "that was a vain delusion if you ever entertained it, so you must not mind my having explained. He said if he had been you, it was just what he should have done himself, and he is quite ready to throw his heart into it if you will only trust to his kindness. I do so want you really to try what that is." "And you came for this?" faltered Averill, leaning back, almost overcome. "I did not come meaning to hurry the subject on you.
I hoped to have induced Henry to have brought you all home, and then, when I had done my best to efface the recollection of that unpardonable behavior, to have tried whether you could look on me differently." "I don't like you to say that," said Averill, simply but earnestly. "I have felt over and over again how wrong I was, how ungrateful, to have utterly missed all the nobleness and generosity of your behavior, and answered in that unjust, ill-tempered way." "Nothing was ever more deserved," he answered. "I have hated myself ever since, and I hope I am not as obnoxious now." "It was I," she said. "I have lived every bit of the winter over again, and seen that I was always ready to be offended, and somehow I could not help caring so much for what you said, that lesser things from you hurt and cut as other people's did not." "Do you know what that proves?" said Tom, with an arch subsmile lighting on his eyes and mouth, and as a glow awoke on her pale cheek, he added, "And won't you believe, too, that my propensity to contemptuous irony was all from my instinctive fear of what you could do to me?" "Oh, don't repeat that. I have been so bitterly ashamed of it." "I am sure I have. And I have longed so to ask your pardon. I thought I would leave a letter or message with Ella that you would understand." "You can do better than that now. You can forgive me." "Oh," said Averill, her hands suddenly joined over her face. "This is one joy more. I cannot think why it is all growing so bright just at last. At last. It is all come now. How good it is!" He saw that she could bear no more. He pressed no more for a decisive answer. He did not return to the subject, but from that time he treated her as what belonged to him, as if it was his business to think, act, and judge for her, and to watch over her, and her acquiescence was absolute. There was not much speaking between them. There were chiefly skirmishes between him and Cora, to which she listened in smiling passive amusement, and even when alone together they said little, actually nothing at all about the future. He had written to Ethel on his first arrival, and on the reply, as well as on Averill's state, all must depend. Meanwhile, such a look of satisfied repose and peace shone upon Averill's face as was most sweet to look upon, and though extremely feeble, and not essentially better, she was less suffering, and could, in great languor, but in calm enjoyment, pass through day by day of the precious present that had come to crown her long trial. End of chapter 29. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter 30 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 30. Oh, when its flower seems fain to die, the full heart grudges smile or sigh to aught beside, though fair and dear. Like a bruised leaf, at touch of fear, its hidden fragrance love gives out. Lyra Innocentum. The letters at last! 1 to Ethel and 3 to Leonard. Now for it, Ethel. Ethel opened, read, ran out of the room without a word, and sought her father in his study, where she laid before him Tom's letter, written from Massasauga the day after his arrival. Dear Ethel, I have found my darling, but too late to arrest the disease, the work of her brother's perversiveness and wrong-headedness. I have no hope of saving her, though it will probably be a matter of several months, that is, with care, and removal from this vile spot. I am writing to Henry, but I imagine that he is too much charmed with his present prospects to give them up, and in her angelic self-sacrifice she insists on Leonard's not coming out. Indeed, there would be no use in his doing so unless she leaves this place, but should no unforeseen complication supervene, it is my full persuasion that she could be removed, safely make the voyage, and even be spared for this summer among us. Surely my father will not object. It will be but a short time, and she has suffered so much, so piteously needs love and cherishing, that it is not in him to refuse. He, who consented to Margaret's engagement,
cannot but feel for us. I would work for him all my life. I would never cast a thought beyond home, if only once hallowed by this dear presence for ever so short a time. Only let the answers be so cordial as to remove all doubts or scruples, and when they are sent, prepare for her. I would bring her as quickly as her health permits. No time must be lost in taking her from hence, and I wait only for the letters to obtain her consent to an immediate marriage. Furnish the house at once. I will repay you on my return. There is £200 for the first floor, sitting and bedrooms. For the rest, the old will do. Only regard the making these perfect. Coloring pink, all as cheerful and pleasant as money can accomplish. If Flora will bear with me, get her to help you, or else marry, if Cheviot forgives me. Only don't spare cost. I will make it up some way, if you find more wanted. I saw an invalid sofa, an improvement on Margaret's which I will write to Gaspard to send from Paris. If you could only see the desolateness of the house where she has wasted away these 3 years, you would long to make a bower of bliss for her. I trust to you. I find I must trust everything to you. I cannot write to my father. I have made 9 beginnings and must leave it to you. He has comforted her. He knows her sorrows. He could not see her and bid me leave her. Only there must be no hesitation. That, or even remonstrance, would prevent her from consenting, and as to the objections, I cannot know them better than I do. Indeed, all this may be in vain. She is so near heaven that I dare not talk to her of this, but I have written to Leonard dwelling chiefly on the chance of bringing her to him. Her desire to keep him from attempting to come out will, I trust, be an inducement, but if you could only see her, you would know how irreverent it seems to persecute one so nearly an angel with such matters. If I may only tend her to the last. I trust to you. This is for my father. Ever yours, Thomas May. The last sentence referred to a brief medical summary of her symptoms on a separate paper. "Can this be Tom?" was the doctor's exclamation. "Poor boy! It is going very hard with him." "This would soften it more than anything else could," said Ethel. "Oh, yes. You write. Yes, and I'll write, and tell him he is free to take his own way. Poor child! She would have been a good girl if she had known how. Well, of all my 11 children, the Tom should be the one to go on in this way." "Poor dear Tom! What do you think of his statement of her case? Is she so very ill?" Dr. May screwed up his face. "A sad variety of mischief," he said. "If all be as he thinks, I doubt his getting her home. But he is young, and has his heart in it. I have seen her mother in a state like this, only without the diseased lungs. You can't remember it, but poor Ward never thought he could be grateful enough after she was pulled through. However, this is an aggravated case, and looks bad, very bad. It is a mournful ending for that poor boy's patience. It will sink very deep, and he will be a sadder man all his days. But I would not hinder his laying up a treasure that will brighten as he grows older." "Thank you, Papa. I shall tell him what you say." "I shall write to her, I think. I owe him something for not proving that it is all as a study of pneumonia. I say, Ethel, what has become of the diseases of climate?" he added, with a twinkle in his eye. "In the 9 beginnings." "And how about the Massasauga Company?" "You heartless old worldly-minded father," said Ethel. "When you take to prudence for Tom, what is the world coming to?" "Into order," said the doctor, shaking himself into the coat she held for him. "Tom surrendered to a pet patient of mine. Now for poor Leonard. Good-bye, young people. I am off to Coxmore." "Please take me, Grandpapa," cried Dickie, hopping into the hall. "You? You one-legged mannikin? I'm going over all the world. And how are you to get home?" "On Leonard's back," said the undaunted Dickie. "Not so, master. Poor Leonard has news here that will take the taste of nonsense out of his mouth." "I am his friend," said Dickie, with dignity. "Then your friendship must not disturb him over his letters. And can you sit in the carriage and twirl your thumbs while I am at Fordham?" "I shall not twirl my thumbs.
I shall make out a problem on my ship chessboard." "That's the boy who was sent from the Antipodes, that he might not be spoiled," quoth Aubrey, as the doctor followed the child into the carriage. "Granting reasonable wishes is not spoiling," said Ethel. "May the system succeed as well with Dickie as with—" and Aubrey, in one flourish, indicated Gertrude and himself. "Aye, we shall judge by the reception of Ethel's tidings," cried Gertrude. "Now for it, Ethel. Read us Tom's letter, confute the engineer, hoist with his own petard. Now, Ethel, confute the daisy, the Greenfield daisy, the simple innocent daisy, deluded by diseases of climate." "Ethel looks as concerned as if it were fatal truth," added Gertrude. "What is it?" asked Aubrey. "If Henry Ward has gone down in a monitor at Charleston, I'll forgive him." "Not that," said Ethel, "but we little thought how ill poor Ave is." "Dangerously?" said Aubrey gravely. "Not perhaps immediately so, but Tom means to marry at once, that he may have a chance of bringing her home to see Leonard." "Another shock for Leonard," said Aubrey, quite subdued. "Why can't he have a little respite?" "May they at least meet once more," said Ethel. "There will be some comfort in looking to that." "And what a fellow Tom is to have thought of it," added Aubrey. "Nobody will ever dare to say again that he is not the best of the kit of us. I must be off now to the meet. But if you are writing, Ethel, I wish you would give her my love, or whatever he would like, and tell him he is a credit to the family. I say, may I tell George Rivers?" "Oh, yes, it will soon be in the air, and Charles Cheviot will be down on us." Away went Aubrey to mount the hunter that George Rivers placed at his service. Gertrude, who had been struck dumb, looked up to ask, "Then it is really so?" "Indeed it is." "Then," cried Gertrude vehemently, "you and he have been deceiving us all this time." "No, Gertrude, there was nothing to tell. I did not really know, and I could not gossip about him." "You might have hinted." "I tried, but I was clumsy." "I hate hints!" exclaimed the impetuous young lady. "One can't understand them, and gets the credit of neglecting them. If people have a secret attachment, they ought to let all their family know." "Perhaps they do in Ireland." "You don't feel one grain for me, Ethel," said Gertrude, with tears in her eyes. "Only think how Tom led me on to say horrid things about the Wards, and now to recollect them, when she is so ill too, and he—" She burst into sobs. "My poor Daisy! I dare say it was half my fault." Gertrude gave an impatient leap. "There you go again! Calling it your fault is worse than Charles's improving the circumstance. It was my fault, and it shall be my fault, and nobody else's fault, except Tom's, and he will hate me, and never let me come near her to show that I am not a nasty, spiteful thing. I think that if you are quiet and kind, and not flighty, he will forget all that, and be glad to let you be a sister to her." "A sister to Ave Ward! Pretty preferment," muttered Gertrude. "Poor Ave! After the way she has borne her troubles, we shall feel it an honor to be sisters to her." "And that chair!" broke out Gertrude. "Oh, Ethel, you did out of malice prepense make me vow it should be for Mrs. Thomas May." "Well, Daisy, if you won't suspect me of improving the circumstance, I should say that finishing it for her would be capital discipline." "Horrid mockery, I should say," returned Gertrude sadly. "A gaudy rose-colored chair, all over white foxgloves, for a person in that state. Poor Tom's great wish is to have her drawing room made as charming as possible, and it would be a real welcome to her." "Luckily," said Gertrude, breaking into laughter again, "they don't know when it began. How in a weak moment I admired the pattern, and Blanche inflicted it and all its appurtenances on me, hoping to convert me to a fancy workwoman. Dear me, pride has a fall. I loved to answer 3 stitches when Mrs. Blanche asked after my progress." "Ah, Daisy, if you did but respect any one! If they would not all be tiresome! Seriously, I know I must finish the thing, because of my word." Yes, and I believe keeping a light word that has turned out heavy is the best help in bridling the tongue. And, Ethel, I will really try to be seen and not heard while I am about the work," said Gertrude, with an earnestness which proved that she was more sorry than her manner conveyed. Her resolution stood the trying test of a visit from the elder married sisters, for, as Ethel said, the scent of the tidings attracted both Flora and the Cheviots, and the headmaster endeavored to institute a kind of family committee to represent to the doctor how undesirable the match would be, entailing inconveniences that would not end with the poor bride's life, and bringing at once upon Tom a crushing anxiety and sorrow. Ethel's opinion was of course set aside by Mr. Cheviot, but he did expect concurrence from Mrs. Rivers and from Richard, and Flora assented to all his objections, but she was not to be induced to say she would remonstrate with her father or with Tom, and she intimated the uselessness thereof so plainly that she almost hoped that Charles Cheviot would be less eager to assail the doctor with his arguments. "No hope of that," said Ethel, when he had taken leave. "He will disburthen his conscience, but then Papa is well able to take care of himself. Flora, I am so thankful you don't object." "No, indeed," said Flora. "We all know it is a pity, but it would be a far greater pity to break it off now, and do Tom an infinity of harm. Now tell me all." And she threw herself into the subject in the homelike manner that had grown on her, almost in proportion to Mary's guest-like ways and absorption in her own affairs. 6 weeks from that time, another hasty note announced that Dr. and Mrs. Thomas May and Ella were at Liverpool, adding that Averill had been exceedingly ill throughout the voyage, though on being carried ashore, she had so far revived that Tom hoped to bring her home the next day, but emotion was so dangerous that he begged not to be met at the station, and above all, that Leonard would not show himself till summoned. Dr. May being unavoidably absent, Ethel alone repaired to the newly furnished house for this strange, sad bridal welcome. The first person to appear when the carriage door was opened was a young girl, pale, tall, thin, only to be recognized by her black eyes. With a rapid kiss in greeting, Ethel handed her on to the further door, where she might satisfy the eager embrace of the brother who there awaited her, while Tom almost lifted out the veiled, muffled figure of his bride, and led her upstairs to the sitting-room, where, divesting her of hat, cloak, muff, and respirator, he laid her on the sofa, and looked anxiously for her reassuring smile before he even seemed to perceive his sister or left room for her greeting. The squarely made, high-complexioned, handsome Averill Ward was entirely gone. In Averill May, Ethel saw delicately refined and sharpened features, dark beautiful eyes, enlarged, softened, and beaming with perilous luster, a transparently white blue-veined skin, with a lovely roseate tint, deepening or fading with every word, look, or movement, and a smile painfully sweet and touching, as first of the three, the invalid found voice for thanks and inquiries for all. "Quite well," said Ethel, "but Papa has been most unluckily sent for to Whitford, and can't get home till the last train." "It may be as well," said Tom. "We must have perfect quiet till after the night's rest." "May I see someone else tonight?" she wistfully asked. "Let us see how you are when you have had some coffee and are rested." "Very well," she said, with a gentle submission that was as new a sight as Tom's tenderness. "But indeed I am not tired, and it is so pretty and pleasant. Is this really Dr. Spencer's old house? Can there be such a charming room in it?" "I did not think so," said Tom, looking in amazement at the effect produced by the bright modern grate with its cheerful fire, the warm, delicate tints of the furniture, the appliances for comfort and ornament already giving a home look. "I know this is in the main your doing, Ethel, but who was the hand?" "All of us were hands," said Ethel, "but Flora was the moving spring. She went to London for a week about it." "Mrs. Rivers! Oh, how good!" said Averill, flushing with surprise. Then raising herself, as her coffee was brought in a dainty little service, she exclaimed, "And oh, if it were possible, I should say that was my dear old piano." "Yes," said Ethel, "we thought you would like it, and Hector Earnscliffe gave Mrs. Wright a new one for it."
This was almost too much. Averil's lip trembled, but she looked up into her husband's face and made an answer, which would have been odd had she not been speaking of his thought. "Never mind. It is only happiness and the kindness." And she drank the coffee with an effort, and smiled at him again as she asked, "Where is Ella?" "At our house," said Ethel. "We mean her to be there for the present." Knowing with whom Ella must be, and fearing to show discontent with a mandate of patience, Avril again began to admire. "What a beautiful chair! Look, Tom! Is it not exquisite? Whose work is it?" "Gertrude's." "That is the most fabulous thing of all," said Tom, walking round it. "Daisy! Her present, not her work?" "Her work, every stitch. It has been a race with time." The gratification of Averil's flush and smile was laid up by Ethel for Gertrude's reward, but it was plain that Tom wanted complete rest for his wife, and Ethel only waited to install her in the adjoining bedroom, which was as delightfully fitted up as the first apartment. Avril clung to her for the instant they were alone together, and whispered, "Oh, it is all so sweet! Don't think I don't feel it. But you see it is all I can do for him to be as quiet as I can. Say so, please." Ethel felt the throb of the heart, and knew to whom she was to say so. But Tom's restless approaching step made Avril detach herself and sink into an armchair. Ethel left her, feeling that the short clasp of their arms had sealed their sisterhood here and forever. "It is too sad, too beautiful to be talked about," she said to Gertrude, who was anxiously on the watch for tidings. Obedient as Avril was, she had not understood her husband's desire that she should seek her pillow at once. She was feeling brisk and fresh, and by no means ready for captivity, and she presently came forth again with her soft, feeble, noiseless step. But she had nearly retreated again, feeling herself mistaken and bewildered, for in the drawing room stood neither Tom nor his sisters, but a stranger, a dark, grave, thoughtful man of a singularly resolute and settled cast of countenance. The rustle of her dress made him look up as she turned. "Abe!" he exclaimed, and as their eyes met, the light in those brown depths restored the whole past. She durst not trust herself to speak. As her head rested on his shoulder, his arms were round her. Only as her husband came on the scene with a gesture of surprise, she said, "Indeed, I did not mean it. I did not know he was here." "I might have known you could not be kept apart if I once let Leonard in," he said, as he arranged her on the sofa, and satisfied himself that there were no tokens of the repressed agitation that left such dangerous effects. "Will you both be very good if I leave you to be happy together?" he presently added, after a few indifferent words had passed. Avril looked wistfully after him, as if he were wanted to complete full felicity even in Leonard's presence. How little would they once have thought that her first words to her brother would be, "Oh, was there ever anyone like him?" "We owe it all to him," said Leonard. "So kind," added Avril. "Not to be vexed, though he dreaded our meeting so much, and you see I could not grieve him by making a fuss. But this is nice," she added, with a sigh going far beyond the effect of the homely word. "You are better. Ella said so." "I am feeling well tonight. Come, let me look at you and learn your face." He knelt down beside her, and she stroked back the hair, which had fulfilled his wish that she should find it as long, though much darker than of old. Posture and action recalled that meeting, when her couch had been his prison bed, and the cold white prison walls had frowned on them. Yet even in the rosy light of the cheerful room there was on them the solemnity of an approaching doom. "Where is the old face?" Avril said. "You look as you did in the fever. Your smile brings back something of yourself. But oh, those hollow eyes!" "Count Ugolino is Dr. May's name for me. But indeed, Abe, I have tried to fatten for your inspection." "It is not the thinness," she said, "but I had carried about with me the bright, daring, open face of my own boy. I shall learn to like this better now." "Nay, it is you and Ella that are changed. Oh, Abe, you never let me know what a place you were in." "There were many things better than you fancy," she answered, "and it is over. It is all gladness now. I see that in your face, he said, gazing his fill. You do look ill indeed, but, Ave, I never saw you so content. I can't help it, she said, smiling. Every moment comes some fresh kindness from him. The more trouble I give him, the kinder he is. Is it not as if the tempest was over, and we have been driven into the smoothest little sunshiny bay? To rest and refit, he said thoughtfully. For me, the last long wave, and a most gentle smooth one it is, said April. For you to refit for a fresh voyage. Dear Leonard, I have often guessed what you would do. What have you guessed? Only what we used to plan in the old times after you had been at Combe, Leonard. Dear sister, and you would let me go? Our parting is near anyway, she said, her eyes turning to the print from Ary Scheffer, St. Augustine, and Monica. Whoever gave us that divined how we ought to feel in these last days together. It was Richard May's gift, said Leonard. Ave, there was nothing wanting but your liking this. Then so it is? She asked. Unless the past disqualifies me, he said. I have spoken to no one yet, except little Dickie. When I thought I ought to find some present employment, and wanted to take a clerkship at Bramshaw's, Dr. May made me promise to wait till I had seen you before I fixed on anything. But my mind is made up, and I shall speak now, with your blessing on it, Ave. I knew it, she said. He saw it was safer to quit this subject and ask for Henry. He sent his love. He met us at New York. He has grown so soldierly, with such a black beard, that he is more grown out of knowledge than any of us, but I scarcely saw him, for he was quite overset at my appearance, and Tom thought it did me harm. I wish our new sister would have come to see me. Sister? Oh, did you not know? I thought Tom had written. She is a Virginian lady, whose first husband was a doctor, who died of camp fever early in the war. A Federal, of course. And they are to be married as soon as Charleston has fallen. Leonard smiled, and Averill expressed her certainty that it had fallen by that time. And he is quite Americanized? Asked Leonard. Does he return to our name? No? Then I do not wonder he did not wish for me. Perhaps he may yet bear to meet me, some day when we are grown old. At least we can pray to be all together, where one is gone already, said Averill. That was the one comfort in parting with the dear Cora. My blessing through all the worst. Leonard, she would not go to live in the fine house her father has taken at New York, but she has gone to be one of the nurses in the midst of all the hospital miseries. And oh, what comfort she will carry with her! Here Tom returned, but made no objection to her brother's stay, perceiving that his aspect and voice were like fullness to the hungry heart that had pined so long, but keeping all the others away, and they meanwhile were much entertained by Ella, who was in joyous spirits, a little subdued, indeed, by the unknown brother, but in his absence very communicative. Gertrude was greatly amused with her account of the marriage, in the sitting-room at Mississauga, and of Tom being so unprepared for the brevity of the American form, that he never knew where he was in the service, and completed it with a puzzled, "Is that all?" Averill had, according to Ella, been infinitely more calm and composed. She does nothing but watch his eyes, said Ella, and ever since we parted from Cora, I have had no one to speak to. In the cabin he never stirred from sitting by her, and if she could speak at all, it was so low that I could not hear. School will be quite lively. Are you going to school? Oh, yes, where Abe was. That is quite fixed, and I have had enough of playing third person, said Ella, with her precocious Western manner. You know I have all my own property, so I shall be on no one's hands. Oh, and Cora made her father buy all Abe's Mississauga shares, at a dead loss to us, of course. Well, said Gertrude, I am sorry Tom is not an American shareholder. It was such fun. He wanted to have made them all over to Henry, but Cora was determined, and her father is making heaps of money as a commissary, so I am sure he could afford it. Some day, when the rebellion is subdued, I mean to go and see Cora and Henry and his wife, added Ella, whose tinge of Americanism formed an amusing contrast with Dickie's colonial ease, especially when she began to detail the discomforts of Mississauga.
and he made practical suggestions for the remedies of each, describing how Mamma and he himself managed. The younger ones had all gone to bed, Richard had returned home, and Ethel was waiting to let her father in, when Leonard came back with the new arrivals. "I did not think you would be allowed to stay so late," said Ethel. "We did not talk much. I was playing chance most of the time, and after she went to bed, I stayed with Tom." "What do you think of her?" "I cannot think. I can only feel a sort of awe. And as it may, it will have been a blessed thing to have had her among us like this. Yes, it ought to do us all good, and I think she is full of enjoyment." "Perfect enjoyment," repeated Leonard. "Thank God for that." After some pause, during which he turned over his pocketbook, as if seeking for something, he came to her and said, "Miss May, Averill has assented to a purpose that has long been growing up within me, and that I had rather consult you about than anyone, because you first inspired it." "I think I know the purpose you mean," said Ethel, her heart beating high. "The first best purpose of my boyhood," he said. "If only it may be given back to me. Will you be kind enough to look over this rough copy?" It was the draft of a letter to the missionary bishop, Mr. Seaford's diocesan, briefly setting forth Leonard's early history, his conviction, and his pardon, referring to Archdeacon May as a witness to the truth of his narrative. "After this statement," he proceeded, "it appears to me little short of effrontery to offer myself for any share of the sacred labor in which your lordship is engaged. And though it had been the wish of the best days of my youth, I should not have ventured on the thought but for the encouragement I received from Mr. Seaford, your lordship's chaplain. I have a small income of my own, so that I should not be a burthen on the mission, and understanding that mechanical arts are found useful, I will mention that I learnt shoemaking at Millbank and carpentry at Portland, and I would gladly undertake any manual occupation needed in a mission. Latterly I was employed in the schoolmaster's department, and I have some knowledge of music. My education is, of course, imperfect, but I am endeavoring to improve myself. My age is 21, I have good health, and I believe I can bring power of endurance and willingness to be employed in any manner that may be serviceable, whether as artisan or catechist." "I don't think they will make a shoemaker of you," said Ethel, with her heart full. "Will they have me at all? There will always be a sort of ticket of leave flavor about me," said Leonard, speaking simply, straightforwardly, but without dejection, "and I might be doubtful material for a mission." "Your brother put that in your head." "He implied that my case, half known, would be a discredit to him, and I am prepared for others thinking so. If so, I can get a situation in Portland, and I know I can be useful there. But when such a hope as this was open to me again, I could not help making an attempt. Do you think I may show that letter to Dr. May?" "Oh, Leonard, this is one of the best days of one's life." "But what?" he asked, as she looked over the letter. "What shall I alter?" "I do not know, only you are so businesslike. You do not seem to care enough." "If I let myself out, it would look like unbecoming pressing of myself, considering what I am. But if you think I ought, I will say more. I have become so much used to writing letters under constraint that I know I am very dry." "Let Papa see it first," said Ethel. "After all, earnestness is best out of sight." "Mr. Wilmot and he shall decide whether I may send it," he said, "and in the meantime I would go to St. Augustine's, if they will have me." "I see you have thought it all over." "Yes. I only waited to have spoken with my sister, and she, dear Ave, had separately thought of such a destination for me. It was more than acquiescence, more than I dared to hope." "Her spirit will be with you, wherever she is." And, with a sudden smile, "Leonard, was not this the secret between you and Dickie?" "Yes," said Leonard, smiling too. "The dear little fellow is so fresh and loving, as well as so wise and discreet, that he draws out all that is in one's heart. It has been a new life to me ever since he took to me. Do you know, I believe he has been writing a letter of recommendation of me on his own account to the bishop. I told him he must enclose it to his father if he presumed to send it, though he claims the bishop as his intimate friend." "Ah," said Ethel, "Papa is always telling me that they can't get on in New Zealand for want of the small archdeacon, and that, I really think, abashes him more than anything else." "He is not forward, he is only sensible," said Leonard, on whose heart Dickie had far too fast a hold for even this slight disparagement not to be rebutted. "I had forgotten what a child could be till I was with him. I felt like a stock or a stone among you all." Ethel smiled. "I was nearly giving you Marmion in remembrance of old times on the night of the Christmas tree," she said, "but I did not then feel as if the giving devil, for all your care and trouble, had begun." "The heart to feel it was so not come," said Leonard. "Now, since I have grasped this hope of making known to others the way to that grace that held me up," he paused with excess of feeling, "all has been joy, even in the recollection of the darkest days. Mr. Wilmot's words come back now, that it may all have been training for my Master's work. Even the manual labor may have been my preparation." His eyes brightened, and he was indeed more like the eager, hopeful youth she remembered than she had ever hoped to see him. But this brightness was the flash of steel, tried, strengthened, and refined in the fire, a brightness that might well be trusted. "One knew it must be so," was all she could say. "Yes, yes," he said eagerly. "You sent me words of greeting that held up my faith, and, above all, when we read those books at Coombe, you put the key of comfort in my hand, and I never quite lost it. Miss May," he added, as Dr. May's latchkey was heard in the front door, "if ever I come to any good, I owe it to you." And that was the result of the boys' romance. The first tidings of the travelers next morning were brought near the end of breakfast by Tom, who came in looking thin, worn, and anxious, saying that Averill had called herself too happy to sleep till morning, when a short doze had only rendered her feeble, exhausted, and depressed. "I shall go and see her," said Dr. May. "I like my patients best in that mood." Nor would the doctor let his restless, anxious son do more than make the introduction, but dispatched him to the hospital, whence returning to find himself still excluded, he could endure nothing but pacing up and down the lawn in sight of his father's head in the window, and seeking, as usual, Ethel's sympathy. There was some truth in what Charles Cheviot had said. Wedlock did enhance the grief and loss, and Tom found the privilege of these months of tendance more heart-wringing than he had anticipated, though of course more precious and inestimable. Moreover, Averill's depression had been a phase of her illness which had not before revealed itself in such a degree. "Generally," he said, "she has talked as if what she looks to were all such pure hope and joy, that though it broke one's heart to hear it, one saw it made her happy and could stand it. Fancy, Ethel, not an hour after we were married, I found her trying the ring on this finger and saying I should be able to wear it like my father. It seemed as if she would regret nothing but my sorrow, and that my keeping it out of sight was all that was needful to her happiness. But today she has been blaming herself for grieving to leave all so soon, just as her happiness might have been beginning. Think, Ethel, reproaching herself for unthankfulness even to tears. It might have been more for her peace to have remained with her where she had no revival of these associations, if they are only to pain her." "Oh, no, no, Tom. It only proves the pleasure they do give her. You know better than I do that there must be ups and downs, failures of spirits from fatigue when the will is peaceful and resigned." "I know it with my understanding, Ethel, but as to reasoning about her as if she was anybody else, the thing is mere mockery. What can my father be about?" he added, for the 20th time. "Talking to her in the morning always knocks her up. If he had only let me warn him, but he hurried me off in his inconsiderate way." At last, however, they had disappeared, and Tom rushed indoors. "So, Tom, you have made shorter work of 25 patients than I of 1. "I'll go again," said poor Tom, in the desperation of resolute meekness. "Only let me see how she is." "Let Ethel go up now. She is very cheery except for a little headache." While Ethel obeyed, Dr. May began a minute interrogation of his son, so lengthened that Tom could hardly restrain sharp, impatient replies to such apparent trifling with his agony to learn how long his father thought he could keep his treasure, and how much suffering might be spared to her. At last Dr. May said, "I may be wrong. Your science is fresher than mine, but to me there seem indications that the organic disease is in the way of being arrested. Good health, of course, she cannot have, but if she weathers another winter, I think you may look for as many years of happiness with her as in an ordinary case." It was the first accent of hope since the hysteric scream that had been his greeting, and all his reserve and dread of emotion could not prevent his covering his face with his hands and sobbing aloud. "Father, father," he said, "you cannot tell what this is to me." "I can in part, my boy," said the doctor sadly. "And," he started up and walked about the room, "you shall have the whole treatment. I will only follow your measures. No one at New York saw the slightest hope of checking it. They had your account, and you hardly allowed enough for the hysterical affection. I do not say it is certainty, far less health. Anyway, if I may only have her to lie and look at me, it is happiness unlooked for. You don't think I could have treated her otherwise?" "No. Under His blessing you saved her yourself. You would have perceived the change if she had been an indifferent person." Tom made another turn to the door, and came back still half wild, and laid his face on his arms upon the table. "You tell her," he said. "I shall never be able—" Knocking at Averill's door, Dr. May was answered by a call of, "Tom." "Not this time, my dear. He is coming, but we have been talking you over. Ave, you have a very young doctor and rather too much interested." "Indeed," she said indignantly, "he has made me much better." "Exactly so, my dear. So much better that he agrees with me that he expressed a strong opinion prematurely." "They thought the same at New York," she said, still resolved on his defense. "My dear, unless you are bent on growing worse in order to justify his first opinion, I think you will prove that which he now holds. And, Ave, it was under Providence, skill that we may be proud of, by which he has subdued the really fatal disorder. You may have much to undergo, and must submit to a sofa life and much nursing, but I think you will not leave him so soon." There was a long pause. At last she said, "Oh, Dr. May, I beg your pardon. If I had known, I would never—" "Never what, my dear?" "Never have consented. It is such a grievous thing for a professional man to have a sick wife." "It is exactly what he wanted, my dear, if you will not fly at me for saying so. Nothing else could teach him that patients are not cases but persons, and here he comes to tell you what he thinks of the trouble of a sick wife." "Well," said Dr. May, as he and Ethel walked away together, "poor young things, they have a checkered time before them. Pretty well for the doctor who hated sick people, wards, and Stoneborough. But, after all, I have liked none of our weddings better. I like people to rub one another brighter, and I am proud when the least unselfish nature has from first to last done the most unselfish things. No one of us has ever given up so much as Tom, and I am sure he will be happy in it." More can hardly be said without straying into the realms of prediction, yet such of our readers as are bent on carrying on their knowledge of the daisies beyond the last sentence may be told that, to the best of our belief, Leonard's shoemaking is not his foremost office in the mission, where he finds that fullness of hopeful gladness which experience shows is literally often vouchsafed to those who have given up home, land, and friends for the gospel's sake. His letters are the delight of more than one at Stoneborough, and his sister, upon her sofa, is that home member of a mission without whom nothing can be done. The copier of letters, the depot of gifts, the purveyor of commissions, the maker of clothes, the collector of books, the keeper of accounts, so that the house still merits the name of the S.P.G. office, as it used to be called in the Spencerian era. But Mrs. Thomas May is a good deal more than this. Her sofa is almost a renewal of the family center that once Margaret's was, the region where all tidings are brought fresh for discussion, all joys and sorrows poured out, The external influence that above all has tended to soften Gertrude into the bright grace of womanhood. Mary Cheviot and Blanche Earnscliffe cannot be cured of a pitying "poor Tom," as they speak of "the Professor," in which title the awkward sound of Dr. Tom has been merged, since an appointment subsequent to the appearance of the Diseases of Climate. But everyone else holds that not his honors as a scientific physician, his discoveries and ably written papers, not even his father's full and loving confidence and gratitude, give Professor May as much happiness as that bright-eyed, delicate wife with whom all his thoughts seem to begin and end. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen. End of the Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge.